Hello, everyone, and welcome. Tonight, we're doing the much delayed, much anticipated part two of the Plantagenet Dynasty. We'll be tier ranking other members of the family who we haven't covered before. Just by way of recap, if we look at the existing list, we have Henry II and Eleanor at A, Richard the Lionheart at B. We have William of Dieppe, a younger brother of Henry, at C. In the E tier, we have John Lackland. We have his nephew Arthur. And we also have Henry VIII the Lion. Down in F, we have Henry's second brother, Geoffrey. We have Geoffrey, the son of Henry and brother of Richard and John. And we also have Henry the Young King. So those are the people we've covered so far by way of recap. We'll be starting tonight with Henry III, going to Richard II. But once again, we'll be covering some other members of the dynasty who were also impactful. Joining me this evening is Ben Gerber. So Ben, how you doing?
Good, pretty well. It's interesting there's an American Pope. Were you expecting that?
Oh, I was not. Although I'm not super surprised because I guess at this point the Vatican is trying different strategies to get people engaged.
Yeah, I
Um,
suppose. I mean,
but I guess I figured it might be another Latin American Pope just because of where the strength of the Catholic Church is.
well, they're also bleeding um members in Latin America.
Yeah, I've heard
A
they're
lot of
losing
tons,
ground to
millions.
Mormons, right?
So Mormons, but mostly independent Pentecostal churches. So you have like
Yeah.
tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people in Latin America. Like,
Whoa.
there are a few countries where Catholicism isn't even the majority anymore. It's just either plurality or big minority.
Yeah, I feel like it has been pretty stable in the US. If not, it maybe has grown a little bit. I don't know. Um, I know that there was an embrace by right wingers over the last 5 to 10 years of Catholicism, but I'm not sure if that would be enough to account for overall growth.
I don't think that's numerically. The fact that everyone who goes to Hillsdale becomes a Catholic, I don't think that plays much in terms of numbers, you know?
Yeah, I guess that maybe that's just more of like an internet presence thing rather than a, demographically impactful.
It's influential, but I don't think demographically it's a
Yeah.
but could be wrong.
Either that or maybe it's like, well, maybe America's ready to go Catholic. Maybe that's their big ploy. It's like, well, after Trump wrecks the country, maybe they'll want some tradition in their lives and a church that gives out charity when the state fails.
There are maybe inklings of that. I think it's I think I have a weird theory about why so many people become Catholic, especially intellectuals, but go Catholic and have for the past 100 years or so. It has to do with the funny thing. It's not super recent phenomenon. This is what some people have observed about do you know Queen Christina of Sweden at all? Do you know her story?
Not really, no.
So she was a queen of Sweden who had to abdicate because she converted to Catholicism and then went to live in Italy.
Oh well.
And but she had been known for quite a while as this, as a skeptic, as somebody who was uh, very skeptical of religion, as one of these enlightened monarchs. I think she was the patron for Diderot for a bit. I think
Oh,
I
all right.
don't no not Diderot. Sorry, Descartes, not Diderot. It's
Ah,
wrong century. But then she seemingly rather suddenly became Catholic, and sort of thing. If people, I think sometimes if people lose their religious faith while also maintaining a belief in the use of religion as a means of like holding society together, then they usually tend to go for, well, what's the most um, outwardly powerful, aesthetically powerful church that exudes tradition, and that I think leads a lot of people toward Catholicism.
no, I think
Um,
that makes sense. I also did have a professor as an undergrad who was an evangelical at the time, and he's become a Catholic in the years since. And I think some of it too is just the pull of tradition. The idea of being a part of some organization that's been around for as long as it has. I think that has a certain gravity to it.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
and when it comes to intellectuals in particular, I guess at least since the Renaissance period, with some exceptions, of course, but the church has been pretty open to learning and to science and different things.
Yeah, I mean, a lot. In most cases, more so than they're given credit for. There are just some.
Right.
I guess the big one is heliocentrism. That's the very dramatic clash between religion and science. But
Yeah, I love how it went from the idea of we're going to burn you at the stake if you promote heliocentrism to, you know what? Aliens probably exist, and we'd better prepare ourselves to deal with that eventuality. So it's a pretty big
well,
shift in attitude.
I should know they never actually killed anyone for heliocentrism, though they did.
Right.
They did. They did arrest people, prosecute and stuff.
Yeah, I mean that'd
But
be crazy.
Bruno's. The funny thing though is that Bruno, who is the person a lot of people say was executed for heliocentrism, he was actually executed for. I don't remember specifically, but it was some kind of clearly defined heresy. But he also believed in alien life.
Interesting.
He also openly expressed a belief that there were space aliens.
You know
I don't
that
think.
one book that about the cheese and the worms, about the guy who tried to compare the universe with a big block of cheese, and he was basically
Uh,
just a skilled craftsman who was
was that
obsessed
the
with,
Ginsburg book?
yeah, the Carlo Ginzburg book. I had to read it in historiography. Sean was in that class. But yeah, I feel like that's probably the most notorious example of the church looking at somebody like, well, we know he's just a local eccentric shopkeeper, but let's assume he's a threat to organized religion and go ahead and kill him. Can't be too safe.
Edward II, I read just today, did something pretty similar with somebody who made certain claims about Edward's family history. He's just a local eccentric. Some people like that would get just yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it'd be kind of like killing someone on the equivalent level of someone like a Dan Richards, someone who's a very, very minor league pseudo archaeologist who's a coattail rider of more well known pseudo archaeologists and going after him as an example.
God, what's his name? Graham. That guy. I remember some years
Yeah,
ago.
is
You
that big?
sent me a Graham Hancock book.
No, yeah, he actually is a Graham Hancock hanger on. That's exactly where he got his fame, and he got on Joe Rogan by riding Graham's coattails.
Be hard not to get on Joe Rogan if you're a pseudo archaeologist.
True. I mean, pretty much you just declare yourself a pseudo archaeologist, and the invites in the mail before you before your video's over for your debut. Um, but also, it's funny with Dan Richards because he's literally an electrician by trade and has absolutely no background, and I don't think he had any interest in the subject until the last 3 to 5 years. So he's declared himself to be an expert out of nowhere, and he's already gotten to go on a major podcast and been accepted in the little community.
Do you think there's anything to the pseudo? I mean, one of the big claims of pseudo archaeology is the existence of civilizations pre-Sumer, pre-Egypt. Is that one of the big things?
Yeah, it's so. Of course, it's always possible that we'll find a few things that confound the existing narrative. I mean, the discovery of Sumer completely upended all of archaeology 100 years ago, maybe a little more than 100 now. But at this point, we kind of have a good sense of what it takes to form a civilization, the precursor stages, the level of population concentration, technology, etc. And so I don't think we'll have any more massive surprises on the scale of the discovery of Sumer, but we could still find some things that are shocking, perhaps.
Yeah.
Um, that being said, I guess if you do make enough made up claims, eventually some of them will come true.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
so even if you're trying your best to be a liar, if you're someone who is extremely prolific as a liar, you will accidentally tell the truth sometimes.
If we were to find a Graham Hancock style, holy crap, new civilization, where do you think? Like, if you had to, let's say we do that in 10 years.
Sure.
From where you are now, where do you expect we would find such a thing?
Um, that's a good question. I'm trying to think of a place that so it would have to be within the confines of the last ice age for it to match his timeline. So it'd have to be somewhere that's unfrozen at the time. I know he likes to locate things on the continental shelves. That way, conveniently, there's no evidence because it got washed away. Um, but if we found something where there's actually stuff there, I would guess it'd have to be relatively equatorial, simply because of the need to not be frozen. That being said, also, we wouldn't find much agriculture there, because otherwise there'd be genetic evidence in other crops and plants. But I guess you could have one that's based on herding, maybe. So you could have perhaps cities with a herd sustained by herds. Maybe that would be remotely possible.
Have people uncovered any purely pastoral civilizations that didn't?
No, that's why I'm saying it would be
This would
I'm
be a
just trying to,
shocker.
yeah, I'm just spitballing of something that could potentially work, maybe, especially if you can find wild grain to go with it. But it would be, I mean, that I could imagine that being possible. It's just it is a bit of a long shot though. So I'm trying to think where would be a place that would match that, because pretty much everywhere's been surveyed, and like what a lot of the pseudo archaeology crowd likes to claim. I mean, most places
Niger
have been.
Delta,
Which delta?
Orinoco's, Niger Delta,
Uh,
Orinoco, maybe.
maybe. I guess yeah. With less heat at the time, maybe that area would have been a little more like a plain, a little bit less like a jungle, perhaps. I don't know. Um, it's hard for me to imagine exactly where something like that would be. But yeah, we'd need to have it inland to have evidence, and then we'd need it to be relatively warmish for some kind of large settlement. So I don't know, but my suspicion is we won't find something like that. But if we did, I wouldn't be shocked necessarily. My main objection to the pseudo archaeologists is not that they have wacky ideas; is that they try to claim that they know things they absolutely cannot possibly know.
Yeah. Um. All right.
Yeah,
Do you want to launch in? We can.
sure. And
All right.
of course, the link in with all this is that Graham Hancock is in fact a member of the Plantagenet family.
Are you
He's not.
serious?
I just made that up. He's not. At least not that I'm aware of. If he is, then I guess we inadvertently struck gold.
Yeah.
Um.
Why
All
don't you
right.
tell him?
So we're starting off with a man who was left with a bad situation. He's left in the hands of regents. We're talking, of course, about Henry the Third.
Right. Yeah. Henry III. He has a somewhat middling reputation. In
Yeah.
fact, that of a not a particularly intelligent man, even. But certainly, kind of one of the main things people remember about his reign. One of the main things he gets credit for are these. Is the Gothic Cathedral at Westminster.
Yeah. So
It's piety.
I think he has a problem that's kind of similar to what we see with a lot of people who come to power as children and are controlled by stronger personalities early on, in that he was kind of a weak ruler, not really willing to assert himself, perhaps because he grew up under threat, so he never really felt comfortable taking charge. You could draw parallels with Liu Shan and a number of other monarchs who had a similar issue. Maybe Honorius among the Romans could be somewhat similar. Although I'd say Henry III is probably more competent than either of them.
Yeah, I don't think Henry III was stupid or anything. I don't think he was particularly incompetent. When it comes to his governing style, though, I think there's not much to admire there, and I think it has something to do with what you said. He always seemed to be more willing to make concessions than to defend the rights of the crown,
Yeah,
which is an issue because, well, I'll get into this a little. So when you're a medieval king, when you're a medieval king of England, trying to gather support for a foreign war, which Henry had to do on multiple occasions, rally support for a crusade, you have to raise money. You have to get people to come along with you to leave their lands for months at a time, years at a time, possibly. It's a huge investment. And so there are multiple ways you can do this. You can pretty much force them to, very difficult, or you can make certain concessions. Now, these concessions can be made in exchange for people coming along with you to fight, or in exchange for donations, or, tax revenue, really. But often lump sums. So what the crown would do, and this is something Henry III did especially, was it would go to people and give them exemptions in the future for revenue up front. Tell people, tell a local magnate, you don't have to be taxed on this or that property for the next X number of years or in perpetuity if you give me a lump sum now, if you give me the money up front, or if you come along with me to the war. This is a way of keeping people happy, of not having to clash with Parliament, not having to get into these years-long spats over revenue. But it reduces the amount of money the crown can take in the future. So by the time Edward takes over, the revenue is like a sieve. It's a minefield of exemptions, privileges. It's sometimes not even clear which privileges are held legitimately. So, in a certain sense, a weak king like Henry isn't just hurting themselves. In fact, they're actually helping themselves at the expense of future rulers.
Yeah, I mean, although if you are a baron, Henry III is a pretty cool king.
In what sense? Are you one of
And
the
that
ones
you
who
don't
gets
and that you
killed?
don't have to pay that many taxes.
No, yeah, I mean, if you're one of the people on the receiving end of these privileges, then it's great.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not particularly good news for the crown or the state
Right,
as such.
especially if you want to reclaim the lost territories in France, which Henry does, but he also doesn't want to have the confrontation with his nobles to actually raise the money to do it.
And you expect from somebody who backs off from conflict, who delays or prevents conflict in inconvenient ways to have a peaceful reign, and his reign is a mess toward
Yeah, I
the
think
end.
he came off as a little too um, giving when it came to his relations with the nobility, and so they definitely became a little too comfortable with telling him no or trying to strip down his powers even more. So they eventually forced him to fight, and
My impression is
unluckily for them, of course, Henry. By the time they start to challenge him, he has a son who doesn't take this kind of shit.
my impression isn't exactly that. My impression is more um you have these conflicts between the Lusignans and oh god, what's the name of the other Lusignans and Savoyards? Yes, the Savoyards, the Queen's
Yeah.
family, and these and you also have this incredibly expensive and of course since we know how it turns out failed effort to claim the crown of Sicily for the Plantagenets. And it's
Right.
expensive. These are he imposes a lot of taxes to try and make Edmund, not Edward, Edmund, um, king of Sicily. And
Yes.
Parliament refuses, and so he has to go around Parliament. He has to start pressing down on these local officials.
And not to mention the efforts he makes to try to get his brother to be the Holy Roman Emperor, which we'll get to when we talk about Richard of Cornwall.
Oh yeah, didn't that wait? So this is during the Imperial Interregnum.
Yeah. So Henry
Okay.
III mostly, I think, kind of gave up on asserting himself over the nobility. He was looking for kind of indirect means of gaining power on the continent and then flanking the French to regain his lost lands, such as Normandy. So I think that's kind of like his grand strategy. It really doesn't pan out that well, but I guess if you grow up but terrified of your nobles betraying you and siding with the French king and a French army landing in your country, I can understand why he approaches things the way that he does.
I wonder why the French never really took advantage of the the decade of civil war from
Well, I
roughly
wonder if it was
58
just.
to 68.
Well, I wonder if it was because of when Louis VIII landed with his army, and at first they're being welcomed. Then, as soon as John's gone and Henry's the new king, all the nobles kind of flocked back. So perhaps the French saw the English nobility as a little too fickle to put their faith in.
Perhaps a little too patriotic at this stage to put their faith in.
Yeah,
I
maybe a
mean,
little too patriotic, or I guess from their perspective, probably fickle though, because it's like, well, you promised you're gonna be on our side, and now you're rallying to some made up identity that only applies to the people you rule over.
it's although I think it was wise not to bring actual troops to play. For
Yeah,
attempts, I mean, there were. I mean, what I'm talking about is a major intervention with a large army. I mean, the negotiations between the king and the barons
right.
were arbitrated by Louis IX. Um, and they, in fact, the negotiations, Louis IX at points was more in favor of helping Henry regain his power because his priority was mostly crusading, wasn't so much on England.
Yeah. And I guess too another thing. Speaking of the patriotic rallying around the crown, Henry, from a pretty early time in his reign, perhaps even when his regents were still in power, Marshall will be in charge until 1819 when he dies. But or 1219, I don't know why 1819, 1219, a little bit different. Um,
Very
but
tremendous longevity.
yeah, so they will start to promote English native culture and try to build up that pride because maybe they recognize that's what saved their asses from Louis VIII. The other thing too, though, is that Henry will also embrace that more dramatically by naming his sons things like Edward and Edmund. So he's going to go back to these old Anglo-Saxon names.
Very
So
weird names from the
yeah,
perspective of the time.
right,
It would be like,
exactly.
um, what would be the equivalent, a modern day, if if King Charles, sorry, if let's say Prince William has another son and names him Ilford or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it's considered it was considered bizarre, and and Edward's named after Edward the Confessor,
Right. Yes.
who for some pretty
Also because Henry himself was a very pious man, I think.
precisely pious, peaceable. Um, do you want to just get in briefly to talk about like we've been alluding to this disastrous last 15 or so years of his
Yeah,
reign.
maybe
Um,
we should first
brief
cover
summary. Oh,
some of the successes before that because I guess up to
sure,
that
sure.
point things weren't that bad. Like under when he's under the tutelage of others like Hubert de Burgh and earlier William Marshall, um, the English would have some minor successes. They would defeat the Welsh, which granted most English rulers will defeat the Welsh in this period, and when they fight the Scots, they also tend to win, but still you have to go out and do it. So that was
Oh,
done.
what was the relationship like? I mean, I have quite a few notes on the relationship between England and Scotland in the 13th century, but specifically under Henry III. My impression was that he got along. England and Scotland were getting along
That's
rather
my
well.
impression too. He actually will have his sister marry Alexander II of Scotland, and then they will hammer out a treaty. The Scots will actually renounce all their claims in North England, and so that will give Henry a good relationship with Alexander II and Alexander III. And he'll also offer to marry his daughter to Alexander III, but that wouldn't quite pan out. But in terms of the Welsh relationship, that was a little different. Henry's actually on the offensive, and this is even after he takes personal charge, and he's going to conquer a lot more of northern Wales directly. So that was probably the biggest achievement of his reign overall, is adding territory in Wales.
Hmm.
But his campaigns in France, of course, will be underfunded, undermanned, and catastrophic.
Yes, they don't get much press. I couldn't find too much on them, but they seem to have been really, really bad.
Yeah, so the main thing was I know he went for Poitou on the continent. He was completely humiliated. And when he came home, Simon de Montfort was really after him and trying to limit his powers, effectively accusing him of incompetence.
De Montfort, in Henry's defense, de Montfort hated Henry III, and not just as a result of what'll happen between them, but just from the start, he believed from the very start that he and his wife were owed huge amounts of lands and monies by the crown.
Yes, that and
He was
he also
very
become
upset at Henry. Oh,
he also
sorry.
becomes extremely jealous when many of the Poitevin nobles will migrate to England after the Great Defeat, and then Henry will try to give them places at court. So de Montfort and others feel snubbed and like they're being pushed out for failures.
Yeah, and
So
I mean, he hates the Lusignan family. I think they're the Poitevin nobles. You're talking one of the big groups of them, at least. Um,
yeah,
and so the thing is, Montfort was Henry's governor in Gascony from 1249, and he felt, as governor of Gascony, that Henry was undermining him. That Henry wasn't giving enough help against the rebellions he faced. So all of this together, Montfort was a, an enemy of Henry from the get-go.
yeah. It's also worth mentioning. There's definitely a long-term trend, and this continues into the Hundred Years' War period, where there's a lot of hostility between the government in London and then the governors in Gascony. And mostly it's courtiers trying to poison the king's ear about whoever's governing down there and trying to limit their resources. So that's fairly that will become a fairly common problem going forward. So Henry will kind of be a trailblazer in that sense.
So the importance of Gascony is a lot of is it mainly just owning the port of Bordeaux? Is that one of
Probably
the
yes. I mean Bordeaux's definitely the key to it and the key to English access. But it's
no
really
the
the only thing they
Gascon?
have left right now.
Yes, yeah, it is. John lost everything else pretty much. He
Yeah, and
lost
also
Normandy.
it's a I guess I didn't realize it until recently, but even though the dynasty came from Normandy originally, Normandy's pretty much permanently lost. Even in the Hundred Years' War, they're not going to get it back. At least not really. They'll gain a lot of other stuff, but Normandy is kind of permanently gone after John.
It's colored red on the maps, but they don't control it nearly as thoroughly as Gascony. The English set their roots very, very deep in Gascony.
Yeah, Gascony will be the new sort of English capital on the continent for the rest of this whole period until the end of the Hundred Years' War. So all the way up to
Even
1453.
even after the Hundred Years' War, there will be people in Gascony who have fond memories of English rule.
Oh
There'll be
yeah, for
people in
sure.
Gascony who at times will openly yearn for a return of England to the region, and as late as the late 16th century. So I mean, it's um, yeah, Gascony's Gascony isn't loosely held, which
Yeah,
makes what happens to Edward Longshanks even more embarrassing. But I guess we'll get into that when we do.
yeah.
What I was wondering is, should I just give a quick rundown of like what actually happens, like just to give our audience an idea of how serious the chaos
Yes.
is?
Just
All right.
one little detail before you do that, though. I forgot to mention Simon de Montfort is Henry's brother-in-law. He's married to Henry's sister. So his challenge is not just a pissed off former governor of Gascony, it's from a member of the family.
Yeah. So 1258 is the year a lot of the trouble begins because a group of English nobles, Montfort among them, who are angry at the king for giving preferment to all these Poitevin nobles, they take over the government. The provisions of Oxford are that's their takeover of the government. They will basically decide royal policy, as they view it from here on out. Parliament was meeting 3 times a year, so that's 9 times with the Triennial Act. 400 years later, so they are in some ways even more radical than the Long Parliament under Charles I, and a council, a parliamentary council, will be appointing the keepers of the noble castle, the royal castle, and the distribution of lands. And Montfort comes to the head of this council. And so over the next decade, you have civil war on and off. On 2 occasions, London is occupied by forces hostile to the crown. One incident seeing the Queen and her entourage attacked by the citizenry of London. The king loses power, 1258, regains it, 1261, loses it again 2 years later, regains it in negotiations, then loses it again the next year, regains it in 1265 after the most famous events of this period, the really Simon de Montfort's takeover of England, 1264-65.
Right.
Where Montfort actually takes the king and his son and heir prisoner after defeating them in battle and cornering, I think Richard of Cornwall cornered him in a mill.
Yep.
Yes, and that was, people found that very funny, but crushed them in battle. Edward then escapes, leads his army against Montfort, turns some of Montfort's allies against him, and defeats him in the battle of the really savage battle at Evesham, where Montfort is hacked to pieces. And the king almost dies too.
Right, because Henry is actually dressed up as one of Montfort's knights, which is nuts.
That I bet Montfort. I mean, if Montfort could have pinned Henry III's death on his own son, be like, well, he was killed in battle fighting for the rights of, etc., etc. I mean,
it's like an evil plot out of like a Frank Herbert Dune novel. Like something like the Baron Harkonnen would set, like a trap the Baron Harkonnen would devise.
It's very Harkonnen.
So yeah, and of course it fails because eventually you have this random old guy who's like, "Hello, I'm your king," and so they spare him and he'll live several more years.
Yeah, I mean, Montfort gets literally cut to pieces, but there's 2 more years of mopping up because the peace settlement is too harsh for a lot of people. And the dispossessed nobles, the people who were the sons and cousins and the people who followed Montfort who get their lands taken, they want a better settlement. So they end up aligning with defectors from Edward's side, people who fought in the battle against them, and then they capture London. And it takes 2 more years of on and off fighting for them to be mollified. Essentially, they get better terms. And then, roughly late 1260s, this truly insane and confusing period of English history ends. What do you make of it?
Well, by the time the 1260s rolled around, I think it's safe to say Henry, because of age and not being a military man, was looking vulnerable. And so his opponents just went after him. And ultimately it took, because I think his son was kind of on the side of the reformers at first, that of course being the famous Edward Longshanks. But then the reformers went farther than he wanted to go, so he turns on them. So really what we just talked about was actually more Longshanks defending the throne and his father just kind of being there.
Is this a revolution?
It kind of was in a way. It's just a failed revolution, but
how far were they going to go?
That's a good question. I imagine if I had to try to make a parallel, if you look at what happens constitutionally in Eastern Europe and say Hungary and Poland, where power decentralizes more, whereas of course in Western Europe it centralizes in this time and starts to go to national monarchies. I imagine that had Henry III failed, that England might have gone with the more decentralized system, similar to Hungary.
So I mean,
had some pretty broad ramifications.
I mean, I guess it really, if let's say Montfort wins Evesham, then I suppose, I guess the question is, does he make himself king?
Well, I don't think he could make himself king. He could make his son king, though, because his sister would be, his wife would be Henry's sister. So he'd just need to kill Henry's kids and
Hmm.
then declare his own son to be king, and then he could be the regent. So it could have just been a simple power grab. Like maybe he doesn't have a different view of monarchy. So it might not have been. It might have been using the guise of a revolution for a simple coup. Um,
This seems like the sort of thing that people have probably studied. Because I know
I'm sure they
a
have.
lot of academic historians are obsessed with this idea of, so do we have primordial, all of these revolutionary movements we have in the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries, do we have primordial ancestors of them in the noble rebellions of the Middle Ages? And like,
Well,
it's a big controversy, especially with England. I mean, I've caught when I've
yeah,
been reading, I've caught glimpses
especially.
of that historiographical kind of struggle.
I guess especially in the wake of the Magna Carta, it's hard to not see that connection.
Now, Henry III reissues the Magna Carta, right?
Yes, I forget exactly when, but he will reissue it, and he also it's kind of like his reign in many ways. Is he's kind of trying to slowly, subtly undermine it, and then his nobles are watching him like a hawk. And so the idea, I think, part of the reason why they revolted was they thought that he was starting to undermine it too much, or at least that was their excuse. Um, but yeah, it's also interesting with Henry because clearly he was not what we'd call a strong leader. His main achievements are not super splashy, but he actually does have some achievements. So he builds a number of things like Westminster Palace is mostly him, Westminster Abbey, a number of other things, especially religious structures. And overall, I guess his biggest contribution in the end is that when he dies, English finances are in pretty good shape after being a complete mess when his father died. So even though he
Really? Are they?
apparently, yeah, apparently when Edward comes to power, he's got enough money to do most things. I mean, he's not rolling in the dough like say Henry II was, but he's also not completely impoverished. So
Things are kind of a little complicated. So what Edward does when he, I suppose we'll get into this, but what Edward does when he takes power is one of the first things he does is he tries to patch up these kind of gaps in the taxation system.
oh no, I
As
think yeah, partly that's for revenue, but also partly it's a political move to curb the power of the nobles who have proven that they can't be trusted. Um, but yeah, when Henry does die, he definitely England is stronger when he dies than when he came to power. That's for sure. Um, Even if it was a pretty bumpy ride the whole way for nearly half a century.
now Westminster Abbey was yes, that was constructed under his reign with at his direction, I
I think
believe.
so.
Yes, on his orders. Samantha, you ever been there?
I have not.
I'm pretty sure I was there. I was in England like 15 years ago. Um, I think I was there. If so, it was magnificent. If not, I wonder where I was.
Yeah.
I think I was 10.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of really impressive medieval buildings in England, but yeah, I mean, it's certainly a lasting legacy he created just by building that one thing. So
But
he's a guy.
Westminster, oh sorry, go ahead.
I was to say he's a guy who gets overlooked, but he did have an impact. And partly it's because of how long he ruled. The other thing I guess
Yeah,
to
this is
mention is he also was not that prepossessing of a person. Even though he was liked by a number of people because he was relatively easygoing, he was about like an average size guy, average build, and his only distinguishing feature is he had a somewhat droopy left eyelid. But otherwise,
hmm.
he'd blend right in with any crowd. Like he was not a presence like say Richard the Lionheart or something like that.
Now Westminster Palace, that was destroyed in the Great Fire, right?
Perhaps I actually am
Let me look,
not up on that.
this up. I don't believe it's extant, but it was apparently oh, sorry. I mean, there's the Palace of Westminster, which refers to. I mean, that's Parliament. That's not what I mean. What I mean is the palace built by Henry III.
Right.
Actually, I can just find this by typing in Edward I and going to his birthplace because I'm pretty sure he was born there. Just want to know. Palace of Westminster.
Yeah, he was.
This is the old Palace of Westminster.
Yeah, apparently, one of his
Uh,
nicknames was Henry of Winchester because he was born at the old Wessex capital of Winchester.
so what I'm seeing here is that the old Palace of Westminster, a fire broke out in 1834 after an overheated stove set fire to the House of Lords chamber. So Parliament was housed in the building constructed by Henry III.
So all the great events of the English Civil War took place in a building built by this guy, Henry III.
Let's see here.
So that's pretty
That
neat.
appears to be the case. Um, appear to be the case. Well, that's. Oh, and then oh, it's nice of him. William IV offered up Buckingham Palace to Parliament. Apparently, because he disliked Buckingham Palace, he wanted to get rid of it. All right.
Well,
Do you plan on doing any kings after the Plantagenets?
yeah, I mean, I think hopefully this stream will set us up for the future dynasties since, we're going to study the two guys who set up the next two subgroups of Plantagenets. Um,
Oh yeah,
so
yeah.
John of Gaunt will be the father of Henry IV, and then John Beaufort is, I believe, the great grandfather of Henry VII. So after today, we'll be set up to talk about the two cadet dynasties that come next.
Is there anything else I wanted to say about Henry III? I was thinking D, but
Same.
hearing what you said about reigning for. Sorry, let me check again. Uh, Reigning for over 50 years and leaving a sound fisc, leaving a sound treasury. I mean, that's the more you read about these kings, that's like, oh my god, that seems miraculous.
Yeah, I guess he also was pretty successful at keeping family members in line. I mean, Richard of Cornwall, I don't think he was perfectly loyal, but he was more loyal than not, which is something. And Edward,
There's,
was bristling a bit, but was more loyal than not.
I especially detect this with Oh yeah, sorry. So what are you thinking in terms of a ranking?
I was still thinking D because it was a pretty rough ride. I could maybe see a C for Henry as well, though. I feel like he's kind of your generic English king of this era in many ways.
Hmm. There are certain patterns with these kings. These reigns all seem to follow similar patterns, aside from the truly disastrous one or the super short ones. You have this usually initial burst of activity, followed by you've lost their goodwill. You're stepping on people's toes, and by the time you're dead, people are maybe not openly, but they're thinking it's been long enough. Kind of
Yeah.
like kind of like the U.S. presidency. I was thinking,
Or Roman emperors. A lot of times
or
when a
Roman.
new
Yeah.
emperor comes in, people are excited, and part of it's because the troops are going to get paid because they have the donatives when a new emperor comes in. But then over time, it's like, all right, tired of this. What's next?
Do you know about you strike me as the sort of person who gets interested in new things and then gets really into them, and I have a feeling that's where all this English history stuff is coming from. Is that a correct assessment?
Sort of. I taught a class on this last
Oh
fall,
yeah.
so that helped a lot when it came to sort of forcing me to look at this a lot more than I had up to this point. It's something I've always wanted to look into. It's just I'd never had time until I was forced to do it for a class. So,
If you ever get into Islamic history, you will love the anarchy of Samarra.
oh yeah,
Because the anarchy of Samarra is you have the caliphs in Baghdad who have instituted a policy whereby their uh, slave soldiers get donatives at the beginning of each reign, and so the Turkic slave soldiers keep murdering the caliphs for donatives. Um,
now that sounds like something the legions would do.
Yes, it's very Roman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why donatives turn out to be a really bad idea.
It's another it's a policy. It maybe it collapses much more dramatically than these all of these various privileges and exemptions the English monarchy would give away around this time period, but it has the same effect of rotting a system.
Right.
I think what I something I admire about Edward Longshanks is he does the painful job of halting this rot and of at least attempting to regularize the revenue
Right.
at expending tremendous amounts of political capital to do so. Um, but anyway, his less interesting debt, actually, in my opinion, less interesting. Might not be yours, but I was thinking C.
Yeah, the more we've talked about it, the more I can see a C for Henry. I mean, because I guess we have to think about the totality of his reign. I feel like maybe most people are interested in the parts where there's a lot of action, so it'd be the very chaotic beginning, and then the last 15 years where things the wheels come off. But if we look at his reign as a whole, it's not that bad. So for
Yeah.
35 years of it were pretty smooth or smoothish.
He's not extraordinary, but I don't think he's as bad as I thought when I started doing the reading for this.
Yeah, I feel like he's
Um,
kind of like I said. I think he's a generic king in that he's as good as the people around him, and that's about it.
was he good? Was he particularly good at taking advice?
My impression
That
is that he always was pretty dependent on advice, and he was usually open to it. He also wasn't a hard man in terms of really either chewing people out or firing them or whatever for giving advice he didn't like. So he was known for having a fairly gentle temperament, meaning he would be easier to advise than most.
um yeah. He's also more interesting. He's not he didn't blow me away, but he's more interesting than I expected too.
Same, yeah. I was expecting him to be a slog to get through, but he wasn't that bad.
I mean, he reigns longer than anyone until George III.
Something like that, yeah. And I guess of course, Edward the Third also had a very lengthy reign.
Yeah,
But
actually, let's see. Oh yeah, Edward's in there for. Oh, well, Edward's only in there for 50 years. Henry the Third's in there for much longer.
yeah, although I guess to
Not
be
much
fair
longer,
to,
but years, several years longer.
I mean, to I guess another thing we forgot to mention with Henry the Third. I guess most people their regency ends when they turn about 16 or so, but his didn't end until he was 26.
That does not speak tremendously well to his vigor
Right.
and
But it
character.
also speaks to his pliability, though, and his
Yeah.
willingness to, work with and a team of advisors. Which I think, to be fair to Henry, I think he was aware of the fact that he's not a world-beating talent, and he didn't try to be, which was the smart move.
Yeah, only 50. Nevertheless, uh, yeah, I'm willing to go with D. I'm willing to go with C.
Yeah, I'm
But
feeling generous
certainly
with
no
Henry.
All right, C.
I mean,
Good for you.
he also
Win.
stands out a little bit because unlike most of these other guys, he's the one person we have evidence for. It's like, you know what? Not a terrible guy on a personal level. And
Maybe
also,
Edward III,
yeah, maybe.
among the kings at least.
And then, of course, we have Henry's younger brother, and that would be
Oh,
Richard of. Oh, we put him
where
in
have we
C.
put Henry of Winchester? All right,
Yeah.
Henry III.
Yeah, so we have his younger brother, Richard of Cornwall, also known as King of the Romans. But, I mean, in the historiography, as you know, his most famous name is Corndick.
What?
Yeah, that's what everybody calls him.
Are you serious?
No, I just made that up. But anyway, he's a true Plantagenet in the sense that unlike Henry, he's someone who is never content and always looking for trouble. Sometimes he's an aid to his brothers, sometimes he is treacherous. So
How much younger is he?
I don't know. I don't think he's much younger though. But anyway, he was pissed off that he was not the elder son. I think that's very clear from everything he does in his life. Um, Henry, from an early age, from an early period, will try to accommodate him. He'll make him Lord of Cornwall. At the time, this is one of the wealthiest regions. So Richard is not only the second most powerful man in England, but he's stronger than most of the other lords in Europe. So he's actually one of the, if you were just looking below the ranks of kings, Richard would be one of the strongest noblemen on the continent. But that wasn't enough for him. He also is the nominal Count of Poitou from 1225 to 1243. He commands many of those campaigns when his brother is on the throne. He also will marry a woman from the Marshall family from his first marriage. And the problem with that is that the Marshall family, after William's death, becomes hostile to Henry when Henry starts to look to other advisors aside from their family. So Henry and others understood that what Richard was doing was potentially a little bit treasonous, and it was a political statement to align himself with a family that was hostile to the king. Then in 1238, probably just out of boredom more so than anything else, Richard will actually revolt and march on Henry. And he'll say the reason is that his brother's marriage to Eleanor of Provence was illegitimate because it had not been properly approved as he saw it. So Richard will come out and challenge Henry in the field. Henry will retreat into his castle, and then he will offer Richard the chance to go on crusade. And Richard will say, "All right, I'll do that instead." So
Does he?
this is
Does he go on a crusade?
yeah, he goes on a crusade called the
Oh,
Barons' Crusade. And it's not very eventful. So Richard and the other guys who go with him, they go and they refortify the city of Ascalon. They reclaim a fair amount of territory in Outremer, but there are no battles in that campaign. So the Islamic forces will not give them an open battle. And then he comes home around 1241. But in the meantime, he actually will marry Eleanor's sister, Sanchia. So he will marry, I think, the sister of Henry's wife. So they will now be married to two sisters.
most is subject. Do you think Eleanor and Henry didn't have the papal dispensation to marry?
Uh, I don't know. It's probably something like that. He must have had some kind of a case for Henry to be willing to just let bygones be bygones and give him money for a crusade. But I don't know enough about canon law and different things
Seems
like
kind of
that.
like rewarding bad behavior. If you ask
Yeah,
me.
and I think it might be one of the things the barons are looking at, and they're like, "Huh, well, as soon as my treasury's full in a few years, see what kind of mischief I can get into." Um, so Pope Innocent IV will also try to offer Richard the throne of Sicily because he wanted to get rid of the Hohenstaufen dynasty, but Richard said that's a fool's errand, and he actually stated in a letter, "You might as well say, 'I will sell or give you the moon. Rise up and take it.'" And after that, the papacy got pissed off and they offered it to his nephew instead, which of course we'll talk about with Edmund Crouchback.
And
A few
the
years,
Hohenstaufens were. Oh, sorry, they were sitting on Jerusalem too at this point, right?
possibly. I'm actually not sure.
Is
I don't know too much about their
Supermundi?
dynasty.
All right. Anyway, I'll stop.
So, 1257, he will get a title that he felt was a little bit more attainable, a little closer to home, the Holy Roman Emperor. So his wife will have some diplomatic outreach, and he actually will win 5 of the 7 electors to get the title. But as we alluded to earlier, I guess you did, this was during the interregnum of the mid 13th century, where the title of Holy Roman Emperor was pretty useless and was not really something that commanded obedience. He also had a powerful rival, Alfonso of Castile, who refused to accept that he lost, and he also called himself emperor. And so, because neither one of them had any actual power, this actually won't result in any kind of war. The only thing that I guess is hostile is that they both toured Germany and claimed to be king, and they both will hold feasts and things, but neither of them have enough solid support to actually put together armies and fight. So it's kind of a big joke in many ways. He'll actually visit 4 different times to enjoy, having people kiss up to him, but mostly he actually still lives in Cornwall, and he's his brother's right hand mostly. He also will fight during the Second Barons' War, as we mentioned. He gets captured at Lewes, which is during the windmill incident where he's trying to hide and gets called out. Um, he then, in 1271, will learn that his son and heir, Henry of Almaine, had been murdered by his nephews. So remember, the Montforts were married into this family, but his nephews, Guy and Simon de Montfort the Younger, actually murder his son. And apparently that drove him into a fit of rage, and he seems to have had a big stroke, and then he died right around this time at the age of 63.
Wow.
So what do you think
So they,
about Corndick?
well, you said the Holy Roman, the King of the Romans stuff was a joke. Now, so just to be clear, I'm not super up on this. King of the Romans is you are elected, but you haven't made the trip to Italy to be crowned by the Pope. Is that right?
Well, I think King of the Romans was an alternative way to say Holy Roman Emperor. I think
Okay.
maybe that's like a title the English preferred, because I know there are a few of these labels that are based on English preference, such as John of Gaunt, the city. The English called it Gaunt, but the locals called it Ghent.
Oh, Ghent, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's one of those issues where they, because I mean, in England there's a king, not an emperor, so they probably just say, "Oh, King of the Romans," rather than
Oh, well,
yeah.
because
So
he would outrank he would
right,
take precedence over his brother.
and you
So what I'm
can't
seeing
have
here,
that.
though, is what I'm seeing here, though, is Rex Romanorum, title originally referred to a German king between his election and coronation as Holy Roman Emperor. Anyway, you called the whole King of the Romans thing a joke, and it was a bit of a joke. It seems to have been a tremendously expensive joke because he had to
Yes,
actually bribe those. He had to bribe those electors.
right, and I guess if he had been able to restore the power of the empire and actually been a legitimate emperor, it would have been worth it. But I think part of the reason why the electors were looking for outsiders like Richard and Alfonso is because they knew they couldn't project enough power to make good on their title. So they wanted a weak emperor, just like how the barons in England wanted a weak king.
I'm not. I'm not very impressed by Richard of Cornwall. What do you think?
I think he's kind of an example of an average brother. More ambitious than most, but not super loyal. But at the same time, he's not an outright traitor. He does do some useful service, or at least tries to.
Or at least doesn't cause too much damage.
Yeah, I mean, for me, he's kind of an average Plantagenet.
Um, so sorry, Henry of Almaine, was he his only son? I mean,
I don't know actually. I don't think this branch will do anything else that I'm aware of. So it's possible that Henry of Almaine was his only son. Either that, or this branch just kind of fell into obscurity, and there were branches with better claims.
yeah, it looks like that. Looks like everyone predeceased him. That's sad.
Yeah, he does have a little bit of tragedy in his life, especially
The
toward the end.
this murder of Henry of Almaine. This is the Montfort sons are in exile in Italy, and isn't it? Don't they like murder him in a church or something?
That
There's
sounds right.
there's at least going to be one church murder, and I'm sure everybody knows which one that'll be in this live stream. But
Well, then there's also I want to say, and I maybe I'm misremembering because I didn't put this in my notes, but I want to say too that Richard actually had a better relationship with the De Montforts than Henry did, and so I think he actually liked his nephews. So when they actually murder his son, it's a straight up personal betrayal, not just you know love and war or whatever.
what I'm seeing here is while attending mass at San Silvestro in Viterbo. So yeah, he was at mass, and
Oh
it's
man,
mentioned in Divine Comedy. That's why Guy de Montfort is in the seventh circle, hell, because of the Henry of Almaine murder.
I wonder what those poor Italian people at the ceremony thought when these crazy Englishmen started killing each other in the church.
You know what they probably thought? The English had a pretty bad reputation in
Like,
Europe
these are mercenary
for
captains.
being brawlers, drunks. Uh, there was this reputation of them as barbaric. I believe there were some places in Europe where they thought the English had tails,
Yeah.
and
I,
so they probably just rolled their eyes like some English bullshit.
yeah, from what I understand too, is like
Uncivilized.
in the early Renaissance, most Italians, when they thought of England, they just thought of people like John Hawkwood and other mercenary captains. That was kind of like their idea of what an Englishman was. Just a brutish
Say,
soldier for hire.
I'd say, I mean, I guess wasn't that sort of during the Renaissance? That was sort of the Italian view of anybody north of the Alps. But I
That's
think
true.
England's international reputation gets a bit of a boost through. They don't lose their reputation for brutality in the Hundred Years' War, far from it. But it's clear that England is not not some backwater. They will regain the status of backwater when they
Right.
lose the Hundred Years' War, but they'll at least have that moment where they're regarded as tremendously serious
Well,
and
I guess,
significant power.
and I guess even though they're seen as a cultural backwater, and I want to say somebody told me recently that England in the field of music had a reputation up until probably the 18th century, or maybe the 19th even, for being about 20 years behind the continent on musical innovation.
There's no one between Purcell and what's his face, Elgar, and you can't count Handel because he's German.
Yeah.
So like no, there is England. This isn't to bash England. I don't mean to bash England. Wonderful country, lovely country, lovely people.
And they make up, I guess they
But they
make
do
up
have.
for a lot of that when once the scientific revolution hits, because
Oh
they
my God,
then,
yeah.
spring into the lead all of a sudden with,
I
Isaac
might add
Newton.
their food is nowhere near as bad as people say. I think
Right.
it's a slander against the English.
Especially when they
That's my
started stealing all the food from India.
yeah, but even before then, Europe has plenty of native spices they can use. I mean, it's not as rich as the palate would become, but it can very good cuisine can be built off the stuff they had even before discovering the Americas.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean,
no, it
I
is
have no
hard to
doubt.
imagine Italy without the tomato.
Right. Um, so how do you want to rank Richard of Cornwall?
D, not clearly not great, but not disastrous. Not I think you have to I always mix these up. I guess empathize with somebody who systems of primogeniture are not a golden ticket to success. They leave people behind, and Richard of Cornwall, and you always have, I don't know whether to call it a complex, but something psychological happens with these younger sons. Um, and, primogeniture is probably a better system than partability. That's why England and Scotland are so much more successful than Wales and Ireland. But
Yeah.
you end up with an excess of men um, uh, in these powerful families,
Right.
and very few people deal with that well.
And I guess
Richard doesn't
too.
seem to have dealt with that disastrously.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Richard kind of got over it eventually, sort of, but he never quit entertaining some delusions of grandeur. Clearly, with his attempt to become Holy Roman Emperor. Although, I mean, I do have to give him credit for having the sense to see that Sicily was too far away.
That's a funny quote. Where'd you find that?
I forget where I saw it. I want to say it was in the Dan Jones book on the Plantagenets.
Oh yeah, I don't have that. I saw it in a bookstore recently, but I
It's pretty
had a bunch
good.
of other things working off.
It's also one, if you have the Libby app, you can usually get it on there. You might have to wait about 4 to 6 weeks, but it makes for a pretty good audiobook. So
I I read his I read his book. I think he's the one. He wrote this book about the War of the Roses. It has
yes,
this unintentionally hilarious line. It's like Edward the Fourth was the most capable monarch England had enjoyed since Henry V. It's just you could just say Henry VI was awful. That's the only one between them.
yeah. Well, I mean I guess that's a polite way to put it without completely trashing Henry VI.
It's a true statement. Just Yeah. Anyway,
I mean, you could also just say, for the first time since Henry V, England had a king.
yes, it's a even more impolite way of putting it.
Yeah. I was trying to
We'll
be a
get to
little
Henry
bit more
VI.
subtle, but I guess I was actually way less, so I guess that
Yeah.
failed horribly, but whatever. But I mean, Henry VI, I don't think there are too many Henry VI defenders in the world. I'm sure there's got to be at
I
least one somewhere,
I can
but
I can give it a shot when we can move on to the Lancasters.
yeah, we can rehabilitate Henry VI. Um, Speaking of somebody we won't have to rehabilitate because he actually has pretty decent number of achievements, that'd be Edward I Longshanks. And of course, his nickname comes from the length of his legs. And in many ways, when they refer to the length of somebody's legs, that's just a way to say that they're tall. Um, Edward was about 6'2", and he was tall, athletic, imposing. He also was known for having a temper. Interestingly enough, he actually was sickly as an infant and not expected to survive, but he did obviously recover and grew up to be a very large, healthy man. In fact, in many ways, from what I've read, he actually sounds like he resembled Richard the Lionheart physically, except that he did inherit his father's drooping eyelid. But otherwise, if you just look at a picture of Richard the Lionheart, that's probably about what Longshanks looked like in his prime. But I would say that Lionheart's a pretty good nickname, but Hammer of the Scots, which will be Longshanks' other nickname, I think probably is better. Although, if it were up to me, I'd probably call him Hammer of the Welsh. Because,
He was a hammer of everybody.
yeah, but especially the
But
Welsh.
Malleus Scatorum rolls off the tongue. He was actually it's also referred to as a Maccabee. It's a little ironic given how much he disliked Jews of England.
Right. And I mean, to be
Um,
fair, like all these kings are anti-Semitic to one degree or another. Henry
yeah, yeah.
III
I
also
think
had
Edward.
some.
Yeah. Oh, Henry III certainly. I think Edward the First probably.
Because
Probably
like Henry allowed some anti-Semitic stuff, but then I think when de Montfort took over, Henry had to roll it back. 'Cause he's like, "Whoa, you went a little too far there."
Well, De Montfort was so anti-Semitism and specifically confiscating Jewish property was a way of currying favor with the nobles,
Yes.
especially the middle rank of the nobility. So not local sheriffs, but not the huge magnates either, but some of them too.
From what I understand
Because
too,
there's a
it was like a really common tactic if a king got deeply in debt to start stirring up anti-Semitic sentiment, and then he would only offer his protection to the Jewish community if the bankers there would, cancel some of the debt or lower his interest rates.
yeah, I remember there's some kind of complex um so of course, according to church law, you're not supposed to be charging interest on loans. There were ways around this. I think one of the reasons Jews were so frequently employed wasn't just to skirt this, but also because there's another way to get your money back if you can't pay, which is throw
Just
them
take
out,
it by
confiscate
force, yeah.
property, kill them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
so they definitely took advantage of that. And I guess it was a useful tool to have when most of these kings are not very good at managing money.
but of course, Edward kills the golden goose by ending the Jewish presence in England until Cromwell, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, he
Okay.
expels the Jews from
I did
England.
not come
Oh,
across that.
1290, I think. And there's no large Jewish population in England again. I think there may be individual Jews who crop up in London, but until the Republic. Uh, no, but this is no, this is not. This doesn't set Edward so much apart, but I think with I don't know. There's so much to say with Edward. There's just so much to say about this guy. What I was looking for when I was leafing through that book there was you were talking about his temper, and there's this great moment where this is toward the end of his reign when he's having a lot of money problems, as he confronts one of these lords and says, "You will pay me the tax, or you will hang." and this lord says, I will neither pay nor hang," which is a great line. As it happens, he doesn't hang. Edward was just being dramatic.
Yeah, I get the impression that Edward had a penchant for dramatic delivery of every line that he said.
Main characters often do.
Yeah. Um, and also, he's a guy who does have some political evolution, because I think we mentioned last in our discussion of Henry III that at first he actually was fairly friendly with the nobles who wanted to, enforce the Magna Carta and restrict the king's power. And it appears that, like a lot of teenagers, he looked at his dad and said, "Yeah, my dad's kind of dumb." But then over time, he's like, "Wait, hold on, I'm gonna be king one day. I better make sure the crown has power." So he apparently had a teenage rebellion phase when he was, a smartass, and then he got on board with protecting his family's interest a little later. And so he helped in a little bit to sow the seeds of that big crisis. And then he, of course, will be the guy who mostly deals with it militarily, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
Um,
So do you want to start talking a little about him? I guess we could do this chronologically, or talk about him as a general,
um,
military,
maybe
and then
chronologically, because
chronologically. All right.
I feel like his story is pretty epic. He'd make a great
Yeah,
miniseries. Um,
it would.
so my favorite thing is, so he fought really well at Luz, which of course was a defeat, and he actually will chase off the enemy in his area. So he wins his part of the battle, but his father and uncle get captured.
Mhm.
So he's forced to surrender, and then he becomes a prisoner. And then he befriends the de Montforts. So he convinces them, like, "Hey, I know I have to be in your custody, but why don't we go riding? Let's go hunting." And so he wins over their trust. And then he's like, "Hey, I like horses. You like horses. Let's see which of these horses is the fastest. Let's ride these around." And eventually he figures out which horse is the fastest, and just is like, "All right, I'm out of here. See you later." And that's how he escapes. um, so he must have been a pretty charming guy to be able to talk them into this, because this seems like an obvious ruse. But he just talked them right into it, rode off, started raising a rebellion in Wales, and then he's playing cat and mouse with the younger de Montfort. And then he finds Simon Sr. holed up at Evesham Abbey. And so what he'll do is he'll take some stolen standards. So he approaches Simon Sr.'s stronghold as if he's Simon Jr. And then at the last minute, he unveils, "Actually, I'm Prince Edward." And then he attacks. And so he gets them by surprise, and he's able to storm the city. Even though he only has a 3-1 numerical advantage, which, if you're trying to storm a city, is not really enough, actually, unless you have surprise. Um, and of course, that's when Simon Sr. will pull out the "I'm going to dress Henry III up like a knight and throw him in the front line." But of course, I think Edward had the better ruse, because his works, and he captures Evesham. His dad doesn't die. It's a very hard fought battle, though, despite the fact that it was kind of over before it started. Edward will be in charge of dealing with the prisoners. He pretty much executes all of them. And then he sends his dad home to recover, and he keeps kicking ass.
You've probably heard the phrase. I don't know. I don't remember who it came from first. "Murder of Evesham for battle it was not."
I
You've heard
have
that
heard
before?
that phrase. I
Yeah.
didn't remember it, but you're right. That makes sense.
Uh, yeah.
Pretty apt
So it's
description.
considered shockingly brutal. Edward's treatment of the Montforian nobles. And in some ways, it kind of backfires, because there's a couple more years of fighting, partly as a result of how harsh the treatment is, how harsh the settlement is. But this is the thing about these battles. I think we talked about this last time too, but it's really hard to have a battle if one side doesn't want it.
Yeah,
And yet
usually.
Edward, and really the skill here is Edward is at, I believe he fights 4 field battles in his life, which is not a small number, even for somebody in his time, not a small number, even for somebody who is frequently on campaign, who spends much of his life in military pursuits. And each time, I believe, and I might be a little off because I don't know as much about the military history of his campaigns in Wales, he manages to bring um, very large forces to bear against much smaller enemy forces and not permit them to escape. Part of his skill is getting there with more troops and preventing the enemy from fleeing into a nearby castle fortification. And two
Yes.
of the three times he does this, the big battles he fights Lewis, Evesham, Falkirk, two of the three times it's a decisive, crushing victory for Edward.
Yeah, and he's not the kind of guy that Maherbal could tell you don't know how to use a victory, because every time he wins, it creates devastation. Like at Evesham, for instance, 300 families lose either their the person in charge of the family or their heir. So 300 families were ruined by the Battle of Evesham. And that, of course, pisses off the nobility, causes a revolt. Edward will put it down pretty brutally. He also will actually fight a duel as part of this campaign after Evesham. And he wins, of course, because he's a massive guy. And he's also really good with a sword. So later on, Henry will sort of give a lot of these guys their lands back. So Henry will override what Edward did and say, okay, you guys who lost your lands, you can have them back for a steep fee, obviously. And then he also will grant, of all people, Llewellyn ap Gruffudd feudal lord status, despite the fact that he had backed the de Montforts vigorously. And later on, the person who will have to deal with that problem will be King Edward, because he will inherit that problem, and he'll be fighting Llewellyn ap Gruffudd for many years.
Do you want to talk briefly about Llewellyn?
I don't know that much about Llewellyn. All I know is that he's kind of the main opponent in many ways of Longshanks.
All right,
And it's a one-sided rivalry in many ways, but it's still an intense one.
So Llewellyn, yes, but Llewellyn manages to win some pretty impressive victories against the Marcher Lords, against some of Edward's armies. He ends up defeated by Edward. I found a shocking statistic, okay? So just to emphasize how unequal the struggle is between England and Wales. So by around 1270 or so, Edward is, and to the Kingdom of England in general, Edward himself is taking in £10,000 a year of customs revenue. Okay, so that's import dues.
Yeah.
A measure of the extent of English commerce. All right, how many pounds of customs revenues do you think Llewellyn is taking in?
Over in Wales, I'm trying to think. It can't be much. I would say 500 at most.
17 pounds.
Wow. Okay, it's even worse than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Wales is very poor. It's also politically disunited, in large part because of the inheritance rules. Do you know about this stuff? It's kind of interesting, actually.
I don't know much about the Welsh inheritance laws.
So it's very similar to what they had in Ireland. So it's partability. Essentially,
Oh.
in order to prevent violence, in order to prevent the problem with primogeniture, as we talked, it's that the younger sons, you have to throw them into the church or hope they don't try and turn everything over because they don't get stuff. But the good side of primogeniture is that it keeps property in the family, and in the case of the Plantagenet family, that property is England, the English throne at least. But in Wales and in Ireland, when a male dies, his property is divided in order to prevent violence, divided among the male relatives. This means that these Welsh principalities have a tendency to grow smaller and smaller and smaller. Whereas in Scotland and England, not only do the magnates maintain their power, but the kingdom itself, it has a tendency to remain united. Whereas in Ireland and Wales, these native principalities have the tendency to just shatter or fall into civil war because there's no primogeniture.
Huh.
So what the Welsh do have, though, is these wars are being fought in. The English go in there. Frequently, English armies will disappear in the Welsh wilderness, in the mountains, the forests. They'll go in there, they'll get massacred. They'll be wiped out. So the English, this conquest Edward embarks upon, eventually after Llewellyn rebels a couple times, is slow. It involves building castles, fortifications, being tremendously cautious and vigilant. Yeah. Anyway, thought you might find that interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Um, yeah, no, it takes them multiple generations to subdue the Welsh. The Welsh are very resilient. And of course, there will be revolts long after Longshanks. But I guess, would it be safe to say that Longshanks probably does more than any other English monarch to subdue Wales? Because, I mean, I guess they
Yes.
all make their contributions, but I feel like he's the main guy.
I think without a doubt.
Yeah.
He
Um,
conquers Wales. Yeah.
yeah. So by the end of the 1260s, Wales is pretty much conquered for the time being. Longshanks is now bored. He hears that Louis IX of France is planning a crusade for 1270, and he's by now a 28-year-old. He's bored, and he's looking to squeeze the absolute maximum out of his prime. So he
Hmm.
tells his dad, "I'm going on crusade." He also goes with his wife, by the way, even though they already have 3 kids, and the kids just stay behind by themselves. So Edward and his wife go. This crusade will turn out to be a disaster because Louis will die of disease early on. His successor, Philip III, will then just go home because he'll say, well, God clearly doesn't like our design, so he'll go back to Sicily. The fleet gets all smashed up. Edward will then go forward with pretty much none of the French and land in Outremer. And at this point, Outremer's been reduced to more or less the city of Acre. So there aren't any local troops to draw upon, at least not enough to fight a major battle. So really going after any major objectives is out of the question. All he can do is try to negotiate on behalf of the local Christians with the Mongols. So he spends most of his time sending messages back and forth. And in the meantime, an assassin comes after him and inflicts a really nasty wound with a poison blade to his hip. But, going after Edward with a knife is dangerous, and Edward will kill this assassin and recover over time, although it actually takes a long time. It takes months from the heal, and he requires the services of a lot of surgeons. In the meantime, his position gets shored up because other troops show up. So his brother actually will show up, Edmund Crouchback. So that will help keep Edward safe while he's trying to get home. In the meantime, news arrives that his father's died, and so Edward and his brother start traveling back home to England. In the meantime, one of Edward's good friends, Robert Burnell, will govern England. And Edward, because of his wound, wants to only arrive back in England when he's fully healed because he doesn't want to show weakness. So he actually won't arrive back in England for about 2 years. So he doesn't get back there until August 1274. And this will give him technically a 35-year reign, but really 33 because he's absent for the first 2. This will be a period of pretty much nonstop reform and military success. And that being said, he is kind of like the poster child of the Plantagenets for having a very fearful temper. He apparently once managed to frighten someone to death because he was in a fit of rage and the guy just died of fright.
Wasn't
Uh,
that wasn't that a major prelate in the church? Was that maybe the Archbishop of Canterbury?
I don't know.
I have a feeling probably not. But I actually this crusade, it wasn't. It was a mess, but they had a plan. Squeeze the Mamluks between ourselves and Halegu, the Mongol Khan who had just sacked Baghdad.
Yeah, the Ilkhanate leader,
So I mean,
yeah.
there's a plan there. It's just, um,
Well, the French fucked it up.
yeah, the French screwed it up because you can't really squash someone between two forces if one of those forces is just a few hundred English knights.
Exactly. So he
Um,
got pretty unlucky there. That's really, I guess, I'd say that's probably his worst campaign, and it's not his fault at all.
hmm. Is that his worst campaign? Maybe.
I mean,
It's
unless we're
not his
counting
worst
ones,
moment. It's
unless
not
we're
his worst
counting
moment.
ones under like his son or one of his generals, one of the Marcher Lords. But in terms of
Oh
Edward in
gosh, no,
person,
no.
uh,
There are a number of disasters in Wales. There's very famous disaster in Scotland under his watch, but those aren't. But if we mean directly commanded by him, this is probably his least successful military
yeah.
campaign.
So I mean, I guess that's a problem because the individual success he's able to have, he's not able to replicate with his sub commanders.
But
But I mean, that's a common problem.
yeah, Acre holds though.
It
It wasn't.
does.
I mean, and Babers would take it No, it would actually wouldn't it be wouldn't it would be someone after baby. It would be 32 years or so for Acker Whitwell. Something
Sounds
like that.
right. Yeah, I can't
And yeah,
recall right offhand.
he survives that assassination attempt from the Nizari assassins, who are, I mean, we talked about them a little bit last time, but they are a religious sect. They're Nizaris, so they're not Sunni. They're Shia. They're not normal 12er Shia either.
Oh,
And they were confined to all these castles in the Elburz in northern Iran and a few in Syria. And because they were in the midst of Mongol invasions, Sunni revival, crusaders, they didn't really field armies. They would hang out in the castles and send out assassins and stuff. Um, but anyway,
yeah. So, once now he's back, he also was known not only for having a really bad temper, but also for turning on a dime, changing his mind very rapidly. And so he was pretty unpredictable. I imagine it would be very stressful to work for Edward. That being said, his detractors never denied that he was good at what he did or that he was fierce, but they said that he's more of a leopard than a lion, which I guess is supposed to mean that he's more just vicious than noble. Um, he will establish a lot of castles in Wales, as you mentioned earlier. He'll leave marcher lords there in the early 1280s, especially. Famously, he establishes Caernarfon Castle in Wales, which will become pretty iconic. It'll also be the birthplace of the sun and a few other English monarchs after this, I believe. He
I didn't.
will. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so this will be kind of his major architectural contribution. Um, he actually was intending to do a crusade all the way up until about 1890 or so, but
You
ultimately
mean
that
12? Do you mean 1290?
1290. Why do I keep? I guess we've done so many
Why do you
live
keep doing that,
streams.
man?
We've had so many live streams about the 19th century. I guess
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
probably
yeah.
why.
In Mexican,
Um,
Mexican.
uh, anyway, because usually when I'm not on live streams, I never really think or talk much about the 19th century. So it's kind of, I guess it's just the setting, maybe. Um, anyway, so Edward will give up on that idea around 1290 because he knows that he will need peace on the continent before he can launch an army that far away. So he kind of just says, "All right, I guess that'll never happen for me."
Well, well, he gives up on it specifically. Well, he gives on it specifically because of something kind of insane that happens in 1294. Um, but
Yeah, we'll get there in a
if we're
second.
yeah,
The
if we're talking about domestic policy, one of the things he did that was, in some ways, somewhat modern is he would go around demanding documentation for all these, because you have all these locales have their own privileges and exemptions. They feel they have these ancient rights, some of them conferred by monarchs, but if it isn't written down, Edward rejects it. This is the quo warranto. Quo warranto,
Ah,
by what warrant, by what right. So the
ah,
royal officials would be sent out, go around. You claim that you don't have to pay tax on this chunk of land. Quo warranto. By what right do you say such a thing? By what right do you deny the king his rightful due? So he simultaneously, of course, pisses a lot of people off and manages to somewhat. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to say how successful this was because he's at war all the time. So much of this money is being spent up. Uh,
right.
but
Yeah,
but
I mean,
it's an
I guess
attempt
it's
to
pretty.
rationalize the tax. It seems kind of like a modern, almost like modernization. But
Yeah, although it could just be that he needed money, so he had to get creative, and it wasn't really a systematic thing. It was just necessity.
there was a systematic. There, it was thorough. that's
Well,
that's
I feel
that's
like
what I'll
pretty much
say.
everything he did was thorough, though. He was, I mean, for all the turning on a dime and losing his temper, I mean, he's clearly someone who has a plan and always sees it through. And usually his plans involve a nice massacre or two thrown in. Um, but yeah, so 1290. Also, another thing happens in his life. His wife Eleanor dies, and he will go through a period of pretty deep grief. As we mentioned, he's a fairly dramatic guy. He will leave large crosses at all the places where a funeral cortege visits. But then in 1294, as you alluded to, he will get sucked into a war on the continent with the French because there was a war that had already broken out between English and Norman privateers. And in retaliation, the French say, England, I know you're behind this, so I'm confiscating Gascony. So the
It's
French.
actually it's way stupider than that. That's it's sort of that, but there's some spicy detail here actually about the whole Gascony thing. Um, do you mind if I go into
Yeah,
that a
go
little
ahead.
bit? I think you'll find it amusing. So England and France in 1294 are trying to make a deal to settle this really war, the private war being waged, and this is like I think there's a number of battles went off La Rochelle where I think the English win and they murder all the French merchants. So the idea is to settle the dispute. Philip IV, Edward I, essentially come up with this proposal. Edward gives up temporarily. They do what's called surrender and regrant. Because Edward holds Bordeaux and the rest of Gascony in homage to Philip as King of France, he gives up these lands as a gesture. They will be, with the understanding, they will be regranted immediately. So this is a the idea is this will be a reassertion of Philip's right as overlord for these Gascon lands. In exchange, Edward gets to marry Philip's 15-year-old sister, Margaret. So what happens is they send Edmund to negotiate the deal. And during the deal, Edmund is realizing, wow, the French really hate us. Is this really going to go through? He gets pressured by Edward to go ahead with the deal. And the King of France, Philip V, is like, oh, my counselors they're just playing tough. We really love you, English. You're our cousins and all that. And so, against what may well have been his better judgment, Edmund signs on to Edward's deal. And the English officials in Gascony are horrified, but they do as they're told, and the French march in. But they don't leave. So Edward gets scammed out of Gascony. So without a fight, he gives it up on some understanding that they would that it would be granted back with all the rights restored. The king, Edward loses it. He went, quote, red, furious, humiliated. He had been super overconfident during all these negotiations. He'd ignored his advisors who told him this was a bad deal. And essentially he lost Gascony without a fight. He'd been scammed out of it. The whole thing was really ridiculous. And I think it's, in my opinion, it is, of everything, it reflects the most poorly on Edward's judgment of anything he'll do in his life. Is
Yeah,
this
okay, that's way
really
worse than I
dumb?
thought it was.
Yeah, it's really, really bad.
All right. Yeah, that's
Yes,
incredibly
exactly.
stupid.
Should have gotten that in writing. Yes,
Yeah.
it's all very, very stupid.
Especially given that he's the guy who goes around and tells his nobles they better have their papers together.
I know. It's very dumb.
Yeah.
Um,
And I mean, obviously, this will be a 5-year war over basically the Nigerian print scandal. Um, so they fight for 5 years over this, and then ultimately he will not legally reclaim Gascony until 1303. So he misses out on the revenue for nearly a decade for Gascony. So that's pretty
that's an
damn bad.
important decade for him. But
Yeah,
that's
because
but as you were saying earlier, that's a this is what really kills his crusading ambitions.
yeah, he
The
loses his
I don't think it
foothold.
has I don't think it has a historiographical name, so I've decided to coin the term the Great Gascony Scam. Um,
That works.
so any historians here who are going to write anything about that, you can use that. I'm kidding.
Yeah, late
But
13th century military history.
yeah.
But yeah, no, that's absurd. Also, the fact that the French had the balls to try that is low key impressive.
I mean, so the French were angry at uh the French were angry at England already. This is why Edmund had hesitated a bit when he was asked to do something that's tremendously stupid, because Edward had already screwed over the French in a So the French lose Sicily. The Angevins lose Sicily. It goes into the hands of, oh God, what family takes it? Someone in the chat will know. But anyway, the Angevin French lose Sicily. This is Charles of Provence losing his empire, and the English will not be supportive of the French in restoring this territory. So for the French, this is getting back at Edward for screwing them over in negotiations. Oh, sorry, it goes to the Aragonese. It goes to the Aragonese, and this is revenge for England, siding with Aragon in that dispute. Right. But yeah, I mean, it's really I haven't found any reason to see that to be clement to Edward when judging this really stupid episode.
Yeah. So I guess to bring that part to a close with France, because there's going to be something going on closer to home that's related to that. But eventually that tension will end after 1303, and Prince Margaret will be engaged, but she'll be engaged to Edward II, but she will actually die prematurely, so they never get married. Meanwhile, Edward will get involved in a scramble for the Scottish crown, which has now come up. The guy who wins the Scottish, I guess, election, for lack of a better term, among the nobles will be John Balliol, better known as Tomb to Bard, Empty Coat, who beats out Robert de Bruce and will be king in 1290s.
So the way Edward gets involved in that, there had been this long so this goes back to these ideas that were particularly popular in medieval England. That your audience will be familiar with Geoffrey of Monmouth from the Arthur myths, and the stories of King Arthur. Within all of that, there's this implication, and it's quite clear that to those who regard Geoffrey of Monmouth as accurate history, that Scotland is a subordinate kingdom to England. It was set up by a younger son. I believe that may literally be how it's set up, and so that the Scottish monarchs owe homage to the English monarch. The Scots had their own primordial historical narrative. They believed they were descended from, I think, some Egyptian prince. This was their little theory back then, just the same way the same way the English thought of themselves as descendants of Brutus, the Greek Trojan prince.
Right, yeah.
But England and Scotland had been relatively friendly neighbors. They were starting to resemble one another in a number of important ways. They have a lot more in common with each other than either of them have in common with the disunited Irish or Welsh. They practice primogeniture. So they have powerful, noble families. They have powerful, they have this Anglo-Norman heritage. The kings of England and Scotland, these royal families intermarry. They visit one another. But in these visits, it's usually the Scots visiting the English, usually them coming down, and always trying to avoid, politely trying to avoid paying homage, either in a direct sense or by doing things like carrying the sword in a coronation or something, or accepting a lower precedence. But they would usually find polite ways to avoid this. It was kind of like a sort of a legal fiction, because the English weren't really asserting any actual rights over Scotland. Not yet. And so this helps explain a little bit why, because there's this question, why are the Scots going to the English, to Edward? Don't they know better than to have him be the one who mediates who becomes the Scottish king? As it happens, they think of England as culturally very similar to them, a friendly power, and they are stunned by what happens, which is Edward isn't content to stay just a theoretical overlord. he, well, we can talk about that. Anything you want to add before we end the? Yeah, love
So I
this
guess
stuff.
this will be the beginning of the Scots making an allegiance with France because they realize they have a common enemy in England. And so this is the beginning of the so-called Old Alliance, spelled AULD, which is Scotland and France teaming up to fight England. So John Balliol, Tomb to Bard, he will prove to be a disaster. He's only king from 1292 to 96. When Edward intervenes and gets involved militarily and tries to really assert himself, the Scottish nobles quickly realize that Balliol is totally incompetent and they sideline him for Robert. But in the
Well,
meantime, the Scottish War of Independence breaks out. Edward takes Balliol captive, sends him to France. He retires in obscurity, and meanwhile, a pretty much unknown guy, William Wallace, revolts in the Lowlands. And then he wins a major battle all of a sudden against one of Longshanks' generals at the Battle of Stirling Bridge in
I
1297.
I was just gonna if this bizarre legal procedure, unprecedented and probably unmatched, whereby Edward sets up court at Berwick and has all these candidates flock around him. The first sign to the Scots that he was going to screw them over was that Edward, instead of sticking with the two main candidates who are Balliol and Bruce, he says, anyone with a claim, come kiss my ass, I'm in Berwick, just across the border. And so there's a flood of, there are about well over 24 people submit claims. Some of them are quite serious. Eventually they get Balliol. Thing is, Balliol's subjects, because Balliol's set up by Edward, Balliol's subjects start appealing to going over his head. Edward starts demanding much more than the customary overlordship. He doesn't just demand homage, which he gets from Balliol. He starts demanding, Balliol, bring me soldiers to fight the French. Let me garrison your castles. He rebels, gets overthrown. And then Edward, and this is the point where Edward moves in, deposes Balliol, but doesn't put anyone in his place. He basically, there is this idea abolishing the concept of Scotland. Occupying it directly with English troops, not even with a veneer of legitimacy. And
Right.
so I think this idea, it sounds like a modern idea. It sounds like the sort of thing you roll your eyes at, the idea of this being a Scottish War of Independence, but I think the term is very apt. Because this was an attempt, after he overthrows Balliol, Edward really is trying to extinguish the independence of Scotland. Yeah.
Right. So, with Balliol out of the picture, William Wallace kind of fills the power void, wins his battle at Stirling Bridge. The next year, of course, Edward predictably campaigns in person, and now he will heavily defeat Wallace at Falkirk. Wallace will then lose his prestige, he resigns, and this will give Robert the Bruce a chance to rise up. This is a different Robert the Bruce, by the way. So the
Mm-hmm.
original Robert the Bruce, Debrus, I believe has died, and this will be his grandson, the better known Robert
Grandson.
the Bruce.
Huh.
Yeah, and they also claim descent from a previous king of Scotland, so it's not just that he's a powerful noble. So now he will fully take
Yeah.
up the mantle of a king.
Yeah, this whole vacuum is huge because it's the whole Scottish royal family dies out. The king falls off a cliff and dies. His granddaughter, who's she was like a toddler, dies, and then it's nobody left. And
Yeah,
so the whole thing's very open.
so and that's why Edward thought that he was the right guy to fill the void. Um, but anyway, Robert the Bruce will emerge as king by 1306. Of course, he'll have to fight Edward pretty much the whole time, and also fight against his son Edward II. Really, I guess the things that allowed Scotland under Robert to break away are the fact that Longshanks dies in 1307, and that will give the Scots time to consolidate and, organize. If Longshanks had lived longer, who knows what might have happened, but he doesn't, and he will die by the age of 68.
And Bruce ends up being the remaining candidate because he murders Comyn, cousin, I think, of John Balliol. He stabs him to death in a church. So that's
Lots
the
of
other
stabbing
church
in
murder.
churches, yeah.
Yeah, those are the two I know of, but doubtless there would be more.
I mean, I
Um,
guess that is the best way to do it. If somebody's got their back turned and they're deep involved in a prayer up at the
well,
altar.
that's not that might have been how it happened with Almain. I don't think that's how it happened with Comey. They were arguing, and then Bruce drew a knife and stabbed him. They were in the church to sort out their claim because both of them were hoping to lead the struggle against England.
So you're saying that Robert the Bruce is kind of the tentative, um, somewhat shy figure in Braveheart. That might be not an accurate portrayal.
Never seen that movie, so I wouldn't know.
Well, it's worth
Yeah,
watching. I mean,
I've
it's
heard it's good.
entertaining.
Um,
Mel Gibson's history is never great, but it's always entertaining. I'll give him that.
he's really got something against the English.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of him being
The
Australian.
Gallipoli,
It's the Gallipoli
Gallipoli,
syndrome. Yeah,
the Bounty, uh, Patriot, Braveheart.
yeah. I think it's
Um,
the Anzac attitude.
yeah,
So I guess in many ways, I think Longshanks, in terms of rating historically, he might be the most controversial figure, simply because his anti-Semitism was way off the charts, and then he's got his one massive fuck up. But certainly, he has had some pretty big fans over the years. I think it's safe to say.
I think there are two big failures in this reign. The one's Gascony, which you talked about. The other one is Ireland. Nothing big happens. Nothing cataclysmic happens in Ireland. It's just that it decays. He doesn't pay it any attention, really. Whether he could have, I'm not sure. But there's a total neglect of Irish affairs and a deterioration of the English position there. The revenues have through the course of his reign in
Huh.
Ireland. Whereas they tend to go up elsewhere, they have in Ireland.
I didn't know
Um,
that.
yeah, much worse days ahead for Ireland under his son's reign.
Well, I guess
But
pretty much everything
that.
got worse under Edward II, though, so that's not
Yeah, but I
surprising.
mean, yeah. Um, unless you're a fan of Scottish independence,
Well, I
in
mean,
that case, a big fan
things
of
work out
Edward.
for the Scots pretty well. I mean, that's true.
Well, they work out well in a military sense. But bad times to be British, no matter where you are. Frankly, Western European, early 1300s are nasty. Um, I do sometimes wonder what Edward would have thought as the person who tried so hard to not to unite Scotland and England, more to conquer Scotland for England. What he would have thought if he knew that the when those two countries eventually unite, it'd be a Scottish king on the throne.
Right.
Um, Probably would have been. I mean, it would have been considered outlandish. England's much bigger, much more wealthy. I mean, I talk about them being similar places, similar in a certain sense, maybe culturally, and in terms of yeah, we'll go culturally mainly, but England is still much more powerful, much richer, much more populous.
Right.
Um, but he does, by the end of his reign, Scotland seems much more pacified. Bruce is on the loose, but all the major strongholds, from what I understand, are in English hands or about to be. And Edward dies just as he is preparing another foray into Scotland. But the two big, Wallace and Murray, both dead. Murray killed in action. Wallace executed. Bruce resorting to an insurgency, unable to rally proper forces against him. Um, I don't know. What do you make of this reign?
Um, I mean, I'm glad I never had to meet Longshanks. That's for sure. I He's pretty capable. I mean, he might be the most purely talented person we'll discuss in this list. That being said, I mean, he's got some obvious flaws. Clearly, when he's wrong, he's too stubborn to admit it. That's kind of what got him in trouble in Gascony. you mentioned he
That
also.
was that was out of character though. That was weird.
Yeah, it
I mean,
was.
it was.
I mean, I guess to be fair, if you roll for 35 years, you're going to have at least one major, flop. But I mean, yeah, I would say he's one of the stronger Plantagenets, but I can't go S tier because he does have some pretty major blemishes on his record. Had he lived a little longer and conquered Scotland, though, I think he'd be an auto S tier.
I'd say he basically conquered Scotland.
I mean, he was, yeah, give him like 3 more years and he would have had it.
I mean, that's extraordinary, considering the fact he's also a warlord. He manages to repair this gigantic blunder, the Gascony. He
Yeah.
conquers Wales. He, I mean, we didn't talk about this much, but he manages to prevent civil war from breaking out in the 1290s. It was close. He avoids it. He manages to get the revenues he needs. He survives a head-on clash with the church, the church, the Archbishop of Canterbury, to the point where at one point there, England is operating under a functional interdict, and nonetheless he manages to have a successful reign, quells his enemies. I think it's hard not to put him in S tier in terms of an effective monarch. I don't know.
Yeah. And I guess I'd have
But
to also think if there's anybody from the Middle Ages who's clearly superior to him from Western Europe, like another,
he's yeah,
because I can't think of
he's
anybody right
operating with
offhand.
sorry, he's operating with severe restrictions on his power. By this point, Parliament is, I mean, severe customary restrictions and becoming real legal restrictions. Parliament is becoming much more powerful in this era. It'll become way more powerful under his son, to the detriment of the crown's power. But he's not an unlimited monarch. He's not working with unlimited resources. He is surviving off his revenues year by year, and managing to do some pretty astounding things with the limited resources that he had. I will argue for S.
Okay.
A is
Well,
acceptable given some of the very severe errors in judgment he made. Well,
uh, I
that
mean,
that
I'm
one very severe one.
I'm willing to go S tier just because it really doesn't get any better than this for the Plantagenets. Um, so so
Not
if
if
they're
you're not for the Welsh, the Jews, Scots.
right, I mean, but
Uh,
just for the English, and I guess in
if
this
you're
period, if you're
or if
asking whose king
or if you're
is
an English or if you're an English settler in Ireland, not good either. But
right,
what can I
but if
say?
you're an English, but either a commoner or maybe somebody who's on his good side in the nobility, a soldier of some kind, then yeah, in that case, Edward Longshanks is the man. And I guess it
Yeah.
helps his reputation too that his son was such a far cry from what he had been.
As far as his reputation is concerned, he was thought, and this is very important. I mean, you'll know this as somebody who's very well versed in Roman history. He was thought to be tremendously lucky,
Yeah.
which in a religious society is so. For instance, you have that incident of lightning striking right next to him and him surviving. I believe a building collapse that where he broke his collarbone in the 1280s,
Huh.
late 1280s, but didn't die. Of course, it's funny is that well, not really funny, but just I think a year earlier, the King of Scotland had fallen off the cliff and broken his neck. The next year, the King of England breaks his collarbone. Um,
Yeah, it is a
sort of,
weird
yeah,
coincidence.
yeah, bit of a coincidence, but it was remarked at the time of his that he was a lucky man.
Makes sense. And yeah, like you're saying, I mean, that is definitely a huge asset to have at the time. I think that's true all the way up until at least the 19th century, though. The idea of people looking to leaders who are lucky. Because I know, Napoleon had a somewhat similar reputation, even. Um,
Yeah, I mean, he
uh,
has that famous quote. I think or maybe it's apocryphal, but it goes something like, "When I look for a general, I don't ask is he capable. I ask is he lucky."
huh.
Something.
Yeah, I think my favorite Napoleon quote is "God favors the larger battalion."
I Yeah. Oh yeah, that is him.
Yeah.
Um,
But
the best one is from when he was trying to learn English on St. Helena. He scribbles in his diary. I am learning the English 2 weeks and je am not very good, something like that.
uh,
What a man.
yeah.
What a man.
Well,
But Edward too. Holy crap.
also we have Edmund Crouchback though.
Yes.
So, uh,
I don't know much of him.
Longshanks' younger brother. He is named after a ninth century East Anglian king. So his father Henry III, being a very pious fan of English history, dug pretty deep to find this reference. So he was, this is a very pious king he was named after. Now, Edward, of course, did have some tension with their father, but Edmund and Henry III actually are very close. He was the youngest son of Henry, and his father tried to set him up to be king of Sicily in 1254 when he was just 9. The papacy, of course, had offered it to his uncle earlier, then offered it to him. And the papacy, of course, went to Henry III, being the pious man he was, and they knew that he would be willing to spend money to make this happen. So they were hoping to have a really friendly monarch nearby in Sicily. So Henry goes all in, trying to put Edmund on the throne, spends a lot of money he doesn't have. And this also was at a period when Henry actually still entertained fantasies of going on crusade himself. So, this might have contributed to some of those problems we talked about earlier. Now, that being said, the papacy was looking for a huge kickback from England to make this happen. But these dreams of cows didn't fill the pasture because Parliament refused to help Henry, and he could not produce the colossal sum that the Pope wanted. Henry did manage to bully the clergy into coughing up some of the amount he needed, about half, but pretty much all that accomplished was making people mad at him at home without making the Pope happy. So after 1258, the papacy withdrew the offer, and instead they offered it to Charles of Anjou, who did indeed hold power and had to conquer the island and ruled from 1266 to 1285. So it was doable. It's just they couldn't produce the money to do it.
Do you
Edmund,
know how Charles managed it?
I don't know any detail. I know
I
he's actually an uncle of Edmund, though, so I assume he's an uncle on the mom side.
what I read a while ago is that essentially there's this salt revenues. Provence is full of, which is an area he ruled, is just full of these salt deposits that he
Huh.
controlled and was able to monopolize. So he uses that to buy Sicily, pretty much.
That makes sense.
That's what I've heard.
I imagine he had to store up his savings for a while to be able to do that. Um, so Edmund was still looking for a southern throne, though. Uh, he did travel to Sicily with his mom at least once to try to, scout the place out. He also went to Italy once or twice, and he did prepare to go to war with Manfred, who was the current leader in Sicily that the papacy had banned. But neither Edmund nor any of his would-be generals, because I think he tried to hire Italian mercenaries, but none of them actually ended up fighting a battle. So this ended up being a whole bunch of smoke without fire. He got back to England in time to fight the de Montforts. His role was not nearly as prominent as Edward's, but he still did some important work. And mostly he actually worked independently with his mom, Eleanor. So he traveled around and did more diplomacy. He also was the guy who got King Louis to serve as arbitrator after he escaped imprisonment. So he also apparently escaped, but I guess his escape was a lot less interesting and dramatic. So that's
A
how
lot of
good the de
a lot of
Montforts were.
a lot of history relies on crappy jailers.
Yeah. Well, I guess you can't be you can't be an unkind jailer to royalty though. You have to be
Yeah.
very polite, and that backfired here. Um, he also would raise an army of mercs during the war, so he goes to France, raises mercs, and comes home to fight the de Montforts. I don't know how much actual battle they saw, but he was raising troops. Simon would be defeated and killed, of course, and then his office as Earl of Leicester will go to Edmund, and he will hold that office for 3 decades. He also will win estates from prominent noblemen uh, who sided with de Montfort, because remember, Henry demanded that anybody he forgave had to pay off a big ransom to get their stuff back. Some of them couldn't pay, so anybody who didn't pay their stuff went to Edmund. And then he sometimes would hold it and let them redeem it later. So he made a lot of money doing that. He also fought in the Siege of Kenilworth, and he will be the guy who does most of the work there. That was a famous battle for Henry and Edward, but Edmund did most of the heavy lifting at Kenilworth because he's the guy who actually beats the enemy and invests them, and they just complete the siege. Edmund will negotiate in Wales to avert another war. That will be successful for a while. He also will establish the power of his descendants who become known as the Lancastrians. And so he will set up enough of an estate for them to inherit that one day they will have the power to make a bid for the throne. Spoilers. He also will... Yeah, because there's so many spoilers in history. He's planning to go on crusade. He sides with his brother and pressuring their dad to let them go. And of course, they go in two different stages. We mentioned Edward goes, and then Edmund shows up later. He also arranges a marriage to the underage daughter of a major heiress. So again, he's building up a massive portfolio for the later Lancastrian line. It was due to financial limitations that they had to depart separately. Otherwise, they'd have been together the whole time. But that's why Edmund comes in later with the second wave. He did play a crucial role in saving Longshanks' life because Longshanks was pretty isolated until Edmund got there with more Englishmen. So that
is this at the? Oh, is this at Acre?
Yeah. So this is
Okay.
after Longshanks had already been stabbed and was kind of on his, was hovering between life and death, and then Edmund shows up with reinforcements. So he actually, in many ways, whatever Longshanks achieved, you can kind of thank Edmund because he does save Longshanks there.
He seems way more capable than I thought.
No, he's actually a very capable person.
Yeah.
If Longshanks had died, Edmund would have been a decent substitute as king. Let's see. So he will rush ahead of his brother a little bit to pacify the land and make sure things are cool at the start of Longshanks' reign. That's partly why Edward can make the sort of leisurely return, is because he's got Edmund and also the administrator we mentioned earlier. Edmund will take a pretty big part in the wars in Wales in the 1280s. In particular, he will fight a battle as the field commander at Orowin Bridge in 1282. And he will actually defeat Llewellyn of Gruffydd.
That's where Llewellyn dies.
Yes, and then we get to David of Gruffydd after that. And then David will be defeated by Edward. So
now,
brothers fighting brothers.
There are multiple stories about how Llewellyn goes. The only importance of this being he's kind of a Welsh national hero. I guess it's him and Owain Glendower.
Yes.
Much later. But I think the most commonly told story is he gets cut off on the bridge by Edmund's troops. Llewellyn turns around to try and return to his men, and a single knight from Edmund's retinue kills him with his lance.
Yes, that sounds about right. Yeah, I guess I did learn a little bit about Welsh history, for the first time last fall, and I was pretty surprised by the political division, but also how, despite that division, they were able to hold their borders for so long, and also how they utilized that terrain so well.
Yeah.
So, Edmund overall, loyal general. He goes to the continent during a crisis with France. That's when Philip the Fair, which is an ironic name, he's the guy who seized Gascony. And of course, as you mentioned, Edmund saw through the shit pretty early, but Edward didn't listen. They wanted Edward to show up in person, which didn't happen.
Edmund saw through some of it, but he was also taken in by the end. It's a little complicated, but he bears some responsibility for falling for what was pretty obvious fraud.
Yeah. So
in retrospect,
during that war that starts because of this failed negotiation, Edmund will now be in action at a siege of Bordeaux. Unfortunately, he was short of funds, and when you run out of money, desertion happens. So his men deserted him. He was forced to fall back. This was heartbreaking for him. He fell ill, and then he died at the age of 51. So this hoodwinking of the two brothers, not only did Edward clearly lose Gascony for a minute, but he also loses his brother. And most likely, I always hate those explanations. Well, he was embarrassed, so he died. I mean, obviously, there has to be a medical
Yeah.
reason why somebody dies. But anyway, his name, Crouchback, I think a lot of people think that means he's got a hump on his back. That's not what it means at all. It's a corruption of crossback, because he took up the cross, as a young man. Um, anyway, the House of Lancaster that he kind of founds will be refounded later by John of Gaunt, because John will marry Edmund's great-granddaughter. So some people would say John of Gaunt's the founder of the Lancastrian line, but you could also make a good case for Edmund Crouchback.
I was not prepared to be impressed by Edmund Crouchback, but because because I've been focusing on the kings, and so I read about him. He's the guy who's in Gascony. He suffers that defeat at Bordeaux and then dies. I wasn't as aware of his other stuff. I'm impressed. He
No, he's
seems
a
like really,
very impressive guy.
yeah.
I mean, for me, he's a solid A. I mean, he's exactly what you want in a royal brother.
Especially it's exactly what you almost never get.
Yeah, exactly. And especially in the Plantagenet family, where there are plenty of them who have the capability, just not the willingness to be this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, like, he's probably the best brother of this whole dynasty.
Crouchback Steakhouse. It's pretty funny.
Well, there's also, apparently, that myth that Crouchback meant hunchback came from John of Gaunt, by the way. That was his interpretation, and that became standard for a while. But most people now think it meant crossback.
I'm good with A too. It's just yeah. Yeah, let's do A. He
All
seems
right.
he seems great.
Yeah, no, he's one of the best. Hard to top. But the next guy, a little bit less so. In fact, you could say the next guy is one of the most notoriously bad of the English rulers.
Oh God.
And this would be Edward II, known as the Changeling, which is, obviously an insulting nickname, but it's kind of a cool nickname too.
It's a wildly insulting nickname, and it's also a tremendously dangerous nickname because it means changed out at birth, i.e., you're not the real king. Yeah.
So I mean, I was surprised by how late he got that name.
He gets that name, I believe, during the Great Famine. But during the Great Famine, when people are starting to think, why does God hate us so much?
Yeah.
Which is a very reasonable thing to ask if you're living in England or anywhere in the British Isles between 1315 and 1318. But our king sucks.
Well, also,
he must not be legitimate.
One of my favorite quotes about him, I forget where I got this because I forgot to list the attribution, but in my notes, I found where somebody said, Edward II is one of the least revered English rulers.
Yes.
Which
Yes,
I
that's
think
fair.
just summarizes it very aptly.
He is considered a model for bad kingship for hundreds of years after. When people are criticizing Henry III of France in the 1580s, they will make allusions to Edward and Gaveston.
Yeah.
That will be their point of reference. He is a historical point of reference for. He's the model of a bad king to people in future generations.
And it's not just that he loses battles, like pretty much everything that he does pisses off his contemporaries. He's got a pretty weak personality. The only thing he's got in common with his dad is that he's tall. So
let's
if
start
you're
with
looking for similarities, that's
his
about
coronation. His coronation, the bad omens start early. His coronation, a wall of the building caved in, killing someone. And knocking over the high altar. So that's as coronation in 1307.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if we're trying to be fair, if we go back to his childhood for a minute, I mean, his father was extremely overbearing, famously overbearing, and also Edward had older siblings who predeceased him. So remember, Longshanks had kids before he went on crusade. Edward's actually not born until 1284 at Caernarfon Castle. So by the time that he's born, his father is even older and crankier, and he was never an easy guy to get along with anyway. So he had high expectations for Edward, and clearly was probably not a very good dad, just based on how Edward turned out. Uh,
You can never know. I think Edward the Second. It's not just a question of bad luck. It's not just a question of weakness. It's also legitimately laziness
yes,
and
he's a lazy
incompetence
motherfucker.
and a just an unwillingness to lead. This almost compulsive delegation of power to tremendously shady and unqualified people who robbed the country and alienated everyone. Do you have
God, that sounds familiar. But yeah. Anyway, also Edward II. Fun fact, in terms of something he did accomplish, he's the very first English crown prince to be called the Prince of Wales.
Yeah,
So
see, well, that's something
that is his highlight.
his dad accomplished that, as we say.
Okay, well, I mean, but he
His
was
dad
there.
conquered.
He was present. So I mean,
Yes, he was there. Yeah,
but I think that's
it,
really his biggest accomplishment, honestly.
with Edward the Second, it's like if you don't laugh, you cry, because this reign is truly tragic.
Yeah, especially if you're doing like the English patriotic interpretation and you're looking at, well, we're on the cusp of conquering Scotland, but now we have the dumbest king in our history, so that's not
Yeah.
happening.
How much responsibility does I know a little bit about the Battle of Bannockburn? How much responsibility does Edward bear for that? Because it's this
Uh,
just to explain, it's this the English are have the estimates are wildly all over the place, but essentially they have around 20,000 men, outnumber the Scots 2-1, meet in battle near Stirling at Bannockburn, and the English are crushed. It's a crushing victory for the Scots and Robert the Second of Scotland.
well,
No,
I mean,
first.
the thing is, I mean, I know contemporaries clearly thought he was 100% responsible for the defeat. That being said, if we think about it, if you look at a lot of the campaigns that Longshanks had, the only real successes, the big smashing successes, almost all featured Longshanks in person. So you could make a case that Edward II really wasn't any worse than like a generic duke.
There
I
were
mean, I'm not saying,
military successes. There were military successes that Longshank didn't preside over.
yeah,
It's
there were
just that
some,
his
but I
army
mean,
his army would always be the better equipped and the larger and the um
right.
and England had militarily somehow still even after Edward's victory at Falkirk had not figured out how to deal with masses of Scots infantry,
Yeah, the
which you would
Shiltron.
expect they knew how to do that, which is and whenever they did this, they won unbelievable victories, often against much larger groups of Scots. Just shoot them, mow them down with arrows.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been
But
as
at
simple as
Bannockburn,
they didn't have the proper composition in their army. I mean, it could have been a failure to
I
plan early. I mean, I
But
haven't studied
I
the
thought they
battle in
had.
depth.
My understanding is there's a great deal of infantry, a great deal of archers at Bannockburn, and the English simply sent the cavalry in first, which in muddy ground against uh, well motivated, well led infantry is just bad idea. Coincident, very closely to the Golden Spurs, actually, in time. Where the French suffer a similar defeat against the Flemish
Right.
for
The Guten,
tremendously similar
yeah,
reasons.
the Guten Tag being introduced. Yeah, because it turns out a cheap pike is actually a pretty good defense against knights as long as you have some discipline in your formation.
You have to have that, yeah.
Uh,
And I mean, I'm not of the. I mean, cavalry obviously doesn't lose its primacy in the battlefield for some time after this. But nonetheless,
but yeah, but you have to be
say,
careful when fighting pike formations. So you,
Now,
like you said, you need to kind of break them up with archers before you try to charge, and preferably that's a unit you don't use your cav on unless they're broken. But
well, against yeah, not you don't want to attack using cavalry with well well ordered infantry. Now, when it comes to the chronology of Edward II's reign, I'm not as good. So I'm better with Edward I's reign when it comes to like the actual chronology. So what I know about is a bit. Edward II was in constant conflict with his nobility,
yep,
partly because he elevated favorites, most famously Gaveston, um, but the Despensers as well.
yes,
Um, and even before Bannockburn, and even before the other disasters of the 1310s, he has Parliament slapping limits on his power. So in 1311, he's profligate enough that they go out of their way to say you cannot be granting lands without Parliament's approval. Um,
yeah.
Edward II's. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
He also, I think, with early in his reign, he was already 200,000 pounds in the hole. So
Was
that's
this? I mean, he,
pretty
he
bad.
was. Yeah. So, to me, but even early in his reign, he's coming into conflict with this problem. I do not get the sense, like with other kings, like with modern U.S. presidents as well, that there's almost a sort of a grace period where people are just glad to have someone new, and they work with them, and there's some, and
He
there's some
never had
progress
that.
made. Doesn't
Uh,
seem to have had that.
well,
Little
he
like
was
Charles the First. Charles the
he
First
was
didn't either.
I mean, the thing about Edward is that he actually was an active part of government from 1301 forward. So by the time he comes to power, people have known him for 6 years, and he's started a bunch of feuds. So, like his dad, he's not the easiest person in the world to get along with, but unlike his dad, nobody's afraid of him. So, a lot of people hated Edward, but they were also afraid of him. A lot of people hate Edward II, but they think they can kick his ass. So, it's a pretty big difference.
Well, the Scots can, and God's disapproval is what's used by the English to explain Bannockburn, to explain that in the following years Scotland will invade England and
Yep.
Ireland. They'll threaten York, and a Scottish army will land in Ireland. Um, the idea being to put uh, King Robert of Scots' brother on the throne of Ireland. It doesn't go too well for the Scots, but what it does do is it exacerbates a famine. Scots are, the Scottish army and the English and Irish armies that are raised to combat them are eating huge amounts of food. It's making things worse. Disease is spreading. But all over the British Isles, you have. Is this the worst famine in English history?
It really is the only one I'm aware of right offhand. I mean, I can't think of too many
There,
others.
there are a couple others. I think this is the worst one. This is the 1315 to 1317.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to. Governments genuinely did not have the resources to deal with things like this. They didn't understand how to deal with things like this. I mean, we're talking in terms of people's understanding of economics. People weren't even really clear on what caused, on the relationship between money supply and inflation. That would take another few centuries for people to really grasp.
Right. Yeah, they don't
Um,
have an economic
so,
theory.
so I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'd be difficult to criticize Edward II for trying to deal with this through just through price controls and stuff like that, which is insufficient, if not counterproductive. Dealing with a famine might, in fact, spread it in certain circumstances. But this is the moment. This famine, this failure to deal with a famine, the fact that Edward is still maintaining a lavish court during the famine. This is when people start thinking of him as a changeling. You have a growing sense that Edward is illegitimate, that he was literally swapped out at birth. Someone actually, a peasant, goes around preaching this, ends up getting executed after garnering a great deal of attention. Um, and the nobles of England. It's not just the commoners. The nobles of England are tremendously disdainful of Edward II. They kill Gaveston, who's
Yep.
um, Edward II, as you noted last time we spoke, was a very interesting, one of the most interesting gay men of all time in the sense that he had um, bastard children with women,
Yeah.
which is an interesting move
Well, it's
for
his
him.
very unique form of homosexuality, which
Yeah.
involves having sex with women. Also, Gaveston had a
Sure.
bunch of bastard children too,
Um,
so they were not very loyal lovers to each other.
they might have been lovers, but I don't think it's fair to call Edward gay,
No, I think
even
all it
though
was is that people just hated both Edward and Gaveston, so they spread a rumor that would be damaging. And also, apparently, Gaveston also had a lot of personal feuds with these guys too, and he had derogatory nicknames for a lot of the leading nobles who hated him. So he made things worse. Um,
this is a deep part of the Edward lore in coming centuries is this idea of him as a um engaging in the vice in the unnatural vice as they called it.
right,
Um,
or as the
is
French would call it, the English vice.
there's they really
Yeah, I don't say the English call it the French vice, so it's like each side has an idea
I
of
thought they
who's
both I thought they
responsible.
both no the French would have called it the Italian vice. Well, at least in the 16th century. It was associated with Italians, very heavily associated with Italians.
Huh.
Germans too, but a little less so. Um, the English, the French don't seem to have considered fully human until the 17th century, really.
And then by the time they consider
Um,
them fully human, they're like, they're human and gay. but
um, but, even but Edward II's homosexuality is often taken for granted. I don't think either of us buy it. Bisexuality at most, but there's a Mitchell and Webb sketch that is essentially uh it's very very funny. It's based on Edward II. Um, do you know Mitchell and Webb?
I don't right offhand, no.
Do you know that sketch? Hands, are we the baddies?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, all right. There our your viewers will be aware of that. They're very funny. They have a very funny sitcom too. But they have a sketch about uh it's Edward II giving away lands and titles to essentially Gaveston. Very funny. Um, but Gaveston ends up being executed in a rebellion. Some English nobles capture him. The same thing happens to Hugh the Younger, Hugh Despenser the Younger,
Yeah.
who replaces Gaveston. They capture him. They torture him with needles, hang him. They hack him down alive and quarter him, burning his bowels before his eyes. All of that. And Edward does spend. There's a back and forth in his reign. He is functionally deposed at a certain point. He does regain power. Um, Now, before we talk about the quite dramatic fall of Edward II, anything else about his reign? Any other
Well,
notes you have of his reign?
so from Bannockburn, which is when the Great Famine starts, 1314 until 1321, that's the Great Famine. But apparently at the time, the label people used was the evil times of Edward II. And then it
He
was
didn't have the
during,
mandate. He did not have the mandate of heaven.
yeah, he did not, Chinese would have overthrown him. Also,
The Chinese would be
he,
right.
yeah, it's also during this time, I think it was in 1318 when the man showed up and claimed to be the real Edward II, the imposter. And so that's where the nickname the Changeling came from. It was around 1318. Um, and I want to say the replacement of Gaveston with the Spencer, let's see, I want to say that was actually before Bannockburn. Yeah, it's 1311. So
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah, so it's actually
I'm
earlier than because I know Gaveston's the big name, but Gaveston was not actually around that long, and half the time he was around, he was actually Lord of Ireland, and he didn't do very well.
was it worth? Well, Ireland held out. Like that's one of the successes of
Well, that was
Edward's reign.
because
If
of a
there's any
different.
success,
That
yeah,
was a
it's
different
not because of
governor.
him. It's not because of him. It's because of the oh god.
I forget his name, but there
And
was
it's
another
also
guy he sent.
it's it's the Anglo-Irish, the local Irish, the native Irish too. I mean, it was not really. They weren't exactly getting much help from England to
Well,
fight
actually,
off the Scots.
Robert sent his brother. So
Yes,
Robert the Bruce sent his brother to try to conquer Ireland from the English, and he was captured and killed. So that was the one great victory for Edward II's reign, is that one of his generals defeated the Scottish invasion of
Fogart.
Ireland.
Yeah, it's a battle of Fogart, and that's after Edward Bruce, I believe.
Yeah,
He
sounds
was
right.
going to be set up. There was this idea of Scot an alliance between Scotland and Ireland, because at this point, I don't know why exactly they were just starting to realize this, but as a result of their war with England, uh, the Scots were developing their own national identity, which made them separate from the English. So the nobles started to look for, well, I suppose, we have some Celtic affinity. There are regions of our kingdom that speak a language very similar to that of the Irish. Um, so send Edward over. He becomes King of Ireland. His brother, King of Scots. We work together. We smash the English. The thing
Pretty
is,
good strategy.
Edward Bruce, I think he actually did gain support of some Irish chieftains, but I think most of them stuck with the Plantagenets. And the big final battle at Fogart, I think 1316, Edward Bruce is killed by a group of Irish
Yeah.
kerns who unhorse him and hack him to death.
So I guess, by
So
1321, as the Great Famine's easing, now for the first time in several years, Edward has the ability to feed his garrisons and actually go on campaign. So he's weathered the storm, I guess. I mean, he beat the imposter. His generals held out in Ireland. So now he's going to go get some revenge. 1321, 1322. So early on, he goes into Wales, beats some rebels pretty easily. So this is like his one victory. Then he starts to really get a big head, and he says, okay, all the earlier ordinances, I'm doing away with those. I'm going to raise taxes, and I'm building up an army of 23,000. We're going to go take Scotland. So, 1322, he invades Scotland, but he forgot to do something really important for a campaign. Do you want to take a wild guess of what he forgot to do? What really
oh god,
basic thing?
putting me on the spot. Pay the men,
Close. You're not far
feed the
off.
men,
Yes,
feed them.
he
Oh,
forgot to bring supplies. And so
oh god.
Robert simply declined to fight. I guess he
But
heard.
actually, in his defense, a country as fertile and rich as Scotland. I'm joking.
Yeah, no. But anyway, so I guess his plan was, I don't have provisions, so I got to force Robert to fight really quick. Robert's like, nah, I don't need to fight you. So he has to go home really fast. Then he sends Harclay, who's one of his men, to go negotiate a treaty, and he has to recognize Robert as king. But Edward empowered Harclay to make the treaty, but then he was pissed off because Harclay wasn't supposed to make Robert or acknowledge Robert's kingship. So Edward immediately repudiates the treaty and kills Harclay. But then
Oh
he
my god.
decides to honor the treaty. So he kills the guy who made it and then honors it. And so there's going to be a decade of peace in the North. So
Oh my
I,
god.
it's kind of like, I don't know what to even make of that. Then he
He's
tries
so
to raise
bad.
taxes again and wants to do a revenge expedition, which obviously doesn't materialize because we had a decade of peace.
I mean,
Then
what's going on here? Is it like psychological problems? Because
it
this goes
sounds like it.
beyond being a poor monarch. I mean,
Because, I mean, when we were talking about Longshanks earlier, I mean, I couldn't help but think he might have had some borderline personality disorder, with the explosiveness and everything. But with Edward II, it seems like it's that, but without any ability. So, like with
this is
Longshanks, you can kind of overlook it to some extent because he actually gets things done. But then Edward II, it's kind of like he's got that same personality, except he sucks at everything.
I still feel bad for him because of what happens.
Yeah, so there's now going to be miracles occurring in the countryside at the grave of the Earl of Lancaster. So this is a rival that Edward II had killed. Meanwhile, one of his other rivals, Mortimer, escapes from the Tower of London and goes to France. And also, Hugh de Spencer and his relatives are enriching themselves and doing so pretty openly and making everyone angry in the process.
Mhm.
So the seeds are being sown for the downfall of Edward II. Meanwhile, King Charles will come to power in France in 1322. He'll take a harder stand with Edward, demand that he comes in person to pay homage for Gascony. That will lead to the War of Saint Sardo in 1324. Once again, it starts over a minor incident, flares into a full war, and the reason is because Earl Edward's chosen envoy, the Earl of Pembroke, dies traveling to do negotiations.
But
So,
he'll send someone trustworthy, right?
well, he's Edward II, so no. Um,
I mean, surely he can. Surely his wife will be a good envoy, right?
yeah, absolutely. So he
What,
will send
what could go wrong?
Isabella and his young son too. So he sends his son and heir and Isabella to go negotiate. Meanwhile, he raises 11,000 men. Unfortunately, he will have to cede Gascony to Prince Edward, his young son, because when they go to visit Uncle Charles, I forgot to mention Charles is the brother of Isabella, his wife and son kind of low key betray him. And by low key, I mean openly. So, yeah. Now, Prince Edward, the future Edward III, will be more or less independent Prince of Gascony. He will then marry the daughter of a Dutch count, so that will be aligning himself with continental politics and ignoring his father's realm. There's also a rumor now that Prince Edward, along with the French and the Dutch, are going to invade England. So Edward II goes around England, preaching English nationalism, and literally
Hold,
nobody cares.
hold on a second. What exactly do you mean by the Dutch?
Well, there's a Dutch count that Prince Edward marries, and the idea is that they're going to raise Dutch troops to try to invade England. So Dutch, French, and then renegade English.
Okay.
So probably, I don't know if Dutch is the right term.
Depends
Maybe
which.
Fleming.
I mean, yeah. I guess it depends what city or county. Um.
Yeah, I
So
know. Maybe Orange. I don't know. Probably one of the. I imagine it has to be a pretty major one since
no,
Edward the Third is.
Orange is in France.
Oh, never mind then.
I
I
think at
don't know
this
what I was
point,
thinking.
the Pope is might be hanging out near there. I
Yeah.
forget when the papacy splits apart. When you have the Avignon papacy, but I think it starts not too long.
Yes,
I
not
should
it's you're
look
not
that up.
you're right. It is around this
Let me-
period. I want to say it's maybe the 1330s to 70s, something like that.
1309 to 1376.
Okay, so it's already
So the
going on
popes
then.
are yes. So the popes are near Orange. Anyway,
So Edward is
every
trying
by the
to.
way, Giannis, everything orange from the fruit to the kings of England to the county is named after, at some level, Orange in France. So
Interesting. So Edward, is trying to wave the bloody shirt, threaten that there's going to be an invasion and a civil war. Um, and actually, when the invasion does come from his son and from his rivals, it's pretty much the first glorious revolution because there's not a whole lot of fighting. No one is willing to fight for Edward and the Dispensers. So they just run away from this invading small army and they get captured by March 1327.
I just want to know here. I actually don't think you said this. The this invasion is headed by Roger Mortimer. You mentioned before. He
Uh,
escapes from prison. He comes to France, and he began a sexual relationship with Isabella of France,
oh,
Edward
yeah, I
II.
forgot about that. I
Yeah.
think I have that in my
So
notes for, I think that was in
yeah,
my
it'll be
notes
important.
for
It'll
Edmund.
be important, but um,
Yeah, I had that in my notes for Edmund, but not for Edward II for some reason.
Edward II is not a good guy. But part of the reason he does receive some sympathy still is because Roger Mortimer and Isabella of France are vicious people.
Yes, they are.
They're unpleasant. They're brutal. The initial deception of where they're Isabella's cheating on her husband with this guy. It's seen as tremendously disgraceful. And funny enough, it's one of the reasons, I think we talked about this in the Valois stream, it's actually one of the reasons the Valois end up with the French kingship is because they don't want to make Edward III. They don't want him anywhere near the throne of France. In, what year was it? This is before Edward II is deposed.
Yes, it's
And the reason is because,
1326.
yeah, 1326 is because they don't want Isabella anywhere near the throne of France because they've met her. And
Oh,
yeah. So that's part of the reason the Valois end up with the throne of France, not just Salacqua. In fact, largely not. A
huh.
lot of it has to do with Isabella just being thought tremendously unscrupulous and unpleasant.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It makes sense, though. I mean, I guess the future Edward III at this time still in his teen years, so his mom would have been really influential. Um, so out of desperation, Edward II will actually abdicate in favor of his son as he's being attacked by Mortimer and Isabella. This will be January 1327. Now he will become merely Edward of Carnarvon, or Caernarvon. I don't even know how to say that, but it's the city in Wales. This was pretty unprecedented. So you might think, okay, at this point, they're going to let this man be. He's given up power. He knows he's cooked. But no, they imprison him. There's also no sympathy from anyone because all his chief supporters are dead and everyone thinks he's a terrible king. He ends up dying in September 1327, which then leaves Mortimer effectively in charge of England. De facto, obviously not de jure. And from the period when it's first announced, a lot of people are suspicious that there was foul play involved because Edward II was not all that old. And apparently, among the people who suspected that something was amiss was Edward III. And so he would be looking into this for several years.
I think he was right too. I
Yeah,
think
he's
that
probably correct.
I think it's isn't it generally thought Edward II was executed at some point in 1327,
Yeah, so
1328.
I guess the official story is he died of natural causes in September, but then there are other people who think he actually was being kept alive for leverage against Edward III, maybe. Um, so there's kind of like an Elvis style conspiracy theory that he was secretly alive for a while and he was being kept in hiding as
A Nero style conspiracy theory.
yeah, except in this case, I don't think it lasted as long as the Nero or the Elvis
Oh,
one, but
I thought you meant something else. I thought you meant these theories of survival, because
oh
in the decades after Nero died, people in the provinces and were uh, had all these stories about how well Nero did this, Nero did that. In the Talmud, there's a story of Nero converting to Judaism and spending his last days in Jerusalem. But all
yeah.
sorts of people all over the empire have these stories, and those similar stories cropped up about Edward, where they said Edward's still living and he's in Italy.
Well, the
So I
thing
thought
is
that's what you
though,
meant.
I guess it could be kind of like that, except one thing that people forget about Nero is that despite the way he's portrayed in most of our sources, at the time, he was actually very popular with common people. Edward II, not so much. Um,
Yeah, but I think the injustice as it was seen, and I think he was obviously treated with tremendous cruelty. Um, of his death, of the usurpation, the revulsion people had, especially Edward III, who was very popular, and the people around him for Mortimer and Isabella. I think it rehabilitated him in the years after his death. So you have not entirely. No one was going around saying he was a great king or he's a great success. They thought of him more as a tragic person who should never have been king, but didn't deserve what happened to him.
yeah, I think
I
that's
think
fair.
that's where you get these sympathetic stories of, oh no, he didn't really die. He escaped and he's living peacefully as a monk in northern Italy and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can
But
understand that. Also, speaking of the bastard son he had, interesting note on that son. So, in Seth Graham Smith's novel, The Last American Vampire, what we learn is that one of Edward's bastard sons, his best known bastard, Adam Plantagenet, who was born in 1305, actually did not die on the 1322 campaign, as history records, but rather his life was spared because he was made into a vampire. So he was still around, and he lived until the early 2000s as the head of the Union of Vampires headquartered in New York. Famously, of course, he led the Union of Vampires against the Confederacy of Vampires during what humans call the American Civil War.
So, so what were they fighting over in the Civil War then?
I don't know. I haven't
Vampire,
read the
vampire slavery.
well, I haven't read the the more famous novel by this guy, which is Lincoln Vampire Hunter. What I read was The
Oh,
Last American Vampire, which is the
even I've heard of
prequel.
that.
Yes, the prequel slash sequel to Abraham Lincoln. But anyway, Adam Plantagenet, one of the most important vampires of all time.
Oh yes, and as Calorizer, yeah, Marlowe wrote a Edward II play. I don't think Shakespeare ever got around to Edward II. He did. I think he did. He did a lot
Yes.
of history plays, but he never. I think he started with Henry IV. He also did John though. So
And I want to say too, wasn't it Marlowe who more or less invented the idea of Edward II being gay, or interpreted him that way?
I don't know. I think where does the story? There's this very very popular story about his death that he was stabbed through the anus while using the toilet, and it's usually seen as like a dig at his homosexuality, allegedly. So that's the kind of the most common. It's I don't think there's any evidence for it whatsoever. I think he was probably just stabbed to death or smothered or starved or something.
Yeah, I mean, because I know,
But that's an allusion to homosexuality. So I don't.
yeah.
You can ask when did that rumor come up, and you'll probably have your answer for when people started suspecting things about.
Well, I mean, I know that also Mortimer and Isabella. I mean, speaking of their crudeness, they also murdered the dispensers in horrific fashion. I didn't
Yeah, I
record
mean
the
they tortured.
details, but like everything they did
Oh,
was
I
like
have it. Yeah,
psychotic shit. It was
yeah.
not a
Crowned
normal
with
execution.
no. This is Hugh Dispenser, crowned with needles, hanged, hacked down alive, quartered, bowels burned before his eyes.
Yeah, so
So,
I think they might have slightly disliked him. I get that impression.
oh yeah. Um, man, this reign sucks, and by the end, you start to feel bad for Edward II, and then you kind of remember the. I don't know. It's just. Oh my god, what a disaster.
Yeah, and part of the problem was that he wanted to be a strong king in terms of centralized power. So I guess he got that from his dad, but he didn't have the ability, so he always needed a right hand man. So he had to lean on Gaveston and then on Hugh Despenser the Younger. And every time he chose a right hand man, that caused resentment that he also didn't have the political adeptness to deal with. So, to his credit, at least he realized he needed help and he couldn't do everything on his own. But at the same time, like you said, the man's lazy, incompetent, but also still overbearing and uncharming.
Yeah,
So he's kind of like
it's a
the
bad.
worst qualities of his father and grandfather without any of the good qualities of either one.
Did he do any? Was he good at anything?
No, not that I can tell. Apparently, though, his hobbies, which he was made fun of for, he had fairly common tastes. Like he loved horses and he kind of enjoyed private, quiet things. So he was not like the most overwhelmingly arrogant person in his private life.
It's like
So
a
I guess it's possible some of his household staff liked him.
it's like a
'Cause
moron Louis XI.
a little bit, or maybe like was it Louis the
Crazy
16th who
moron
was like Louis the 16th was not a moron obviously, but his hobbies were kind of like lock picking and things like that. Fairly common man stuff. And so for Edward II, that's used as a bludgeon against his reputation at the time. Although
It's
now
not.
it's like okay, that's cool, whatever. But
It's
back
not. It's not
then,
considered. He wasn't considered manly. So this is part of where the homosexuality rumors come from. But he's not manly. He doesn't hunt. He's not a good warrior.
well, he
And
doesn't hunt,
yeah.
but I think he still enjoyed tournaments and he was an avid horseman. So he was in the most of the manly things, or at least like half or so.
But you have like I don't know with Richard II. We'll talk. He has some moments where he shows tremendous courage and strength. Edward, just awful thing. I think if anyone could ever be an F, it's him.
Oh yeah, no,
He's
he's.
the lowest of the Fs.
I don't think there's any debate about where he goes on this list. I
I
don't
would be
even know if there's a
fascinated.
case one could make to even put him in
I would be
E.
I would be fascinated to hear a case for putting him in E.
Yeah,
Not to mention, I
yeah, that would
welcome
be
it.
a
Welcome the
that'd be a
challenge.
very good use of a super chat if somebody wants to make the case for Edward only being a disaster and not a catastrophe.
All right, I've got one. Um, he empowers Parliament, not on purpose, not on
Oh,
purpose,
yeah.
but he does empower Parliament.
I guess you could also
I
say he enhances the reputation of both his father and his son just by being himself.
He enhances the reputation of every English monarch.
True.
Sorry,
And
I have
every
to
foreign monarch too. I mean, he makes Robert the Bruce look really good. He makes the kings of France at the time look really good. So,
I have to use the bathroom for a moment. I'll be back in a sec. Right.
all right. So, next we move into. I'll wait for Ben to come back, but we'll be moving into Edmund of Woodstock, the younger brother of Edward II, who is pretty much the opposite of his brother, somebody who actually wasn't completely terrible. So yeah. Oh, so there actually is a program about the way Hugh Spencer was killed? Man. Okay. That makes sense. I could imagine that because it is pretty horrific and horrendous. In terms of who's in the S tier, that would be, of course, Longshanks, Edward the First. Let's see. So yeah. Um.
All right, I'm back.
All right. Well, I guess it's time to
This is
talk
a
about.
this is a fun one.
Yeah, it's time to talk about a man who came from a place called Woodstock, the Edmund of Woodstock, the first Earl of Kent, who is the younger brother of Edward II, half brother, born in 1301. So he's about 15 years younger, I think, if my math is right. I might be a little off, but pretty substantial age difference. Their father Longshanks died when he was just 6 years old, and Longshanks intended to leave him with a bunch of land. But of course, the changeling said, nah. So he more or less got disinherited early on, but despite that, he would later prove to be a loyal and useful brother. So after he had done a few services, at the age of 20, he was made into the Earl of Kent, and he initially would be loyal and effective as a diplomat and commander. He also will help put down a revolt in 1321 to 22, so I assume that means Wales, which was where Edward was at the time. Later on, he will be present when Edward gets smashed by the Scots in a different battle. So not Bannockburn, but a different battle. That's the Harclay campaign we talked about earlier. And then when Harclay made the treaty without royal sanction, Edward had him arrested. Edmund had to sit on the jury and condemn him to die, so he had to sit through that miscarriage of justice. In the War with France, Edmund was unable to negotiate peace, and then he ended up being besieged in a castle for the whole war. So England, of course, lost because it's an Edward II war. Discontent with his brother began to grow, and Edmund was also a part of that. So by this point, he's had enough. And he's especially unhappy with the fact that Hugh Spencer is being entrusted with so much power because he thinks he'd be a better steward of his brother's trust. I'm sure he would have. Anyway, in 1326, Edmund actually works with Isabella and Roger Mortimer. That being said, Edmund does not trust Mortimer and knows that Mortimer is just a means to an end. Later on, Edmund actually falls out with Mortimer's administration, and this leads to him being murdered in 1330. Now, before that, he actually thought about doing a revolt with his other brother Thomas, who didn't make the list. So they thought about doing a revolt, but then they backed off at the last minute. So Mortimer was able to set a trap and have Edmund murdered. And a lot of that trap was the lie that Edward II was still alive. So the
So this
idea
is
is I'm holding him
so no
hostage.
so no trial.
Right. And so Edmund is plotting still, and the plot gets revealed by Mortimer. Parliament votes to condemn him to death. So actually, I guess there is a trial, sort of. Um, Edmund offers to do a walk of atonement with a rope around his neck from Winchester to London. And Edward III was in favor of that, by the way. So Edward III is technically king, even though he's young. But Mortimer intervenes before Edward III can make his decision and arranges to just execute Edmund. That is kind of one of the breaking points, by the way, between Edward III and Mortimer. So after his death, Edmund will be forgiven by Edward. His earldom will then be passed on to his sons, Edmund and John. In turn, of course, because primogenitor, but the younger Edmund doesn't live very long. Anyway, Edward III will be 17 at the time his uncle dies, and in many ways, Edmund of Woodstock's main contribution to history is that his death is what causes Edward III to overthrow his protector, Mortimer. So I guess Edward III thought rather highly of his uncle, if that means anything. So what do you think about Edmund of Woodstock? Hello?
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. I was
Oh,
saying I don't sorry, I don't find him especially impressive. I also don't find him especially bad either. Um, I was just kind of thinking with Mortimer, there's this the sense you get when you read about the way because Mortimer and Isabella are running England for a few years there,
yeah.
functionally. It's a sense you get that it wasn't just that they were illegitimate, but also particularly arbitrary and violent. So when I asked, did he even get a trial? It wasn't me being naive. I will not really because it was thought of as important at the time for there to be some kind of legality
Yeah, as
behind
part of
killing,
the Magna
especially
Carta.
people, particularly people who are highborn. So it's not like this is a so it is considered shocking to people when particularly those of high birth are put to death without proper trial.
Well, I imagine Mortimer did follow the rules, but probably in a pretty loose way. Because I mean, if he's trying to gain support from the nobility, I mean, they'd be insistent upon the Magna Carta, which like you were saying, is all about the rights of wealthy people to have a process before they're put to death. So, yeah, I guess he technically held a trial, but it was pretty much a stage trial where it's
Well,
just like, all
was
right,
it did Parliament vote him guilty?
yes.
Because
So
that's
I don't know if that
yeah,
would count technically as a trial, but I'm not sure about
it
the
is.
legal norms.
It
So
it counts as legal in England at the time.
okay,
It's a
so
bill of it that would be attainder.
all right, so
So
technically
something that's
Mortimer did cross his T's and dot his I's then.
but don't try that in the modern in modern America or modern Britain. We don't do those.
Right.
We don't do bills of attainder anymore.
Yeah.
Um,
Which is definitely an advancement. It's almost as if the rule of law is a useful thing, but
yeah, one
anyway.
yes, one might think.
So I guess for Edmund, I mean, I think he's pretty average. I'm thinking kind of a C. I mean, I guess the biggest thing in his favor is that he kind of does shore up Edward II a little bit, at least once he comes of age. So he kind of makes up somewhat for his brother's incompetence and probably keeps him going for an extra year or two.
Well, C is yeah, C seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Um,
And now I
not in
think
yeah.
it will be my turn to take a very brief break, and you can
All
entertain the people for a couple minutes, and I'll be right back.
right, I'll do my best.
All right.
Okay, how's everyone doing tonight? Let's see, Execute Edmund is a cool band name. Father Mortimer, through his father, Mortimer is direct descendant of King John. I did not know that. Well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. You're referencing something I don't know. You're a disappointment to your father. Well, that's not very nice, Mike. I'm doing my best. I'm kidding. Good books on the subject. So a good book I read. So I read 2 books in the past week or so in preparation for this. One of them is a reread. It's Foundation by Peter Ackroyd. So he wrote this series. I don't think it's done yet. But this is the first book of them. It's a series on the history of England. And so there's Foundation, then there's a book on the Tudors, then there's one on the sort of from the Tudors to up until I believe 1688. So you have the Stuarts. Then there's the one 1688 to 1815, and then there's a Victorian one, and then I think he might still be working on one after that. So it's very, very broad. The whole Roman era gets like a couple dozen pages. And then there's this one by Mark Morris, A Great and Terrible King. It's a biography of Edward the First and the Forging of Britain. Which is great. It's a great read. Read a lot of it on a red eye. It's a fun book. Get a lot of great details about Edward the First, his reign in context, and you get a lot of interesting information about Wales and Scotland. You get a sense for him, and it's always hard in this era, which I'm not super familiar with, to get a sense of what these people were actually like, and I feel like I got close to that with Edward.
Which Edward?
Sorry. I meant with Mark Morris's book on Edward the First, Great and Terrible King. Been recommended to me for a lot, and for
That
a
is
lot
a
of
good
years.
title to describe Edward the First.
Yeah. There's a book on Edward the Third called, I think it's The Perfect King. I haven't read it.
That's a nice title. I guess he's also known as the Paladin, which is a pretty good nickname.
What do you know of Donald the Unready? Or Daniel the Unready?
Daniel the Unready?
Yeah, Daniel the Unready.
So that was a joke from the 2016 election cycle. Somebody took like a picture of Trump and made it look like something from a manuscript, and they made him like Aethelred the Unready. And then they had him do quotes talking shit about like Canute not being able to deal with a flood and stuff like that. You're like, come on, Canute, it's just water.
Donald the Unready, make Mercia great again.
Yeah, so
I think I'd seen this Twitter account before.
Yeah, that was really popular back around 2013, not 13, like 15, 16, maybe into 17, and then after that it kind of petered out because I mean there's only so many Anglo-Saxon Chronicle references you can make.
You said 15, 17.
Yeah, 15, 16, 17.
Oh, I thought you meant 15, 16. It was like
no, like 2015, 2016, 2017,
yeah,
like that era, and then it kind of petered out. So I remember one time I made a reference to Daniel the Unready in a presentation. It was one of the early videos I uploaded, and somebody's like, "Can't talk shit about Trump." I'm like, "This is a common thing right now. Everybody knows what this is. Just relax."
Yeah, I'd seen that account. Couldn't stop the tide. Sad.
Yeah, it's just water. Canute.
So Canute, what's the deal with him? Was he really I've seen on the internet people talking about like he's one of the best rulers in the history of Britain. I mean, how much do we know?
I mean, he was this very charismatic Danish king who came in and had a pretty decent amount of support among many of the Anglo-Saxon nobles. So he was a guy who could have brought the country. He did actually bring both together and created an empire. So, yeah, Canute was legitimate in his own time for sure. I think the problem was when he died, his sons were not able to keep things together. They started fighting each other, and But I guess too, the other thing people don't want to talk about now, or at least don't acknowledge for whatever reason, is just how culturally compatible the Anglo-Saxons were with the Vikings. That they're really not that different in most ways. The only difference was who they're killing. That was the problem. It wasn't a cultural incompatibility issue.
Canute was a Christian, right?
I think so. I think he was one of the earlier Christians among the Danish
Oh no, what I
kings.
was asking, I know I know
Okay.
he became a Christian. The whole story with the tide. You know the whole story with the tide, where it's King Canute orders the tide to stay back, and yet it still splashes up and makes his shoes wet.
Oh,
Well, the apparently the real story is it's originally that story, this is what I've heard, is meant to displace Canute's piety because he has all these sycophantic courtiers around him who are saying, "Oh, you're the greatest, Canute. You're the most powerful ever." He says, "Well, watch this. I can't, uh, I can't change nature. I can't change God's laws." But it's come down in history as he was so arrogant that he believed he could defy God.
yeah, just like, there's a famous story about Xerxes where he famously whips the Bosporus that will, be obedient and allow his bridge to be built. So he has people out there with whips slapping the water. I wonder what the real story is, because I feel like that couldn't have been what actually happened.
He,
Or if it was some sort of elaborate joke or something that just got misinterpreted.
I Herodotus. What do you think of it? Because I'm when it comes to like ancient history, I'm very much totally amateur, totally like surface level for the most part.
So I
Except
I
when
enjoy
something goes wrong. But like,
Herodotus.
yeah. I was gonna say,
Um,
what's your take on Herodotus? Like, because he's called the father of lies, but I feel like I've seen some areas where, like, when he talks about some of the practices of the Scythians, for which we had prior to a few years ago no other evidence, and then we're finding out some of the things he says that sound outlandish are accurate.
yeah, so I
Um,
think Herodotus is a better historian than people like to credit because he sounds like a bullshitter. Like his style sounds like a bullshitter.
yeah.
But at the same time, he'll always say, "Listen, no, I can't confirm everything. Some of these things are way before my time, or they're from a place I haven't really visited. But here's what people say about it, and you can draw your own conclusion." So he does make sure to say if he can't confirm something. So he is pretty careful about that kind of stuff, more than people give him credit for. And also, he's very skillful at weaving narratives. So he's kind of doing something unprecedented. So that's the other thing to keep in mind is that um, even if he does maybe sometimes get some things wrong here or there, he doesn't really have a model to go on. I mean, there was Hecataeus before him, and Herodotus actually speaks highly of Hecataeus, but most people assume Hecataeus must have been pretty bad. But Herodotus, goes into a lot of culture, talks about geography, talks about battles, politics, international affairs. I mean, he's pretty all encompassing. I'm actually impressed by his range. So I think that he's pretty underrated. Excuse me. Whereas I think sometimes Thucydides tends to be a little overrated because he seems more modern. Um, that
Yeah.
and I've noticed among classicists, and I imagine this is true in some other fields as well, but especially with classicists, they think that an author is more profound if they're hard as hell to read. And Thucydides is pretty difficult to read in Greek because his
Okay.
syntax is a little bit labored. And so I think when people read it and it takes them a long time to figure out what he's saying, they're like, man, this guy must be brilliant because I can't make sense of this. But the simple truth is actually that while Thucydides was a brilliant guy, he also was not a very good writer, and that's why his
Oh,
syntax is hard to deal with.
because I've never read Thucydides directly, so. But I mean, I don't read Greek, so
I mean, the English
I
translations of Thucydides are preferable simply because the syntax is ironed out, But you can still see evidence of it even in the English translations a lot of times, where there are some phrases that are a little bit awkward, and there will be a footnote like, actually, we don't know what this means. We're just kind of guessing.
did the Achaemenids write any histories? I'm surprised, kind of,
Uh,
that they.
they do. They write well. They write theirs on cliff sides though. So actually, there's
Oh
a place
gosh.
called Behistun, which has the royal inscriptions by Darius and his successors, and so they give
Yeah.
their account of how Darius came to power and all that. So they did have writings, but not in the sense the Greeks did. Or they
Darius,
might have, but
yeah,
were lost, a long time ago if they did.
it's a shame. And we really, I really wish we knew more about them, and I mean, not to mention the Parthians, about whom we seem to know even less.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that we don't know more. To give you an idea of how little we know of, say, ancient Farsi, which is what Behistun is recorded in, if you wanted to learn Achaemenid era Persian as a language, you could actually learn the entire language in one summer course.
I
There's
heard
like
about
a
that. Yeah, no, I think Michael Axworthy says that in his Persia book.
Yeah, so I mean, I remember when I was at OSU, I regret not being able to take it that summer because there was a guy who knew it and was teaching it. So,
Oh,
um,
did you know I speak fluent Hunnic? And
oh
a lot of
really?
people don't know that about me. Yes, I speak every word of Hunnic language.
Nice. How many words are there?
Well, there's Strava, Kamos, and Meadows. That's all. That's it.
Strava, Kamos, and
Well,
Meadows?
yes. Strava is a funeral feast. Um, Kamos is a barley drink, and Meadows is a mead drink. So I've begun my translation of Harry Potter into Hunnic, and I should be done with the first book in should be a couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I guess you have the freedom now to invent any words you need. So,
Oh no, I'm just going to translate the words that we know. So it's just going to be those three over and over again.
well, there you go. I guess that's the easy way to do
Yeah.
it. And hell, I mean, you don't even have to really dig into the text too much. You can probably use like a word finding feature on Word or a word processor and just change them right out, and you got it.
That was fun. Yeah, it was when I was in grad school telling people I was fluent in Hunnic. Of course, I'd explain later. I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty neat
Great skill. I
bar
should start
story.
putting it on my resume.
Yeah, I had to write those down because that's a pretty neat fun fact.
Yeah.
To learn three words.
Oh no, it's total fluency.
I guess it is. Yeah, I mean fluency is relative to what's possible. So yeah,
Yeah. I suppose in a certain interpretation. Although my conversation topics are limited.
yeah, you got exactly three of them, and all you can do is just refer to the thing. There's no
Yeah,
follow up
exactly.
possible.
There's no
Yeah.
prepositions. There's no verbs.
Yeah, and there's no follow up. It's like, let's talk about me drink.
Yeah, you don't even say let's talk about it. Just
Yeah, me drink, and
meta
then maybe you can just sit there in silence, and
gesturing.
each person has a mead.
Yes. Yeah. Apparently, we do only know three Hunnic words. We know them because of it's
Is it
Jordanus.
Jordanes? Yeah.
Yeah, Jordanus. I think he wrote back a few things. A few words the Huns have for certain things. We don't know what their language is because we don't know what language family they belong to because we don't really know who they were.
Right,
If we
and
knew
that's
more
a
about the Huns,
agreed.
then my claim to fluency would shatter as quickly as Attila's empire.
So you're kind of
Uh,
actually rooting against discoveries in that field, then.
let's just say I've been sabotaged. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, not really.
Yeah.
But it would be cool to know more about them. Um,
Or maybe
I
they'll only
guess the
find a few
theory,
more words. You only have to learn three more words to
yeah, that'd be
maintain
great.
fluency.
But the I think the reigning theory for a while was you probably know that they were Xiongnu, but I think that's fallen out of vogue.
Yeah, that's the theory I've always heard, but I don't keep up with the Huns too much. Speaking of, well, I guess not really poor transition, but how about that
Yeah.
Edward the Third fellow?
How about it? I think it's very little to do with the Huns, but he
Yeah,
is our topic.
I've heard he's dead now.
I did actually hear he passed away.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
I know. Where were you when you got the news? It's one of those things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I got the news when I read my first book ever on the Hundred Years' War. Very
Yeah,
depressing.
it's always you'll get through it. It takes time.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he takes the throne as, I mean, and he's in a very dangerous situation. Although I guess he's protected by the fact his mom is one of the two. It's his mom and Mortimer, the couple, in charge of England. He gets Edward's. One of the first things that happens to him is this interesting incident. He's dragged along by Mortimer on campaign against the Scots, and oh gosh, is this James Douglas? The Douglas anyway. Surprises them, and the Scots manage to get into the royal tent, and Edward has to flee in his night clothes, barely escapes capture, which would have been quite something. It's something of a disaster. I forget what exactly the location of that was, but eventually, and this is, I mean, partly because of reasons you've described, uh, these executions, these kind of what seems to be a kind of grotesque, salacious, scandalous regime of the Queen and her lover who did away with Edward II. Anyway, Edward III stages a coup, manages to get into the bedroom. You have this famous scene where Isabella's pleading for her lover's life with her son. Good son, have pity on noble Mortimer. Understandably, he doesn't, and Mortimer is put to death. Isabella is confined for the rest of her life. Will basically be imprisoned, I believe. So, any final words on Isabella and Mortimer? They don't know how long they lived at.
Well, they got what was coming to them. I feel like maybe they're the English equivalent of the Shakespearean Macbeth and his wife, who, of course, are much different than the historical Macbeth and his wife.
What was the historical Macbeth and his wife? What were they like? We
Um,
know.
they took power and they died peacefully. And then after that, the dynasty managed to make a comeback, but there was no climatic final battle of justice. And also, they probably were provoked, so it wasn't just pure treason, and there was certainly no sleepover massacre.
Yes.
So,
Gonna
so
say they were
Shakespeare.
provoked. Duncan shouldn't have spent the night there. That
So I
was a
think,
provocation.
yeah. Now I think about it, actually, if you're looking for people who are kind of like the Shakespearean characters, maybe Mortimer and Isabella would be
she was
somewhat close.
she was released actually. She didn't uh she wasn't in prison for the rest of her life. She was in prison briefly and then,
Did she
but
go crazy and just start washing her hands obsessively to try to get the blood off?
not as far as I know.
Okay, well,
She
I,
didn't
I guess
adopt a
Shakespeare
Scottish
took some
accent or
liberties.
end up in a Verdi opera.
Yeah.
Uh uh what's your favorite? Do you have a favorite Shakespeare play?
Um, I would either have to go with Macbeth or Julius Caesar.
I like it. Julius Caesar's great. I actually really like Richard II.
I haven't seen that or read it before.
It's really good. Anyway, that's totally relevant. Anyway, well, not it won't be irrelevant, but it's irrelevant right now.
Yeah.
Um, so then after Mortimer and Isabella, sorry, after Mortimer and Isabella are deposed, and Isabella lives another 28 years after the coup. So after Edward retakes power, so she lives quite a while after that. England manages to sort of kind of conquer Scotland. Edward Balliol, who's backed by the English, enters Scotland with a tiny English army. They win a dramatic victory over a much, much bigger Scottish army, Halidon Hill. This is the one where they adopt the rather obvious strategy of, well, the Scots are going to sit there with their pikes. We'll just fire arrows into them, and they did. And I think the number of English casualties is something. Let me actually look at the Wikipedia page. I think it might have been 40. It might have been 40 casualties or something absurd.
That actually
Sorry,
does
no,
happen a lot in edged combat
seven,
battles.
seven or 14 losses in the English side, whereas the Scots, out of an army 15,000, several thousands are killed.
Yeah, and once a
Um,
rout happens in an edged weapon battle, the casualties are extremely disproportionate after that point.
yeah, so it's Scottish, Scottish collapse, huge casualties among the nobility, and the English and Edward Balliol capture Berwick, driving um, and yeah, so you have the disastrous reign now of David II, which will get even worse when David gets captured by the English about a decade later at Neville's Cross. Another one of these horrible battles. So the once again, I believe another instance of the Scots being mown down by English longbowmen. So you have in Edward's reign, you have astounding military success. This is against the Scots and against the French. So his reign, I guess the way I kind of read, way I kind of looked into it was, and this is kind of how he's remembered and how he built his reputation, this series of tremendously successful battles against the Scots first, and then against the French. Because of course, this is the start of the Hundred Years' War. Um, the Hundred Years' War is begins as a squabble over overlordship in Gascony, but becomes much bigger. I mean, it also has to do with dueling asylums. So King David of Scotland, after Halden Hill, ends up in France. Robert of Artois ends up in England, and then when the French seize Guyenne, um, Edward III renounces his homage to the French. So you with the first battles of the war are fought when the English. The first really big decisive one is the war's largest naval battle, Sluis, which is a dramatic English victory. Um, how much Edward had to do with the generalship itself at Sluis, I'm not exactly sure. But in any case, it's a tremendously brutal battle, in part because the French, quite early on in the fight, sink one of the English ships. And it happened to be the ship containing a lot of the ladies who had followed their husbands. Not camp followers, but noble-born ladies. And when the ship went down, a large number of them drowned, and this was in full view of the English fleet, in full view of Edward, and so the English were not in the mood for taking prisoners after the battle. And so you have, and this is Sluis is the bloodiest battle of the Hundred Years' War, almost certainly. So of all, so it's the first major battle and probably the bloodiest because pretty much the whole French fleet falls into the hands of the English and they kill just about everybody.
Yeah, it sounds like a battle like straight out of the First Punic War, where it'd always be a battle of destruction, or it'd be followed by a storm that destroyed a whole fleet.
Yeah, I mean, I think Froissart talks about this too. The idea of sea battles are much worse than land battles because on a land battle you can get away. On a sea battle, when these ships get enmeshed together, they don't have these. I believe they were using cogs
Yes.
rather than galleys. So there was no real way for them to maneuver out of a fight once they had gotten into it. The only way to get out of the fight was to win,
Yeah.
and the English won.
And not to
And there
mention
would be
that,
more.
most of these guys couldn't swim, and then the North Sea tends to be pretty rough.
Yeah, yeah, it's just Sluis. I remember reading about it in an encyclopedia when I was little and just being so horrified. It seems it's like one of the. It's a really horrifying battle. Really horrifying battle. Um, but it's not Edward's most famous victory. His most famous victory happens in. Oh my God, have I mixed up the order?
No, Sluis is first, and then Cressy is a little later.
Thank God. Thank
Yeah.
God. It would seem very stupid there. um, it's Cressy at Crécy La Chapelle, I believe. Is this? No, it'd be Crécy. I think it'd be Crécy La Bataille. Let me let me check actually the location. Anyway, it's northern France. Uh, 1346 August. Um, the English land in Normandy. They come very close to Paris. They're burning, sacking all along the way. And the Parlement of Paris and the Royal Council. Now, as you might recall, there's ideas from our Valois monarchs tier list. I have a quite low opinion of King of Philip the Sixth, but
Yes.
I don't know how much he's responsible for Crecy. He was the estates were furious at him for not running risks. They were very angry about the attacks on Paris, and as in many points in history, a French army is coaxed out of Paris by destroying the countryside around it. Um, the battle is shambolic. The Genoese mercenaries employed by the French famously fare poorly. When they start to withdraw, King Philip orders his own cavalry to kill them, which is probably not what you want to do.
Probably
Cavalry
makes it
fare,
harder to recruit mercenaries going forward.
I can imagine that Genoa was not forthcoming. Uh, although actually I don't know. Probably though, logically. Anyway, the French army, sorry, the cavalry then advance. The adventurous King of Bohemia, who, frankly, I mean, John of Luxembourg ends up in the fight and is killed. He's blind. There's that famous anecdote. He has some of his knights lash their horses to his, and John of Luxembourg and his knights are killed. But this is Edward III's greatest victory. This gigantic triumph at Crecy. Um, you have anything else on Crecy?
It's one of the three really iconic English victories as the first part of the trilogy. Crecy, Poitiers, and Agincourt. And of course, Agincourt we won't get to today because that's after Richard II, so that's 1415. But yeah, those are basically the battles where the English longbow really shows what it can do.
At Poitiers, I thought it was more of a slugfest between the infantry.
We'll talk about that because that's an Edward the Black Prince battle. But it kind of is a more infantry heavy battle. And it's a little different in the way it plays out. I feel like Cressy and Agincourt are more similar, and then Poitiers in many ways is kind of the outlier.
Yeah, Poitiers, it's very interesting. It gives you, I think, Froissart's account of it. I've used as a primary source teaching before. It gives you a really good idea of the kind of the values of the nobility, how they conceived of themselves, how they thought of one another. Anyway, we'll talk about that when we come to it. But Crecy, after Crecy, the English capture Calais, and they'll hold that the uh, until Francis of Guise retakes it, 1558. More than 2 centuries later. So England gets what is essentially a permanent foothold in France. Takes land in Normandy. It's an unquestionable disaster for France, a tremendous victory for England. Um, just the pride that's taken. Oh, by the way, it's Crécy-en-Ponthieu in Picardy, not Crécy-la-Chapelle. These are apparently different places.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so this is in northern France, in Picardy, but it's not the same.
Isn't Picardy to the east of Paris, if I'm not mistaken?
Um, north and slightly west,
Oh,
I
okay. I
think.
mean, that makes more sense.
Other than Crecy itself, Picardy itself is to the north and tilted a bit east.
Okay.
The province of Picardy, well, the historical region. I don't know what department Crecy was in. Is in today. Somme. It's in the Somme department.
Okay, so that's
So it
probably
must not be
is.
far from where Agincourt. So Agincourt's fought along the Somme too, I thought.
I think you're right. I mean, I guess it makes sense that all these battles would be kind of in the vicinity of Paris.
Yeah. Well, Poitiers is
Well, Poitiers,
way, way far away.
it's also the
Poitiers.
outlier in terms of how it got started too.
Um, so toward the end of his reign, and I guess we'll pick up on the war with France when we come to uh, Edward Woodstock. By the end of his reign, by the time Edward's an old man, by the time he dies, all the conquests in France just about are reversed. So it's not like you have these military victories are tremendously important in cementing England's, in many ways, national identity and pride, and in building up Edward's reputation as a great king, as the one who forged this sense of nationhood through victories that mobilized unprecedented numbers of Englishmen. Also of just in terms of domestic policy, how precisely he accomplished this, I was not able to discern, but English trade had for a while been in the hands mostly of middlemen, naturally Germans and Italians. Those are major trading partners along the Rhine and in the wealthy city-states of northern Italy. And by the end of Edward's reign, English trade was largely in the hands of Englishmen.
Huh. I
Whereas in
didn't know about
France,
that.
you would still, for centuries later, you'd have the Italian merchant communities would be dominant in, especially and in Spain, Genoese. But in England, in particular, you have this a national economy that seems to have. I guess this is going to put it in terms that seem wildly anachronistic, but worked for the English. And he's just in many ways he seems like an ideal king to people at the time. So he's this chivalrous streak, this tremendously mighty soldier, wise, but somebody who also took advice well, which cannot be said of his father in any respect. But somebody who also, unlike Edward Longshanks, to whom we might compare him, he is very much in control of his temper. He's an actor, which all kings are, really. All kings, all powerful people, there's an element of being an actor. Frederick the Great, Louis XIV, FDR. You're
All
putting on a
successful people in
yeah,
power.
all successful people. And he just seems to have played his role tremendously well. Do you have anything else on? We'll continue with the war, but anything on his personality, domestic policy, that sort of stuff, domestic,
Um,
etc.
I can't think of too much to add. I guess when it comes to the end, I do have one critique, which is fairly minor, but I think it is something that we see with both Edward III and his son, the Black Prince. But I'll save that
What?
for a minute.
Letting the boy win his spurs.
No, I mean, not that part, although that was a big risk, but I do see
If it
with
happens.
both of them sometimes a little bit of contentment with a victory and the failure to follow up as much as they could.
What could Edward have done after Cressy? I wonder.
Well, I mean, he could have pressed his advantage more. And I'm mostly thinking of Poitiers, to be fair, where both of them are just kind of like celebrating for 5 years, um, rather than following up. But anyway,
Following up is I mean, we'll get
yeah,
to that, but honestly, armies in that region, that specific region, Poitou, have always had problems following up their victories. This is something I've looked into a lot with the French Wars of Religion. is the Catholics will at one point win a smashing victory at Moncontour in right next to Poitiers, and not next right next to, but near Poitiers. The Protestants will win victories, and always in that region there's a castle to run to. It's
Ah,
very
heavily
that's
castellated.
the issue. Yeah. There's
Yeah,
always some fortified area you can run to recoup. So it's a and this is a problem for the French monarchy for decades after the wars of religion when they're trying to deal with Huguenot autonomy in that region. Is that it's very well fortified, in part because of the Hundred Years' War, part because of what we're talking about now. For centuries, this will be a prickly region. Um, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But if you have something, if you yeah, um, I know that but really the English do start doing quite poorly in this war after in the years after Poitiers.
yeah. I mean,
Um,
they definitely have, I guess, high and low tide a few different times during the war. I mean, the momentum swings back and forth a
they're
few times.
they're up against some pretty impressive the generals of Charles V. Um, there you have a tremendously effective monarch in Charles V who's counteracting them. Successful strategy of avoiding pitched battle. Um, I mean, I feel as if to some extent, as good as tremendous as the English victories in this war were, because of how vast France is, because of the resources of France, the English can really only be as good as the French leaders are bad, if that makes any sense. Um,
Yeah,
and the English, in France are looting everything. They are a tremendously rapacious conquering army, but it's tremendously impressive. You have a country that is quite a bit smaller at this point in history, although it's shifting as more is looted, as France decays further. A country that's still poorer, um, managing to have France on its back for decades. This is how England and Edward III in particular built their reputation. This is a power to be reckoned with. These are people to be reckoned with. Just they're not just drunken barbarians. But Edward's court itself is a model of chivalry. He he starts his own. He's the founder of the Order of the Garter. I'm just going to check that to make sure. I I'm almost certain of it. Yes, founded by Edward. Um, still extant. Um, partly to model his own court off the courts of the court of France, which is considered kind of the peak of the height of etiquette, the height of chivalry at the time. Um, which meant also uh, a love for these stories, these primordial, I guess they were regarded as histories of King Arthur and the Round Table. There's a lot about English national identity top down that you can kind of start to see with Edward. I don't want to oversell it, but this is something that's often said about Edward is that we see a sort of the beginning of a national consciousness in England that goes beyond people's loyalties to the king himself or to their own specific lord, but to the concept of England as a nation.
yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I've seen some book titles that bear that out. But I've also have a book. I haven't gotten a chance to read it, but there's a book out about Edward III's army and its organization. So I guess it was also probably the best army in Europe at the time in terms of organization and ability, in terms of cohesion.
1300s. Yeah, I mean, what else would it be?
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything that would be better than Edward III's army, and I think that's partly why they're able to fight outnumbered and still prevail over the French in this way. So, um,
Were the Turks in Europe yet? I don't think so.
not
They started
quite.
to.
Yeah, they're
When
starting
was
to. I mean, the
Nicopolis
Ottomans.
was 1370s.
Yes, and the Ottomans don't start until I think 1299. So it'll take them a while to penetrate into Europe, and mostly, but I guess if we're counting them in Turkey, we could start there. But I'm not sure when they get their sort of definitive model. But that's something I'm
The
gonna
Dev
look up.
Sherma, I'm not
Yeah.
sure either. My Ottoman military history, okay, my military history in general isn't amazing. My Ottoman military history is
Yeah, because like
it's
their
not
Janissary
great.
Corps, I don't know exactly when that forms. I mean, obviously by the time they conquer Constantinople, that system's in full swing, but I don't know exactly when it starts.
Well, it
So
relies upon dominating the Balkans, or at least part of it. That's where they get the recruits.
yeah,
Well, not
that
recruits,
and
slaves.
right, exactly. But yeah, so
I mean, they were an army for a time. They were, I believe, they operated as a standard nomadic army
yeah,
before they started really utilizing gunpowder.
yes. I mean, I guess Edward's army clearly is better than the French army because we have the results. The Holy Roman Empire, I don't think does anything too special in this period, so they're kind of out. The Byzantines aren't doing too well. So yeah, I guess
Aragon probably had the best navy in Europe at the time.
yeah, that
They had a
makes
tremendous
sense.
navy, but I don't
Uh,
know about army.
yeah, actually, maybe Castile might have had a pretty decent army because they're
Well,
reclaiming land
that's
in
actually
Spain.
that leads us to another thing to note about Edward's reign, which is, and I think we could probably have gone into this when we talk about the Black Prince, but England and France intervening in a civil war. Well, they intervened in a civil war in Brittany, then intervening in a civil war in Spain, a war in Castile specifically. Do you know about this?
A little bit from what I've read about the Black Prince.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it,
I don't know
sadly.
a ton about it. I know that I don't think he could fully intervene though because he also had trouble with his Gascon nobles and I'm talking about the Black Prince in this case because he will be governing in Aquitaine and Gascony. But he's got pressure from France and pressure internally, and he's slowly ebbing support. So he couldn't really intervene, but he was putting pressure on the border of Navarre.
Now he was in there. He fought battles. He fought at Nakara. Stuff
He does
like he
fight at
was.
Nahara, but
Yeah,
I don't think he can
I thought he was
sustain a
really in it.
presence.
Yeah.
Um, I know
Anyway, I
yeah, because I want to say Nahara is also the point in the Black Prince's life where his health takes a turn. Like this is the last time you have like fully healthy Black Prince.
see Battle of Nakara.
Yeah, so this is April
It might be
1367.
Najera. I might be accidentally foreignizing it.
Well, it's Nahara or Navarrete, and it's in Castile at La Rioja today.
Where is that?
Yeah, so this
That's
guy,
not.
this
It's not exactly. It's in Navarre, but it's not. It's not close to Gascony. You still have to cross the Pyrenees, I think, to get to Nahara. Um,
let's see if there's a map.
it's in Old Navarre.
Okay.
There's kind of sort of there's that area of Navarre that the Castilians take in in 1512, and then there's the part the French hold on to for, well, until now, forever, essentially.
Yeah.
Um, in any case, uh, whose candidate wins that war? As you can tell, neither of us are experts on. I
Yeah,
believe, unless you're hiding it very well. Neither of us are experts on the Castilian Civil War.
right.
Henry of Trastamara. Okay, well, of course, the Trastamara win. We know that. And
Well, I know they.
that's the French side.
Yeah, so I guess they won the war, but the Black Prince won the battle. Um,
Yeah, we won that particular battle. I mean, in yeah. So do you know that anecdote with do you know who Bertrand de Guesclin was? I think we might have talked about him in the Valois stream.
I don't remember.
So de Guesclin was this Breton soldier who fought for the French crown. He okay, I don't want to get this wrong, so just looking this up. All right. After the Battle of Montiel, where the French candidate Henry of Trastamara wins, um, Peter, who is the English-backed candidate, flees and bribes Du Guesclin to escape, and also promises him more money if he leads him into Henry of Trastamara's tent. At which point, Peter and Henry, the two claimants for the Castilian throne, the people who've been fighting this war the whole time, a knife fight begins between daggers. All right, and this is how it's kind of Wikipedia. At a moment when they fought on the floor, Pedro got the upper hand. Peter got the upper hand and was about to finish Henry, but then Du Guesclin, who had stayed inactive, for he was compromised by both. Remember, he's been working for both of them. Made his final choice. He grabbed Pedro's ankle and turned him belly up, allowing Henry of Trastamara to stab him to death and take the throne of Castile. While turning Pedro down, Du Guesclin claimed to have said, "I neither remove nor put a king, but I do help my sire." So
Oh,
the
okay, I see what you're
Civil
talking about
War,
now. At
the
first,
Civil War is brought to an end through a bizarre knife fight that Bertrand du Guesclin puts an
at
end to.
first, at first,
Pretty...
like I knew you weren't saying it, but it sounded like you were saying the gay clown. Which I'm like, I thought we already talked about that guy, but
allegedly.
yeah. All right, yeah. Um, but
So with Edward, do you have anything else on him? I'm kind of I don't know too much about his domestic policy, and he reigned for
um,
50 years, so I feel
I
like
mean,
I ought to.
I know it was obviously more successful than not. I don't think he had too many major disturbances domestically. I mean, obviously there must have been some because he was there 50 years, but I don't think there's anything major that I'm aware of. So he was a pretty strong ruler, maintained decent enough popularity and support. I guess it helps that he's bringing home war booty, and he and his son, the Black Prince, spent it like crazy, so people had fun with it. Um, yeah, I guess Edward the Third. I can't. The only thing I would say is, I don't think he followed up vigorously sometimes, or that he sometimes lost his momentum by trying to negotiate. But
I
maybe
think
he understood you couldn't directly conquer France because it's stronger than England. I don't know. I mean, maybe he had reasons that I'm
I
downplaying.
here's what I feel. I think we should put him in A, but tentatively until we know more about him, because I'm not super confident in frankly, I'm less confident with him than any of these other guys ranking.
Yeah, because
Because
I mean, I
I
guess
know he has this amazing reputation, but if we're just going on reputation, then these folks can just read Wikipedia, you know?
yeah. If we're also just going on reputation, then the Lionheart should have been S
Yeah.
tier as well.
Lionheart should have been S as well.
Yeah, no, I think you're
Henry
right.
the Third should have been lower.
The other thing too about Edward the Third is he gets England embroiled in a conflict that will continue long after his death. So it's a
Yeah,
conflict
and
that,
ultimately failure.
yeah, it ultimately
That
fails, and there's not a clear end in sight, and his heirs keep having to reinvent the war over and over. So I mean, for all
so
of his talent, he does put them in a difficult spot going forward.
why not? How about a tentative A, and we'll look into it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think
All
he's
right.
he's definitely he's in contention though. He's a very
Yeah.
talented individual. Now
We also yeah, we didn't get much of his personality. Yeah. Anyway.
yeah. Speaking of a guy named Edward, he has a son and heir. His eldest son, Edward of Woodstock, better known today as the Black Prince, and most likely people think that the Black Prince name was posthumous, so nobody ever called him the Black Prince in his lifetime, and it refers to the color of the armor on his sarcophagus. Although that's kind of a theory, we actually don't know exactly where the Black Prince label came from. So, for about 30 years, he's a major player in his father's realm, but he will end up predeceasing his dad by a year. So he never gets to be king, but he is immensely influential, and he becomes Edward III's sword arm for a lot of that reign. So from a young age, Prince Edward will be known for being chivalric. He will be crowned Prince of Wales 1343. Then a few years later, he becomes a knight on his first ever campaign, which is a landing at La Hogue. Then, a few years later, of course, he fights at Cressy. And this will be a period where he almost dies because he is commanding the right wing. Edward III learns that his son is hard pressed but unwounded, so Edward III decides not to reinforce that wing so his son can better earn his spurs. Which is kind of a goofy thing to say because technically Edward already had that's code for being knighted, so Edward had already been a knight for a few years. So he will survive, even though he actually gets knocked over and somebody has to rescue him before he can then keep fighting forward. After the battle, of course, it's a great victory. His dad congratulates him. And in many ways, the Black Prince maybe gets more out of this battle than his dad does in terms of personal reputation. Even though it's definitely his dad's victory, his dad was the guy in command and making the decisions. Anyway, he will also fight at Calais when that falls. He also fights in a naval battle with his father at Winchelsea, which is after the fall of Calais in 1350. And so here, this is another famous Edward moment. He actually is accompanied by his 10-year-old brother. Yes, his 10-year-old brother is on a ship with him in this naval battle. That'd be John of Gaunt, of course. And they fight a horrible naval battle at Winchelsea. As you said, these ships are not maneuverable. They just kind of blunder into each other. He actually has to... His ship is damaged by a heavier, stronger Spanish vessel, which I guess would be Castilian. And ultimately, the only way he can survive is by overrunning the decks of the ship across from him and taking it over. So he has to kill the enemy crew and take over their ship to survive. He does get some assistance, like another ship attacks from the flank, but still, I mean, this is like really fraught stuff. So the Black Prince is a guy who almost dies in most of his battles. So this is a guy who's very much a frontline sword fighter. He does put down a revolt in England at Cheshire in 1353. He does 2 chevauchés, which are huge raids in 1355 and 56. Those are from Aquitaine, which he now controls. His dad is in Normandy, and they have the Duke of Lancaster and Brittany supporting a rebel, John of Montfort. So they're basically on a 3-front campaign against the French at this time. His 2 chevauchés...
Yeah.
Do what?
I was going to say, chevauché, you know the 3 alls policy?
No, what's up?
From World War II, China, Japanese policy in some areas of China. Kill all, burn all, steal all. That's a chevauché.
Yeah.
But more mobile.
Yes, that's pretty much it. And a lot of it is just raid in the French territory, burn everything, and try to capture things opportunistically if the opportunity presents. Which I guess is what opportunistically means. I don't know why I clarified that. But anyway,
that's
so,
all right. It's late.
He did try to take one castle in 1355, and he will lose because the enemy actually throw a bunch of beehives at him. So that was one small defeat. Yeah, so the enemy, like, instead of pouring oil or something, they throw a bunch of beehives at his men, and that will win the day there. But then he'll in the 1356 chevauchée, which will be his most famous campaign, he is trying to march all the way from Aquitaine to Normandy to link up with his dad and do some damage there, because Normandy, of course, is an ancestral home for the Plantagenets, and they want it back. So naturally, the plan is he's going to cut a swath through French territory to get there, living off the land. But in the meantime, what he finds is that in the middle of this operational area, King John II, the Good of France, is raising an army. And so this blocks the Black Prince's passage to link up with either the Duke of Lancaster in Brittany or with his dad in Normandy. And so he tarries a bit, and then John figures out that he's the smallest of the 3 armies, and John gives chase. Well, John traps him. But John is then reluctant to actually attack, so they actually spend time negotiating. And while they're negotiating, Edward will be strengthening his position by fortification, because he knows he's badly outnumbered. I think it's like 16,000 to 6,000, so more than 2 to 1, closer to 3 to 1. So the French have squandered the chance to attack before he's ready. They also will diminish their numerical advantage by fighting in a narrow space in 4 waves. So they won't just overwhelm in a narrow front. They also won't fight in a wider area where their numbers actually allow them to flank. So they've made a crucial mistake fighting an army with longbows. And Edward will also arrange to plant an ambush of 600 men on the flank. And the idea is that they will lay in wait and only attack the second wave of Frenchmen. So that way he can hit the first wave with his archers and then hit the second wave with an ambush, try to create a general rout and push them off all at once. On the French side, for whatever reason, despite their big numerical advantage, John forms a shock unit of only 300 infantry. So 300 men at arms go in to try to break up the English ahead of the rest of the army. Those guys get routed by longbowmen, and then they fall back in disarray on the line behind them. Meanwhile, Edward's troops emerge out of ambush and strike in the flank of the second line, which is led by the Crown Prince. And then, as he sees the French reeling back, rather than sucking in the enemy like the English will do at Agincourt, he realizes the momentum's on his side, so he charges. And he just sweeps down the hill. His army completely routs the enemy. And this, of course, is the famous Battle of Poitiers, fought on September 19th, 1356. And this is one of the 3 great battles. And of course, this means that the Black Prince is present at 2 of the 3 great battles for the English, on the land at
By
least.
far it's probably by far the smallest of them, of those big
Yes.
3.
It is. It's
I mean,
definitely the least
big 3
reference
English
to.
victories.
Yeah, I mean, I
So-
feel like Crecy and Agincourt are more often referenced, but this is the third of the 3. in
So
terms
I'm
of
gonna,
importance.
if you give me a moment, I'm gonna read something that I think should give our audience an idea of why the Black Prince, and to an extent his father, acquire a certain reputation among people. So this is a passage from Froissart, who's a chronicler at the time. So this is about the evening of the Battle of Poitiers. That evening, the Prince of Wales, so Black Prince, gave a supper for the King of France and most of the captured counts and barons. It lists a bunch of them. They sat at a high table, lavishly provided, and the rest of the nobles at other tables. The Black Prince himself served in all humility both at the king's table, this is the King of France, and at the others, steadfastly refusing to sit down with the king in spite of all his entreaties. He insisted that he was not yet worthy to sit at the table of so mighty a prince and so brave a soldier as he had proved himself to be on that day. He constantly kneeled before him, saying, "Beloved sire, do not make such a poor meal, even though God has not been willing to heed your prayers today. My royal father will certainly show you every mark of honor and friendship in his power, and will come to such a reasonable understanding with you that you and he will always remain firm friends. In my opinion, you have good cause to be cheerful, although the battle did not go in your favor, for today you have won the greatest renown of a warrior, excelling the best of your knights. I do not say this to flatter you, for everyone on our side, having seen how each man fought, unanimously agrees with this, and awards you the palm and the crown, if you will consent to wear them." This is considered the height of chivalry, the height of good form, to display this sort of tremendous humility. Once to not succumb to hubris, and to continue despite this reversal of fortune. You're not reversing the social order. You are still the Prince of Wales, and this is still the King of France. It's pretty astounding, really.
Right.
This is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a performance art.
Absolutely, it's performance art. I think John did apparently fight very bravely, but this is mainly performance.
Yeah, and to put
Oh
the
my
battle
God.
in context in terms of how lopsided the
Yeah, but-
results are, I didn't bother writing down the English casualties because they're completely insignificant. The French casualties, though, at least 4,500 men at arms were killed or captured, and then about 1,500 to 3,800 common men. And the French army, by the way, they often would carry commoners around, and a lot of times their role was to stand and die while the people you care about get away. So, in this case, the English killed more of the men who matter than they did of the guys who were there to take arrows. They also capture nearly 100 barons and counts.
Yeah. So, I mean, but these all these rules of chivalry do not extend to non-titled individuals.
Right.
To
It's
be
all
clear,
about getting ransoms.
this is that horrible interlude in history. This is before nation states view their own prisoners of war as important, and after Christianity has gotten rid of slavery. So this means if you're a commoner, you're in that 1,000-year interlude where if you're a commoner on the losing side of a battle, you'd better be a good runner, because you're not
Yes.
getting any mercy at all. Because you're not useful to exchange and you can't be taken as a slave. You're in a bad historical interlude.
Yes. So anyway, John is his prisoner, as you mentioned. Edward will winter in great style at Bordeaux, and supposedly he will blow all of the immense plunder he had taken at Poitiers with he and his men and their guest, quote guest, partying their asses off, or at least having nice banquets. Then in late March, he negotiates a 2-year truce with the French because he wants to go home. The Gascon lords are uncomfortable with the idea of John being removed from France, so Edward will bribe them and then take John back to England. They celebrate another great victory with Edward III present, so that happens in May. There's a big tournament. And apparently, the Black Prince spends so much money back in England that he ends up massively in debt to the point where his dad says, okay, if you die on the next campaign, your creditors will end up getting the revenue from your estates for 4 years in a row. And that's the only way you can pay off the debt you've amassed. So the Black Prince was spending money like water after Poitiers. And I guess part of it's the show and the chivalry, but also maybe a little bit of a lack of planning. Anyway, he will return to action for the Reims campaign of 1359 to 60, which was indecisive, but it does show that the French were not broken by John's capture. Then Edward and his dad will continue to try to acquire a treaty. In 1361, he'll get married to his cousin, Joan, Countess of Kent. And then finally, the next year, when peace is made, they will settle in to govern Gascony and Aquitaine. And one of the provisions of the treaty that they do sign is that now the English formally own Aquitaine, even though they've occupied it now for a while. So this is probably one of their high tide moments after Poitiers. So Black Prince will govern the area. He'll deal mostly with truculent nobles. He also has to deal with some freebooters who keep attacking the French. He's trying to keep them in line to prevent them from starting another war. And of course, we mentioned he gets involved in the civil war in Castile. So he's got a lot on his plate. But he also will be doing a lot in his personal life. He has his intended son and heir, Edward of Angoulême, will be born in 1365, but then die by 1370, meaning that the next son that he has, Richard, born in 1367, will be the one who ultimately succeeds. That's also the same year as the Battle of Nahara, and as we'll see, also the same year that he starts to have health problems. So up to 1367, he's hale and hearty, and after that, he is frequently bedridden. I wonder if just because he had visions of what Richard would be. Anyway, by 1369, he's once again broke, and he needs to raise money. And he's going to do so locally using a parliament, but this pisses off all of the nobles. And so French King Charles sees an opening. So he asked the Black Prince to attend him in Paris, and Edward replies in true chivalric fashion that he will attend by the required date, but wearing his helmet and with 60,000 men at his back. Which will not happen.
Where's he going to get that many men anyway?
I have no idea, because they've never amassed that many before, and they don't come close to it. So instead of raising 60,000 men, he instead will start to have problems with the home government because they refuse to send as much reinforcements as he wants. And it looks like most people believe that the problem was his younger brother, John of Gaunt, who is convincing their father to not send as many troops. And then when John does lead troops in, those troops will be under his authority rather than Edward's. So they're kind of doing like two separate commands. It's kind of a mess. And things are going very poorly for the English during this war. So another problem was Edward lost his chief administrator in 1370. Then over 900 communities in his area will declare their allegiance to the French crown. And so he ends up having to fight two armies invading from the north and the south. And he's semi bedridden by this point, so he can't mount a horse. So he has to try to bring the Gascon lords together. So he's kind of begging them to stay loyal. They refuse, perhaps because he looked weak. And he also was willing to compromise, which was not a trait for him. So he's in the middle of a pincer attack on Aquitaine, and all he can do is leave his sickbed, take the field with only 4,000 men, and he has to focus his wrath on one city that pissed him off by defecting, that'd be Limoges. And he will take that city through mining. And he does massacre the population. But again, this is a point where he's not doing well. This is also right when his eldest son dies. And
Well,
so
but it's not inconsistent with the idea of chivalry.
Yeah, I mean, because these are commoners. And they also betrayed him.
No, and it's I mean, it's betrayal. They're noble. I think there was this idea in chivalry of treating even of non-noble women sometimes.
Pretty much all the time.
I mean, I think that was not well, super, but it was something within the kind of realm of chivalric ideas. But mostly it had the conduct of nobles.
You're supposed to have like the woman who's your unattainable woman to idealize, and then in the meantime, to deal with your frustrations, you just visit peasant women, whether they want you there or not.
Oh no, there was but there existed a standard that was obviously followed not at all in wartime, especially not in enemy territory, where the chivalric code did have some protections for women in general, not only noble women.
Yeah,
though certainly, let's just say imperfectly applied.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to be fair, I mean, pretty much all warrior codes are imperfectly followed. I mean, you could make the same critique of the samurai.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, so after, by 1370, his health's failing, he's depressed because his son's dead, so he withdraws to Cognac, and then eventually goes from there back to England. He'll be replaced by his brother. His health will then rebound for a while once he gets home. He actually will convince his father not to make peace with Navarre, because they did something that made him mad. He then will champion the clergy against the Duke of Lancaster, and I don't really understand the particulars of that, so there was some sort of a domestic dispute at the time in late Edward III's reign of the clergy having opposition to the Duke of Lancaster. Anyway, obviously by this point, Edward III's getting up there in age. He's, I think, pushing 70 at least. And so, as you might imagine, the Black Prince's influence should be increasing steadily as he slowly takes over. But his health issues return, and actually he will be in worse shape in his 40s than his dad is in his 70s. And so by the time we get to the Good Parliament of 1376, was another huge confrontation in that issue between the clergy and the Duke of Lancaster. Edward, by this point, will know definitively that he's dying. And so he starts to make his final arrangements. He sort of urges his dad to look after his son, because he knows that he will predecease his father. The consensus is that he died of dysentery in some way, but exactly what happened is unclear, because dysentery never takes 10 years to kill somebody. So we don't really understand exactly what happened to him medically. Anyway, though, he will die a week shy of age 46. And his funeral epitaph will be at Canterbury Cathedral, and it reads as follows: "Such as thou art, sometime was I. Such as I am, such shalt thou be. I thought little on the hour of death, so long as I enjoyed breath. On earth I had great riches, land, houses, great treasure, horses, money, and gold. But now a wretched captive am I. Deep in the ground, lo, here I lie. My beauty great is all quite gone. My flesh is wasted to the bone." Probably pronounce bond, though, to make it rhyme. But anyway. So I guess those could count as his last words.
That's quite the epitaph.
Yeah, not too bad.
That's not a bad epitaph. Gotta say, that's a good one. What think you of the Black Prince? Yeah.
So what do you think of the Black Prince? So I mean, I have
An
him.
impressive, a very impressive military commander. Although I don't know about S tier, he had no real response to Charles V's Fabian strategy.
Yeah.
Perhaps it would have been a tremendously difficult thing to respond to in any case. Perhaps he was simply unfortunate to be facing off against uh, a very tremendously talented monarch and some very talented French commanders. But obviously, a very successful general. Um,
He doesn't seem to have been a very good administrator, though.
no, no, he did. No, he doesn't seem to have been. Um, I think an A is in order for him.
Yeah, he's a pretty effective follower of his father, and he probably would have been a successful king. Although I guess because his dad lived so long, so if Edward had just lived a little bit longer, he wouldn't have been able to rule long enough to do anything because he had his own health issues.
Yeah.
So now we move it to another son of Edward III. That would be John of Gaunt. And John was actually Edward's fourth son. So the second and third sons didn't really make this list. I don't think they survived to adulthood. But anyway, Edward III's fourth son, he was born in 1340, so he's 10 years younger than the Black Prince. He will be a refounder, I guess we could say, of the Lancastrian line and the father of the future Henry IV. So that's his main claim to fame. But in the meantime, he does plenty of things in his own right. His name is derived from Ghent in Belgium, which at the time the English called Gaunt. So he is not super skinny necessarily, although he might have been, I don't know. As a young man, he will, of course, fight at Winchelsea at the age of 10, which is still absurd. I don't know why he was there. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe he snuck on board. I don't know. Anyway, he will be married and lose his first wife in 1368, then remarry Constance of Castile in 1371, which will give him a claim on the throne of Castile. And so that will be something that he'll be involved in. So, like a lot of Plantagenets, he marries a royal woman from abroad and tries to make a claim on her crown and doesn't get it. So, the problem for this is that he will have to deal with obligations closer to home, partly because he may have been plotting against his brother a little bit, like we mentioned, but more to the point, even if he were as loyal as possible, his brother was still incapacitated and somebody had to take over in Aquitaine. So he has to be the guy to do that. So he will become the new right-hand man of Edward III, at least abroad. And he also will be the guy who goes to Parliament a lot. And because he goes to them to negotiate taxes, this means that he's controversial and often unpopular. So a lot of the unpopularity that would have gone to his brother and his father instead falls upon John, which I guess is a pretty big sacrifice for him to make because nobody wants to be that guy. From 1371 forward, he will be increasingly important in the government because, again, his brother is suffering and his dad is old. That being said, his military campaigns, not that great. He apparently was a very unlucky commander, and a number of his campaigns would start and then stop because of small plague outbreaks. So, anytime you want to campaign with John, everything that could go wrong would, and it often was not really his fault. During the minority years of his nephew Richard II, he will be especially prominent. He actually will lead a major invasion in 1378 of France. He will land with a numerically superior force, but he'll have trouble actually getting off the boats at St. Malo, and then the enemy start to respond, and he has to retreat before he can land because he's not going to be able to land in time. So he has to do an embarrassing retreat because he landed at the wrong beach or whatever it was.
Yeah, Wassar has I think like it's a whole chapter on that. It's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, and he
For
takes a lot of mockery for that. So that was one of the more embarrassing episodes. It's like the Bay of Pigs of this era, kind of. It's pretty bad. Uh, of course, his critics will charge him of aiming for the throne, which he will very strongly deny, and there's no evidence that he actually wanted the throne. He also will enforce Richard's tax policies, which will piss people off. And I guess at this point, Richard's still pretty young, so it's kind of John's tax policy, really. But that will be one of the major factors leading to the 1381 Peasants' Revolt. And unfortunately for Richard, Uncle John was not around for that, so Richard had to deal with that on his own. I'm sure we'll get into in a minute. That being said, he does lose a home during the Peasants' Revolt because his home, called Savoy Palace, will be burned to the ground. So I guess it's safe to say that even if his guidance didn't necessarily result in good governance, he still had some positive impact. One thing that he will accomplish as an envoy is the famous Anglo-Portuguese Treaty of 1373, which will
Oh my
establish.
God, that was him.
Yeah, that was him.
Oh wow.
So John of Gaunt will establish the world's longest standing and oldest treaty. And
Is
then
it
that will
really?
be upgraded. So it still stands today. He also will be the first to invoke it, by the way. So and 10 years later, in 1383, he will use it to get support from King John of Portugal as he began to try to fight for the crown of Castile. And he actually makes a
Is
landing. So that's why he wasn't around for the Peasants' Revolt, because he's trying to invade
is this how
Castile.
is this how Portugal got involved in like 7 Years' War, World War One, like most of
Yes,
England's wars?
definitely World War One, for sure, and also the Napoleonic Wars and a lot of other things. So England will drag them into a lot of conflicts. But
Well, I mean, they'll defend. The English will defend Portugal too. I mean,
they do.
uh, I know that's where Burgoyne got his uh, got his reputation. It's, fighting in the war
Yeah, I mean,
against Spain and Portugal.
England will definitely help them at certain times. I mean, I guess it's always been a mutually beneficial alliance because England needs a foothold and Portugal needs an ally. So, kind of worked
Although,
out.
I mean, I'm guessing they were not like when. I suppose we might end up covering this if and when we should get to Elizabeth, but there is that period where Portugal is in a union with Spain under the Habsburgs. So I'm assuming that the alliance had a 60-year break
It may
between the.
have.
Yeah.
I don't. I'd have to look into that. I
So I
mean,
know they
maybe
started.
the.
Yeah. Anyway.
I mean, maybe the treaty's a little bit exaggerated for dramatic effect in terms of like how it's been nonstop since then, but I don't know. Um, Anyway, his most famous campaign on his own will be in 1387, where he once again will invade Castile. This time he finds an area that's disaffected, where people are looking to get rid of the current king. So he lands there with a large army, things are looking good, and then there's a big outbreak of plague. So the campaign kind of dies right there. While he's absent, of course, Richard II runs into more problems back in England starting in 1386. So Gaunt has to go home in 1389. Of course, his campaigns in Castile have been a total failure. But what he does do is manage to strike a bargain between his nephew and the lords of England. And so that will set up the early 1390s to be pretty peaceful. So Gaunt is actually a pretty good diplomat. Not a very good military commander, but diplomacy he's pretty good at. Then his wife dies in 1394, so he will now marry his longtime mistress, Catherine Swynford. So they've been together for a long time. They already have 4 kids, and those 4 kids will now be legitimated by Richard, and then again later by his legitimate son Henry, and they will become the Beaufort line, which will be important in a minute. In those years, Gaunt will often reside in Gascony, where he will keep an uneasy peace. He also signed up to go on the Crusade of Nicopolis, which happened in 1396, but that never happened for him because by this
Well,
point he's
good.
getting a little old. Yeah, it also was a huge disaster, but he was a little old by that time, and also obviously he was needed in England and Gascony anyway. Gaunt, interestingly enough, never opposed or spoke out against his nephew, largely because he's making a lot of these policies, so why would he? Including when Richard decided to send his son and heir Henry Bolingbroke into exile in 1398. So John of Gaunt said nothing about that. And then when John died in 1399, Richard will confiscate his estate because he only trusts one of the sons of John of Gaunt, and it's not Henry. Um, Another interesting thing about John of Gaunt, he's a close personal friend and patron of Geoffrey Chaucer.
Oh
Yep.
my God.
And so, actually, one of the
I have
books of
a
Canterbury Tales is dedicated to John's first wife, Blanche of Lancaster.
I have the Canterbury Tales right here actually.
Yep. So that is influenced by John of Gaunt. So what do you think
And
about?
Chaucer apparently was acquainted with Froissart, the guy we read earlier. What do I think of John of Gaunt? All right. Obviously, I mean, he's not a great general. Seems to have been a very skilled politician, diplomat.
Yeah. And I'm not,
I
I'm not,
don't
I don't
know
know enough about
this
Richard II to know exactly how responsible he is for a lot of the policies in England, but it seems like
peace
he
with
was pretty
France.
involved.
The peace with France, in some ways, this is part of the downfall of Richard II, because the peace with France is unpopular. In general, Richard II's policy of friendship toward France is unpopular. This is not the main reason Bolingbroke gets so much support, but it's one of them. So, to the extent that John is responsible for that, it's questionable whether or not you could consider it an achievement. I would go with B. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I wonder too, do you think that had he lasted longer or stayed in England more, I mean, do you think things might have been a little different for Richard II, or do you think he was pretty
I
much
think they
doomed?
naturally would have been. I think they, of course, would have been different because Bolingbroke would not have had a claim to the throne had his father still been alive. So Richard does hang on for a while longer, I think.
That's a good point. I guess
And the
too,
the,
maybe.
the confiscation was not. I mean, there were multiple reasons Henry of Bolingbroke will overthrow Richard.
Yeah, we're not in the.
Confiscating John of Gaunt's properties probably one. I mean, I think the death is it would have Richard probably would have held on for longer if John of Gaunt had lived.
Yeah.
I
And
think.
speaking of, because obviously we're not going to cover Henry here, because if we end up doing a sequel, Henry IV will be the first guy to come up. But he does have a younger brother, so an illegitimate son of John of Gaunt by Catherine Swynford. One of the four kids they had together was John Beaufort, the first Earl of Somerset. And so he will become prominent after his father dies and his brother's in exile. So he's relevant here because he plays a pretty big role in Richard II's downfall. He also will found a cadet line. So John Beaufort was legitimated first by Richard II, then again by his half brother Henry IV. This will also be confirmed by the Vatican, by the way, so they are fully legitimated by every authority in the world. His daughter, Lady Margaret, will later marry a man named Edmund Tudor, the Earl of Richmond, the half brother of King Henry VI. And that union will produce the future Henry VII, the guy who wins the War of the Roses and founds the Tudor dynasty.
Spoilers.
So, so John Beaufort, in that sense, will have some enduring impact that no one at the time could have foreseen. In terms of John himself, he was born around 1373, and he actually was a very experienced crusader. So as soon as he was old enough to fight, he started joining crusades. He fights in the Barbary Armadia Crusade in North Africa in 1390 under the leadership of Louis II, Duke of Bourbon. 4 years later, he goes to Lithuania, of all places, to fight with the Teutonic Knights. Later, he comes back to England. He becomes Earl of Somerset, 1397, and then he becomes the Admiral of the Irish Fleet. So he will see action up in the Irish Sea. He will also help to fight alongside of Richard II against the Lords of Pellant in the summer of 1397. He will actually then be rewarded with 2 positions as a Marquess once the Lords of Pellant are defeated. But then he will be knocked back down to an earldom once Henry Bolingbroke takes power. So actually, this is a brother of Henry Bolingbroke who did better under Richard II. Although, as soon as Henry is back in power, uh, he will then start to give him more stuff to do after he comes to power. So when Henry IV goes to war against Owain Glyndor in 1400, the idea is that once Glyndor is defeated, Beaufort will get all of his estates. But unfortunately, Beaufort will be dead before Glyndor is defeated. So Glyndor is only defeated in 1415, and Beaufort will die in 1410. In the meantime, he does get promoted again to Constable of England, which makes him the 7th ranking officer in the state. But unfortunately for him, while he had a really adventurous time as a teenager and a 20 something, by the time he hits his 30s, his health seems to be really going downhill. And so we don't really hear of him doing much. And then in 1410, at the age of 37, he dies in a hospital in London. But again, his main significance is that he's the great grandfather of Henry VII, the founder of the Tudor line. But in his own time, probably a pretty interesting guy, though. I mean, he fights. Probably has a lot of cool stories. He's an extraordinarily well-traveled man by the standards of the day. So, what do you think about John Beaufort?
I don't know if he's significant enough to be on this list.
I mostly just put him there because of the Henry VII connection, to be honest. So it's kind of a preview, a teaser.
Um, hmm. What do you think? And by the way, wait, can you remind me again? Where did he crusade?
He crusaded in North Africa, and then he went to Lithuania. And so he's
Oh
in,
yeah.
yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah. So he
Wow, I always forget about that one.
pretty widely separated campaigns. So it's pretty interesting. And I don't know
When
how
did
the hell he ended up in either one of them. It's kind of crazy that he was in either of those.
when did Lithuania end up? When did Lithuania become Christian?
I guess it must have been around this time with the Teutonic Knights fighting off the locals, and then also starting to get in the conflict with Novgorod.
Poland. Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
right, and Poland.
yeah,
Lithuania, Christianity. I would guess early 1400s.
yeah. So he's kind of at the forefront of this in many ways, I think, unless I'm mistaken.
1387, initiated by Jogaila and Vytautas.
Okay, so
Tautas.
he's less than a decade after that because he arrives in 1394.
You know the Baltic Crusades kept going
Yeah, no,
even after the Christian, even
so
after
he's
Lithuania
in
went
the
Christian.
I mean he's in the thick of it then. So it's not like he came in after everything was over. So that's kind of interesting. I don't think he stayed very long though because he was back in England within a few years. But still,
God, if you think the weather in England's bad.
yeah, exactly. Uh, but anyway, interesting guy. Didn't live very long. To me, he seems like a C. He was there.
Yeah, that seems
He did
reasonable.
okay.
Been there and would make a not the most consequential historical figure,
Although he
but
does play a role in the upholding or the failed attempt to uphold the last man on the list. And other than, well, I guess I would say Richard II is probably more controversial than Edward II, simply because everybody just agrees that Edward II sucks.
Richard II, I'm not sure. Richard II is a little more nuanced there, but he still sucks. I think. I think Richard II is a genuinely bad king, but
Yeah.
not as. But he displays admirable qualities. I mean, well, do you want to start with him? Do you want to start talking about him?
Why don't you take the lead?
Oh no, I meant like, do you want? Are we done with John Beaufort?
Yeah, I don't have anything else to say about John Beaufort. We've exhausted my John Beaufort knowledge.
All right. So our last guy on this list. So Richard II is 10 when he takes power. When he takes over. When he becomes king, rather, probably the best way to put it. So the funny thing about Richard II's rule, one way in which it's very, very different from Edward II's, is that for the average person in England, the reign of Richard II, things are improving. Wages are increasing. Living standards are rising. The country's becoming wealthier, and the people themselves, the peasantry, are becoming wealthier. Part of this is part of the wage increases is kind of an effect, long-lasting effect of the Black Plague. Breaks down the reign of Edward III, kills huge numbers of people in England, huge numbers of peasants, meaning the remaining ones are more valuable. So I know some people have identified the Black Plague as the breaking of serfdom. But in any case, for most of the English people, this is a time when things are getting better. As it happened not quickly enough to prevent a huge peasant revolt, 1381, the Wat Tyler Rebellion, during which, if duplicitous, Richard's behavior, he shows tremendous physical courage. Now, the idea of the peasant rebels was you had, I mean, from what Froissart said, you had certain communistic ideas floating around, but in general, this idea of a better lot for the poor people of England, the king to alleviate the tax burden, and tamp down on the depredations of the nobles. So the idea was to send a huge delegation, a delegation in arms, tens of thousands, particularly from Kent, who marched upon London. The king went into their midst on at least one occasion, unarmed, surrounded by armed peasants. But negotiations broke down at first. The peasant army stormed London, killed a number of Richard's advisors, got into the Tower of London. But in any case, Richard managed to clamp down the situation, crush the rebellion. A lot of this having to do with his presence being there, him being there, showing no fear, kind of overawing a group of peasants that by any right should have been able to overwhelm him and his retinue. Now, in any case, things will improve, living standards in general for the peasants. A lot of this has to do with the fact that the English government under Edward III had put in a lot of wage caps. So, in part to restrict the power of the to restrict the loss of funds by these noble households, there were caps and of wealthy artisans. There were caps placed upon the wages of workers, but these were largely ignored. Just there was a refusal to enforce these things, partly because you're going to create peasant revolts. So, I mean, the general theme being Richard II displays himself well during a peasant rebellion, and things are genuinely improving in England. It's becoming a better place to live, but here's where you end up with the issues with Richard. His personality, he has tremendous anger issues. He is tremendously authoritarian, tremendously demanding person, does not brook limits on his power, comes to the brink of open violence against people on many occasions, and very openly defies Parliament. And so he actually is sort of deposed in all but name in 1388 by Parliament. A bunch of his top supporters are executed, but he returns to effective power the very next year, 1389. And through the 1390s, he becomes increasingly despotic and arbitrary, arresting opponents, especially in the late 1380s, without warrants. So there's one incident, for instance, where he invites the Earl of Warwick to dinner, and then after they eat, he has him arrested and bundled off. And especially frightening to a lot of people, he started surrounding Parliament with his own troops. He had this personal bodyguard of a few hundred archers from Cheshire, the Cheshire Archers. He used them to intimidate Parliament. And he put on show trials, execute nobles, and conducted some secret killings, too. So Thomas of Woodstock was one of these victims of his. And before I get into his sort of the crisis of his reign, anything else? Anything you have to add about Richard II in the 1390s and late 80s?
Not too much. I mean, I guess for the most part, despite his troubled relationship with the nobility, I mean, like you said, I guess, and he maybe is the one who's the best comparison with Nero, in the sense that things were generally going well and most people had no idea that there was a problem.
Yeah, it was a matter of principle, really. Sorry, not a matter of principle, a matter of most of the issues people were having with him were not material. There appears not to have been a general sense in the country that he, I guess to put it in one way, had lost the mandate of heaven. Now, the one thing that irked probably the widest selection of people wasn't so much the despotism, it was the peace policy with France. Keeping out of the war with the French. Kind of setting a pause on that. Probably wise to do. Sorry, my mic is flashing red. Not sure what that means. Can you hear me? Right?
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Sometimes it doesn't mean much. I'm sure it means something, but nothing that matters right now.
All right, and so you end up with this, maybe partly a product of. It would be anachronistic to call Richard II a totalitarian, but this sounds like something that might have happened under Stalin. Two of the big nobles in the country, Mowbray and Bolingbroke, son of John of Gaunt, accuse each other of treason. Essentially, they had both spoken words of disloyalty in what they thought had been confidence, but then they rushed to Richard to denounce each other.
Huh.
So the idea is they were probably both guilty, but they just wanted to be the ones who got to Richard first to bend his ear about it, to make sure the other one couldn't rat them out. But what ended up happening was, to make a long story short, they get summoned to fight a formal duel. A formal duel in public, attended by a massive retinue, attended by thousands of spectators. This is the famous first scene from the Shakespeare play, where dramatically, right before they're about to fight, Richard II banished them both. He did this because he didn't want either of them to win, because he knew they were both disloyal. So he banished both of them. Now, I'm so sorry, what year was this? 1399. The next year, Richard went to Ireland. What I've read doesn't really indicate why he went to Ireland. Why he imagined it would be a good idea, while he had infuriated so many of the high nobles of the realm, especially Bolingbroke, who had this claim to the throne through his father, who had died in the meantime while Bolingbroke was in exile, and whose properties had been confiscated. But while Richard II is in Ireland, Bolingbroke lands in England. This rather small force, and it took about a month for Richard to had muster enough ships to come back to England. And in that time, Bolingbroke had pretty much consolidated control. And Richard, shortly after landing back on the island of Britain, was pretty much on the run from the second the boat touched the shore. He was frequently experiencing nervous breakdowns throughout this time as he was pursued by Bolingbroke's armies, and then surrendered himself to the rebels on false assurances that they didn't intend to depose him. But once he was in their power, he was imprisoned. Parliament, he was forced to abdicate. He was deposed. Parliament confirmed this abdication, and from that point on, nobody was allowed to see Richard II, or Richard of Bordeaux. And he was probably executed at some point in early 1400, unclear, and he was given a respectful funeral, partly to scotch any rumors that he was still alive, partly to try and show that he hadn't been put to death violently. I mean, still very likely he was starved to death, I think, is the main theory, but I think most people agree he was executed. He did not die in a peaceful manner.
So pretty much two glorious revolutions we've talked about before the Glorious Revolution.
I mean, the obvious differences. I mean, the differences are. I really hope we do get to talking about the later English monarchs, because what they do with James II is consciously not this. Also, consciously not what happened to James II's father. In
Oh yeah,
fact,
well that's a little different.
he is captured. James II is captured by accident. William didn't mean to capture him. And when James II is captured, William forces the captors to release him, brings him back to London, and puts him back in the palace. And basically he intimidates him by stationing the Dutch guards closer and closer to the palace, to the point where James II flees the country. There's a pretty good paper about this I could show you,
Oh
about
wow.
James. The weird back and forth there, but his goal is to do exactly not this. Get James out of my hair so I don't have to make him a martyr,
So you just
like
want to make him
Charles.
look
Like I said.
weak and cowardly instead of like a martyr.
I don't think William really cared how he looked as long as he was out of England. You know. Um,
Yeah.
of course, this meant he showed up in Ireland 2 years later. So I
I
mean,
mean, it is pretty sad the way Richard II went out though, because I mean, we're talking about the grandson of Edward III, the son of the Black Prince, and then he goes out with a whimper.
I mean, yeah. And the thing is, he does. I think what the difference with Edward II is that Richard II displays some admirable qualities. He is not lazy. He's a very active ruler, too active of a ruler. He's a despotic ruler. He's a Stalin. He's a Hitler. I mean, obviously,
Yeah, within
removing
the
all
limits of what he
the
could do.
intense moral weight of those statements. Please do not quote me on them. But he
Right.
is, and obviously, the levers of power in the hands of a 14th century English monarch are nothing like that of a 20th century ideological totalitarian dictatorship. But I mean, he pushes his power tremendously, and the details of it are I know a little bit about, not as much as I'd like, but this is my general understanding of Richard II's reign. Now the Shakespeare play, what I love about it is that the first half of the play is giving you that side of Richard. You hate him. He is an unsympathetic character. He's a tyrant. He's a brat. He's an asshole. And then the play starts, like the tone kind of very subtly starts to shift when he loses power. And you start to get these sympathetic moments with Richard, to the point where at his death, you're not meant to view him as a villain anymore. It's very interesting. He's a much more fleshed out character than Richard III, Richard III is in Shakespeare's telling. That's why I like that play so much. I'm not sure it's my favorite, but it's probably my favorite of the English Kings plays.
Yeah,
Right?
that does sound like a good way to do that. I that's one I'm definitely to check out then because
And it's pretty short. It's no Richard III. It's no King Lear. It's a relatively
right.
short one.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting. No king named Richard comes to a good end in England.
Richard I killed in action. Richard
Yeah,
II executed. Richard III killed in action. Yeah.
yeah. So, but that it does surprise me though that Charles was named Charles. So we have Charles III now because the first and second they had such a good time.
First definitely didn't. The second, a little more complicated. Charles I never shamed himself to the degree he expiated a lot of his sins with the manner in which he died. If you are being put on a show trial for your life, if dear viewers, any of you, if this happens to any of you, look into what Charles I did. That is how you deal that is how you deal with that situation. He was never a very good king. He was a great defendant.
Oh, you gotta
Um,
be good at something.
it's a funny anecdote. He was a bit of a history buff. Louis XVI, in the couple days before his execution, spent his time reading a biography of Charles I.
Huh. Interesting. I guess that would be a good person to look into in his
I
situation
mean,
though.
who else has experienced what you're about to experience? You
Yeah.
know, And yeah, anyway. But I don't think Charles carried the state. Like John would have been bizarre. That would have been truly strange. Charles is a little odd, associated with the despotic Stuarts. Not despotic, but that's their reputation as being having very tense relationships with English liberties.
Yeah.
So do you have anything to add on Richard?
No, unfortunately, he's one of the kings I don't know that much about, but I'm definitely more interested now. So I'll definitely have to look up the Shakespeare play, and I know that there's like a whole series where there's short monographs on every English monarch. So I think Richard II would be someone I'm definitely interested in learning more about because he's a pretty interesting figure, and also the way he deals with the peasants' revolt. I guess that's the one thing about him I've always known about that I've always been pretty intrigued by.
Well,
How
he's
he
14. When he does that, he's 14 years old.
right, but he still seems to handle himself with a lot of control, which is
Yeah,
very interesting.
it's his best moment. Set the morality aside of he kind of betrayed the peasants. He gave them certain assurances that were not respected in most cases.
Right.
But I'm talking his personal behavior he shows some tremendously admirable qualities. This
Yeah.
particularly physical courage.
Yeah, he definitely sounds like a better read than Edward II. I'll give him that because Edward
I think
II, that sounds frustrating.
without a doubt, um, but I'd still say E or F. I
Yeah.
would tend toward E, be a little merciful, but because I mean he tried to concentrate royal power. He had a certain program. He was ruthless, and his actions were. I mean, he racked up something of a body count.
So do you think had he succeeded ultimately and then passed on the throne to like-minded heirs, do you think that England would have taken a turn more like France in terms of monarchical authority?
No, no, I suspect not, because I don't know. There's it just seems very unlikely he would have ever succeeded. I guess I'd have to
Well,
think about that more. Maybe I sort of screwed up that question, didn't I? If he had succeeded in establishing this, the powers of the English monarch were in a somewhat formal sense less restricted than the French ones, but in practice they were pretty close to each other. Because there are all these the French monarchs didn't have a parliament, but they had these regional superior courts that they had to pass their edicts through. Now, there were certain ways around this in some circumstances, but it was still a huge. And when it came to changing fundamental laws, you would have to summon the estates. So there aren't as many. It doesn't seem there are as many formal restrictions, but in practice, the French monarchs, what we usually regard as the French monarchs being more powerful as an institution than the English ones, usually comes down to the fact that before the Hundred Years' War, the French monarchs just have more revenue at their hands. France is just bigger and wealthier.
huh, yeah.
Honestly, I think the whole yeah, I don't know. I've read some stuff that indicates that the whole kind of concept of absolutism might sort of be bullshit.
Huh. Yeah, I need
Anyway,
to
it's a
read
little more nuanced than that. But yeah.
one thing I need to read also on my shelf is the Fukuyama books about the development of the state, the two-volume set he did several years ago. 'Cause I think he goes into the development of the various monarchies and how that works. So I'll
I
have to look
actually
at
I
that.
actually really like Fukuyama. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
think
really like his work on the state. I've read volume one. I haven't read two yet, but I assume the monarchies are in book two.
he has the unfortunate distinction of I mean, that's a very badly titled essay. His most famous
Yeah,
essay, most
the end
famous
of
book.
history.
The title, and given the time it's written, it sounds. He has a lot of very interesting and I think very meaningful things to say in that book. But I mean, he's still around,
Well,
and
it's
he
also
wrote another book recently that I haven't read yet. But
it's also interesting that he's kind of disavowed the thesis of the end of history at this point, and nobody is aware of it for some reason, even though he's still, like you said,
there,
very prominent
there
guy who keeps
there's
publishing.
there's the caveat. I mean, is that, and this is something he writes about, is that obviously I'm not talking about events ending. Um, but I think what he was expecting in the early '90s that didn't come true. He was more optimistic, it seemed, about the democratization of Russia, the potential democratization of China.
Yeah.
Those are the two eggs in his face, and pretty big eggs.
Well, I think too
But he has a lot of, yeah, he has a lot of very interesting things. The book, The End of History, is mostly about how societies deal with ambition and how a liberal society kind of diffuses the struggle for people's ambitious struggles. And I thought it's very interesting the way he talks about that. Um,
Yeah, no, I haven't read the full work. I do have, or at least I had at one point a copy of the end of history full book. Um, but because I know he's changed his mind on so much stuff, I'd probably rather read his updated version. But it is interesting how many people cite it who clearly haven't read it, and they just think, ah, well, all he said was that liberal democracy won the Cold War, therefore there's no more debate as to the form of government. And that's how you know that whoever cites it and explains it that way has not read the book, because he always
I
explains, no, it was more complicated than that, and also I changed my mind.
I'm going to make the argument there are three reasons you should read The End of History and The Last Man. One, because it's a historical document of the 1990s. That's pretty interesting. I wasn't alive back then. I don't know what it was like. I don't know what people were feeling. I can watch the news and stuff, and I'm
Yeah.
assuming if you were alive, you were too young to kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I was born in '86, so I was aware of politics by the late '90s, but not really during the earlier middle '90s.
yeah, that was '98. Don't even
Yeah,
remember 9/11, man.
yeah, I'd bet you wouldn't. I mean, it'd be kind of like me remembering the fall of the Berlin Wall, which I don't at
Yeah,
all. Um, but
but
I
okay. So
remember,
that reason one. Oh, sorry.
yeah, I think the earliest thing I remember is the first Persian Gulf War, and mostly I just remember, the CNN coverage with all the video game looking explosions.
The first historical event I remember is the death of Gerald Ford
Ah,
and his funeral. His funeral.
yeah. No, that's a good one. Well, not a good
Although
one, but
maybe if I really thought back, maybe I could have some tiny memory of the invasion of Iraq. But that would have happened when I was almost 5, so 4 and a bit, I think. April 2003.
yeah, because that would have been I was about 5 when the first Persian Gulf War happened. But the main reason I remember it's not only because of the news coverage, but also my dad was in the army at the time, and so we
Oh
were
yeah,
afraid he was gonna get deployed.
and
So
that's how you ended up in Kansas for a while, right? You were kind of all over the place as a kid.
yes, so my dad was stationed in a lot of different places, including Kansas and Alaska and some other places. But he actually did not end up going to the Iraq War, and he also, as his career was winding down, that's when the second war happened. And so he hadn't been deployed yet, and that's when he decided, rather than sticking around a couple of years and seeing if he could make full colonel, he's like, well, I've been lucky so far dodging these terrible deployments. I'm just going to retire while I'm ahead.
Mm.
Because by that point, he had made friends with the general at the transportation school who said, if you stick around a couple of years, I can make you a full colonel. So my dad thought about it, but he's like ultimately thinking that's probably not a wise bet given how many people are going to Iraq right now.
Yeah.
So, so my dad retired as lieutenant colonel.
Huh. Now, oh yeah, sorry. The first reason historical document of the '90s. Second reason, I think he makes some genuinely really compelling arguments about why communism and certain forms of hyper nationalism uh, floundered.
Hmm.
and how they failed to satisfy certain human desires beyond the material, which I think that's what people always point to with the fall of communism. Communism defines itself by achieving certain material gains, failed, therefore, well, it's that he argues it's more than that. On top of that, kind of a discussion of how, yeah. Anyway, it's very interesting. Just a discussion of liberalism itself, and then third, I think it's quite well written. I enjoy his writing,
Yeah, no, I
so
loved
I'd say pick it
the
up.
first. I loved the first volume on the state. I was sort of surprised because he's got this reputation as being this very abstruse theorist, but his writing is surprisingly approachable.
Yeah,
Um,
he wrote a
which
recent book, "Liberalism and Its Discontents," 2022, but I haven't read that yet.
yeah, that sounds like it's probably a good one. Well, do you want to get into the super chat?
Oh yeah. By all means, hold on. Let me get my glasses. There we are.
All right.
All right,
So
only one today.
our super chat comes to us from Giannis Kamsi for 6.99 Canadian. Thank you, Giannis. And he said, "I love this channel. My long-term dream is to do a live stream with their Thersaites. I would share it with everyone I know. If not, no worries, still a fan." Well, thank you, Giannis, and
Very nice.
maybe one day. Who knows? I mean, I think originally, Ben, you just kind of wrote me out of the blue about the Valois. So,
I think it was so. Me and Sean had been talking for some time. I was doing some transcriptions for him, and I don't remember. Did he contact you or me or someone? Like,
um,
I don't think
I,
I don't think I think the first time I talked to you was on the on.
I don't
Actually, it might
remember.
have been. No.
I mean, also, there was somebody once who wrote me a user on YouTube named Bite Marks who kind of does like Marxist interpretations of common culture or pop culture, and he invited me on to talk about video games at one point. That's been a while back, but yeah. So sometimes, just I guess cold calling someone or whatever the equivalent of cold calling would be with email, and sometimes that works. Is the point? Or if you have
Yeah.
a topic that and you know it would fit with the theme of the channel you want to go on. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just contacting somebody and just pitching it. I mean, the worst that can
And you know, I
happen is
mean,
that nobody
uh,
responds. You know.
and to be honest, I mean, and this goes kind of, I guess, I'm thinking of starting to do stuff on YouTube myself. I mean, my YouTube channel just has like random clips from things and I think like random videos. But um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe some stuff on the French Wars of Religion. If anyone knows about that stuff, wants to know about it, could be a good foil. Then
Uh, yeah,
by
I
all
bet
means,
that would be pretty interesting.
or if you want to, I mean,
I mean, yeah, I'm definitely down for that at some point. I'd have to. I've read up a little bit on it last semester because I also taught a class on Renaissance and Reformation, but
yeah,
I don't know too much
Reformation
about.
in general is it's my area.
Yeah, I didn't
This
look
stuff
too
is
much
great. I don't know as well.
into the battles in France, but I did read up a decent amount on the 30 Years' War, and also on a lot of the theological debates surrounding Luther, and then also the like Zwingli and Calvin and the other major figures of the era.
It's it's late, so I'm gonna not do as well at explaining it. But it's an era that's really captured me for past 4 years especially. Um,
Yeah, I can understand why. It's a very interesting period of history. Um,
um Before that, it was more 1600s and early 1700s. So a lot of especially England and Scotland and Ireland.
yeah, no, there's a lot in that era to talk about that's really fascinating, and yeah, I mean, I mean, I might be wrong about this. I don't know if there are any history channels on YouTube that are primarily devoted to that era. I mean, there might be one.
The
I just don't know.
Reformation.
Yeah, I mean,
There are some like theology channels and stuff, but And that stuff's interesting. But in terms of like political history, social history of the Reformation, cultural history of the Reformation, not as much. It's not as popular of an era. There's there's I think there's a couple channels that do some stuff on that, but but more specifically French Wars of Religion, um, there's there's very little in English and not too much in French either. Um, it's usually just you can find a lot of talks to academics and stuff in if you search deep enough in YouTube, you can find talks in English and French. But
Yeah, I think pretty much you can find academic talks about almost any topic, and a lot of them will be massively underviewed, and a lot of them will
yeah.
be uploaded by universities too, and they'll have be uploaded for 5 years and have 20 views.
Oh my God, we have another super chat.
Yeah, we finally have
I read
somebody
it out.
trying to come in and cape for Edward II. So go ahead.
All right, Arjun Jayaraj, $2. Ed the Second disaster, not catastrophe. Strong airs, and he continues. Weak men create bad times.
Yeah, well, I mean,
He's as
I guess
bad as it could get, though. I mean, I think he's just about as bad as it could get, and yeah. I don't know.
I was just thinking though, because you think about like Edward I and Edward III in terms of their kind of model of, or what they aspire to at least, is like perfect masculinity, perfect performance as kings. Um, Edward II is a complete failure at that model of kingship, obviously. But I was thinking about how, and I'm not sure, because I was thinking about trying to do an insult for Richard II, and I left it on the table. But I was going to say that he's kind of as disappointing for his father as Caligula was for Germanicus. Although, obviously
Didn't
Germanicus was dead.
Germanicus didn't get to see Caligula.
No, because
Yeah, no,
Germanicus
I mean
died when
he.
Caligula was like 5. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was alive. I know he was used to quell a mutiny
yeah, so
at one
it's
point.
kind of like I guess people probably had certain expectations, like, oh, it's the Black Prince's son. He's got to be pretty good, right? And then
Also, and this is more interesting. England would not have been the Kraken if it hadn't been for the near catastrophe caused by Ed II.
the Kraken, huh?
Um, so England becomes the Kraken really like hundreds of years after this, because it goes into a period of meaning very little in the continental stage, not to mention the world one. All the way really up until the 1700s.
Yeah, and also the
What
Royal
makes yeah,
Navy is fairly late to emerge as a world-beating power. I mean, because even with the
yeah.
Spanish Armada episode, the English Navy is just kind of okay. It's not.
The Dutch are the ones who take over immediately from Spain in terms of naval supremacy. Although the English have some very good naval victories in during the Republic. Um, uh, but England doesn't become the Kraken until I'd say 1750, which coincidentally is when France stops being the Kraken. It's a half century after the Dutch have declined, and about a century after the Spanish have. So with England,
Yeah.
it's a lot of it has to do with, for hundreds of years, England's population is a fourth that of France, and around 1750 that starts to change. It's part of it. The other part of it is the Industrial Revolution kicks off in England.
Yeah, so I mean that starts a period where England overperforms. Because I guess if you think about it, like in terms of resources, and you compare England with other countries in Europe, I guess it's definitely less wealthy and populous than France, less productive, and the same applies to I think Italy and Germany. So I think
Yeah,
quote
less
unquote
less
naturally.
industrialized than England and Northern Germany.
Yeah, so I think if you think about it naturally in terms of resources, I want to say isn't England by nature about the fourth most powerful country in Europe, something like that.
By nature.
I mean, if you're just talking about like default based on the productivity of the land, natural resources, and you're factoring out government because obviously government can be an X factor, but
In
you're
modern
also
borders with the modern
yeah, of
proportions of
course,
population.
assuming the modern borders and everything else, which
But,
of course
but
those are all
modern
made up
modern
anyway.
modern proportions of population. Because England being one to one with France is like that's crazy from a historical perspective. That's a
Right.
product of the last 200 years or so
Yeah,
of the
not to
French
mention
birthrates
climatically,
tanking.
it's very improbable that that would come to pass. So
Um,
a lot of things had to happen to make it that way. But I
England
guess
has periods where it, I mean, yeah, England has periods where it's more powerful and less powerful, but it doesn't become a juggernaut until the Seven Years' War.
yes, and I think you're
But
right that it has to do with its rivals being unable to, temporarily stunt it a bit, especially the
at the
French.
very at the very earliest, um, in the years after the 1688 revolution, when they get the Asiento, they get Gibraltar, when the British East India Company really starts kicking off, and they start taking the fraction of trade that was commanded by the Dutch. But I'd say certainly Seven Years' War really is the turning point for England,
Yeah,
Britain,
no.
rather.
It's also interesting
Oh,
because I
and
know, in America we tend to think of, ourselves first. It's like, yeah, when we broke away from England, that must have done some damage. But actually, England's peak was well after the American Revolution.
yeah, absolutely. Um, Also, part of the reason we were able to break away is because England had infuriated the rest of Europe in the Seven Years' War. Its enemies by beating them so hard, and its allies by ditching the fight and leaving Frederick to hash out a not too great peace deal. Um, but Britain is still. Britain comes out of that war having lost America, but maintaining the islands in the Caribbean, which it had, and maintaining Gibraltar, having withstood this Dutch, French, Spanish offensive, having prevented invasion. I mean, it's on some level, it's rather impressive that the British didn't lose much harder than they did.
Right. No, I agree. I guess we have one more super chat, and that comes from Michael R for $2. Thank you, Michael. And he says, "Thanks for your efforts." Well, thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Um, so I guess we're reaching the 5 hour mark, and my stream is also starting to freeze a little bit because I don't know if I've told you about this, but a lot of times when I stream for a while, the stream stops updating, at least on the part I can see, so I have to pull up a different screen to actually see what's happening in terms of the chat and everything. So I guess we've hit that point of the evening now.
All right. So this is great. This is great fun.
Yeah, we got through quite a bit of history tonight. And
Let's
unfortunately, Sean was not able to make it. He was feeling under the weather and he planned on joining a little late, but I guess he probably went to sleep. So,
yeah. So I wish him well. Um, Everyone get his most recent book on Shiloh, Battle for the Heartland, is out as of I believe last month.
he's got a few books on Shiloh and how I think, right?
I
And
don't, I'm not sure.
he also
That is the
has
only one
a
I that's the only one I own.
he also has a fundraiser
Oh yeah, link to that.
which is in the description, but in case you want to see what it looks like this. So it's on GoFundMe, and it is to raise money for his 5 volume work on Petersburg. He's been raising money for this for a while. What happened was he had an issue with his bank where his credit union didn't have compatibility with GoFundMe for some reason, so he had to start a new account at a different bank and then restart this whole process. So he also mentioned that he had a higher goal originally, but some people have given him money um, not through this, so that has lowered the goal. So there have been more contributions than would appear here. So anyway, he's steadily progressing toward that and working his way through those volumes on the Petersburg campaign. And this, of course, is a picture from the Battle of the Crater, which we've talked about so many times now that I keep mistaking every century for the 1800s. So
This is the one where they blow a hole in the Confederate line and then they get stuck in the hole, right?
Yes, where they literally plant a bunch of gunpowder, blow a big hole, and then they remove the troops from the line who were trained for the operation and replace them with um, a random white unit because they had been training
Oh
their
yeah, yeah,
USCT, and then they're like, well, it would appear really racist if we got a bunch of black dudes
yeah,
killed, so
exactly.
so let's
Yeah,
uh let's take a random unit, a random division. So we're gonna go from this corps, and let's draw lots, see which commander will take his division in, and they end up choosing the worst commander in the entire Union Army.
and hold on, didn't he spend the attack getting drunk in his trench?
Yes, he was just in his tent, completely wasted, and his chief of staff was wasted too. They're almost like passed out drunk the whole battle. So this was a
Oh
complete
god.
catastrophe from start to finish. And yeah, I mean, it's not that bad of an idea, really. It just the execution of it kind of doomed it. So,
Yeah.
but anyway, Battle of the Crater is not necessarily a model of how to proceed forward.
No.
Well, I don't have anything else to add. I mean, is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Ben?
No, not tonight. I mean, I'm gonna actually have a little bit of stuff to do, but then I'm gonna head to bed.
Yeah, because I just need to look up what happened with the NBA playoff games tonight, and then
All right.
I'll be done. So,
Yeah, let's be in touch about the Lancastrians. And yeah, this is great fun.
yeah,
Really
for
enjoyed it.
sure. Yeah, thanks again for showing up and doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so we'll have to get in touch about the Lancasters and some other topics.
Yep, absolutely. All right, talk to you later, man.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, and
All right,
good
bye bye.
night, everybody.